Before we dive into this story, I want to invite you to stay with me until the very end. What you are about to hear is more than history. It's a mirror of our own lives, a journey through the shadows we often pretend not to see. If this reflection stirs something in you, let me know in the comments what part of it resonated most with your own experiences. And if you believe that voices like this deserve to be heard, subscribe and share this with someone who needs to confront the truths we so often bury. The first thing that would have struck you walking through a medieval city was not the towers, the markets, or the clamor of voices, but the smell. It clung to your clothes and followed you like a shadow, a mixture of rot, smoke, and the undeniable stench of death. Corpses of animals were everywhere. Horses that had collapsed pulling carts, dogs that no one bothered to bury, cats thrown aside like rags once they stopped moving. They were not taken to any designated place, because there was no such thing. They were simply left where they fell, in alleys, near wells, even right outside the doors of churches. Imagine stepping out of your home every morning and being greeted by the bloated carcass of a mule, its legs stiff, its eyes already gone to the crows. For us today, the idea is revolting, but for them it was simply Tuesday. And the smell was not just an inconvenience, it was an ever-present reminder of the fragility of life. When an animal died, its body quickly became a feast for vermin. Flies laid eggs, maggots squirmed, and rats gnawed at the soft tissue. The sight was so common that people hardly flinched at it anymore. Death was not sanitized, it was part of the urban landscape. You could say that in those cities, the cemetery began at the doorstep. Yet there was something almost absurd in the way people adapted. Merchants sold bread a few steps away from a rotting ox. Children played stick games beside a pile of decomposing fur. It makes us laugh nervously today, but back then, who had the luxury of disgust? Hunger did not wait for the air to clear. But those carcasses carried more than a stench. They were silent factories of contagion. When an animal fell in the middle of a street and no one moved it, the decomposition seeped into the soil, into the groundwater, into the very fabric of the city. Wells, the same ones from which families drew water for cooking, soon became suspect. Neighbors argued whether the taste of the water was normal or not, but when a child developed a fever, they whispered about curses rather than bacteria. It is almost comical, in a dark way, how people prayed to saints for relief while standing right next to the very source of the illness. Instead of removing the carcass, they lit candles. Instead of cleaning, they begged heaven for mercy. The situation grew worse because animals were everywhere in the city. Horses dragged carts, donkeys carried loads of firewood, chickens roamed free through courtyards, and pigs acted as the unofficial garbage collectors. All of them, eventually, died. And when they did, their bodies had no destination. Cities had no sanitation department, no men in orange suits to load the remains into a truck. Imagine the medieval equivalent. Perhaps a neighbor kicking a carcass a few steps away from his door, muttering that it was now someone else's problem, a problem that slowly rotted in the sun. It was not only unsightly, it was dangerous. Dead dogs carried fleas, dead rats were reservoirs of plague, even a dead cow could become a citywide disaster. What made it inevitable was not only ignorance, but also necessity. To move a dead horse, you needed strong men, ropes, and a cart. Few families could afford such a task, and so the body stayed, each day more swollen, until the skin cracked and fluids spilled onto the cobblestones. Picture the scene, women carrying baskets to market forced to step around the dripping outline of what once was a working animal. The casual acceptance of filth was staggering, but also a survival mechanism. To live constantly horrified was impossible. Better to laugh it off, to pretend that the flies buzzing around your meal were simply part of the flavor of the city. Humor, even crude humor, became a shield. Perhaps someone joked, "At least the cat won't run away now," pointing at its lifeless form. Behind the joke, though, lingered the dread that tomorrow it might be their own child lying stiff and ignored. What makes this vision so powerful is that it strips away our modern illusions. We imagine the Middle Ages through romantic paintings of knights and castles, but the real background was a street with a bloated donkey buzzing with flies and a baker selling warm bread a few steps away. The contrast is absurd, and yet it is precisely this absurdity that explains why urban plagues were inevitable. Every carcass was a bridge between human life and microbial death, every ignored pile of fur and bone a ticking clock counting down to the next epidemic. And yet people went on. Children laughed, merchants shouted prices, lovers met in alleys. Life insisted on continuing, even with death lying in the gutter. And maybe that is the strangest lesson of all, that human beings can walk past horror every day, grow used to it, and still call it home. If the carcasses left in the streets were silent invitations to decay, the real guests who accepted that invitation came on 6 legs. Fleas were tiny, almost invisible to the naked eye, but they ruled the underworld of medieval cities with ruthless efficiency. They hopped from fur to skin, biting, feeding, and moving on without the courtesy of knocking. If you lived in those times, you didn't need to search for them. They found you, on your clothes, in your bedding, between your toes as you slept. They were the great equalizers. Nobleman or beggar, priest or prostitute, everyone itched. Imagine an entire population scratching at once. It must have sounded like a choir of fingernails. And the irony is that scratching only made it worse because every wound, no matter how small, was an open invitation for infection. But people didn't think of microbes. They thought of curses, of bad air, or simply of fate. The rats, however, were the true middle managers of this operation. They thrived in a city designed for them, a city where scraps of food were thrown into the street, where storage bins were never sealed properly, and where nightfall meant freedom. They scurried across beams and attics, gnawed through walls, and nested beneath floorboards. A single pair of rats could produce dozens of offspring in a matter of months, and the city gave them endless opportunities to multiply. To see a rat dart across your floor at night was not shocking. It was routine. If you saw only one, you were lucky. It meant there were probably 10 more behind the walls. There's an old saying that in medieval towns you never really slept alone. It wasn't your spouse keeping you company, but the scratching, chewing, squeaking of countless rodents rehearsing their midnight symphony. What made it both terrifying and oddly comic was how human beings learned to negotiate with their unwanted companions. A family might ignore the rat hole in the corner, telling themselves that as long as the creature stayed out of sight, it was fine. A baker might shrug at a loaf with tiny gnaw marks, dust off the surface, and sell it anyway. It was survival economics. Waste nothing, complain little, accept the intrusion as part of life. And in some ways, rats were useful. They cleaned up discarded crumbs. They made sure nothing went completely to waste. The problem, of course, was that they carried with them the most lethal hitchhikers in history. Fleas didn't care who they fed on. They drank from rat veins one night and human blood the next. That invisible leap between species would eventually change the fate of entire continents. To picture the scale, imagine a medieval household where food was stored in wooden bins. Grain, precious and scarce, was piled high, often uncovered. A rat squeezed in, left droppings, and scurried back to its nest. The fleas it carried hopped off, looking for a new host. A child playing nearby felt the bite, scratched, and complained of itching. To the parents, it was just another nuisance. To history, it was the spark of a fire that would one day sweep across Europe as the Black Death. Yet in the moment, no one saw it coming. There's a tragic humor in that. A civilization fearing demons and witches, while the true monster was sitting right under their dinner table, covered in fur and whiskers. Even the architecture of cities seemed to favor the invaders. Narrow streets blocked the wind, creating damp corners perfect for nests. Wooden houses stood close together, so a rat didn't even need to leave the warmth of one home to find its way into the next. It simply followed the beams or the rafters, carrying its flea entourage along for the ride. It was as if the city itself had been designed as one giant rat warren, with humans as paying tenants. And those tenants were not always the cleanest. People swept refuse into the street where rats feasted, then scurried back inside to share the bounty. It was a cycle so absurdly perfect that one might think the rats had drawn the city map themselves. The fleas, on their part, were masters of stealth. They could survive for days without a host, hiding in straw mattresses or between floorboards, waiting for the warmth of a body to return. And once they bit, the irritation was immediate, but the danger remained invisible. How many people must have scratched their legs in frustration, cursing the itch, unaware that something lethal was now flowing in their bloodstream? It is almost too ironic that the smallest creatures wielded the greatest power. Kings could command armies, popes could summon crusades, but a flea could end an empire. All it needed was patience and opportunity, and medieval cities provided both in abundance. The real comedy, if you can call it that, is how people responded. They tried charms, amulets, prayers, even perfumes, hoping to ward off infestations. Some believed strong smells kept danger away, so they carried herbs, cloves, or vinegar-soaked cloths. In reality, it only made them smell like well-seasoned meals for the fleas. Others set traps for rats, but for every rodent caught, 5 more seemed to replace it overnight. It was like bailing water from a sinking ship with a spoon. The futility of it all should make us laugh, but also reflect. How often do we, even today, believe in convenient illusions while ignoring the obvious? And yet, life went on. Children learned to sleep through the scratching sounds. Adults became experts at ignoring the constant itching. And markets thrived despite the scurrying beneath their stalls. It was a strange coexistence, a shared city where humans, rats, and fleas all played their roles. And this coexistence was not accidental. It was inevitable. Every crumb dropped. Every pail of water spilled. Every corner left damp and dark kept the cycle turning. What people thought of as minor inconveniences were actually the gears of a much larger machine, one that would keep grinding until history itself was reshaped. Water was supposed to be life, but in the medieval city, it was a gamble, and most of the time the house won. Wells stood at the center of neighborhoods like communal hearts, but those hearts were often poisoned. Imagine drawing a bucket of water in the morning, its surface rippling like liquid crystal, only to realize that what you are sipping later in your soup has been filtered through the soil of a cemetery a few streets away. The irony is bitter. People blessed their meals with prayers, convinced holiness purified what was inside the bowl, while the microbes, unseen and undefeated, laughed at every amen. And it wasn't just bad luck, it was engineering by neglect. The wells were shallow, lined with stones that cracked easily and never far from where human waste or animal remains seeped into the ground. The danger was so close that people barely noticed. A neighbor's pig died and was buried in a shallow pit nearby. A few rains later, the decomposition trickled into the underground water channels. By the time anyone realized the water tasted strange, half the neighborhood was sick. And still, life demanded water. What else could they drink? Wine and ale were safer, yes, but expensive and not endless. So most families kept lowering their buckets, convincing themselves that maybe the strange smell was just their imagination. It's funny in a dark way. Humans will believe almost anything if the alternative is admitting they've been poisoning themselves all along. And the wells themselves were social theaters. People gathered there to gossip, to trade small goods, to whisper rumors about neighbors. A woman filling her jug might laugh about another woman's misfortune, not realizing both of them would soon be doubled over from the same contaminated sip. The bucket rope was never washed, the wooden handle sticky with dozens of hands each carrying dirt, sweat, and disease. The communal nature of the well was both its charm and its curse. What brought people together also bound their fates. To draw water was to draw in everyone else's mistakes, secrets, and sickness. The city drank from one throat, and it was rarely clean. If the wells were questionable, the streams and rivers were outright disasters. Cities treated them as open veins into which everything could be poured. Tanners dumped their chemical waste. Butchers threw animal guts. Washerwomen beat dirty linens against the banks, and children splashed happily a few feet away. Dogs drank. Rats nested. Carcasses floated downstream, and still people scooped the water for cooking. Imagine a stew where the broth has been flavored not just with herbs and salt, but also with yesterday's laundry and a drowned chicken. The sheer absurdity of it almost makes you laugh, but the laughter catches in your throat when you realize it wasn't rare. It was daily life. The consequences were immediate and brutal. Dysentery, typhoid, cholera, though people didn't know the names, were constant visitors. Children wasted away with fevers, old men collapsed after days of diarrhea, and mothers prayed over infants whose lips dried to cracks. And yet, people spoke of bad humors or ill winds instead of dirty water. They sprinkled holy water on themselves, blissfully unaware it had likely been drawn from the same poisoned source. The tragic comedy of it all is hard to ignore, trying to cleanse yourself with the very liquid that condemned you. What made this cycle even worse was the lack of alternatives. Rainwater could be collected, but roofs were filthy, and gutters overflowed with bird droppings and rat nests. Storing rain in barrels only turned it into stagnant soup, thick with algae and mosquito larvae. You could boil water, yes, but firewood was precious, and few families wasted it on something as trivial as drinking water. Priorities favored heat in winter and bread in the oven, not invisible safety. So most people simply drank as their ancestors had, convincing themselves that survival was proof of purity. Those who fell ill were seen as weak, cursed, or unlucky, not as victims of systemic contamination. The irony deepens when you remember that water was not just for drinking. It was used in cooking and brewing and cleaning wounds. Soldiers washed blood off their swords in rivers. Doctors rinsed their hands in wells. Women soaked vegetables in communal buckets. Every act meant to nourish or heal was a potential infection disguised as routine. A cut cleaned with contaminated water could kill faster than the blade that caused it, but people couldn't see the chain of events. They trusted what they could touch, smell, or taste, and invisible enemies thrived in that ignorance. It is a reminder, perhaps, that sometimes the things we take for granted, the glass of water, the communal fountain, are the very things that betray us most. And still, people adapted. They flavored water with herbs or wine to mask the smell. They added spices to food, not only for taste, but in the vague hope of protection. A pot of stew simmering with garlic and onion was more than a meal. It was a shield against the unknown. Whether it worked or not mattered less than the belief that it did. Humans have always been magicians in this sense, turning fear into ritual, uncertainty into tradition. We laugh at medieval people sipping from dirty wells, but how different are we when we ignore the fine print on modern food labels or trust blindly in bottled water sold for profit? Perhaps the fleas and rats have changed, but the theater remains the same. And so the wells stayed crowded, the rivers ran foul, and the people kept drinking. Every sip was a gamble, every bucket a roll of dice with fate. And all the while, the waste of the city piled up in corners and alleys, creating yet another stage for the next act of urban disaster. Garbage in a medieval city was not a hidden thing. It wasn't sealed away in neat plastic bags or whisked off by rumbling trucks at dawn. It lived among the people. It grew in corners of streets, piled in the gutters, rotted beneath windows, and occasionally rolled down cobblestones after heavy rain. It was the unwanted child of every household, and instead of being tucked away, it was left for everyone to meet on their daily walks. Imagine stepping outside and kicking through bones, vegetable peels, old shoes, and the odd piece of rotting leather, the smell climbing into your nose before you even had breakfast. For us, that scene feels like a nightmare. For them, it was Tuesday again. The reason was simple. There was no organized collection. Households took their waste and dumped it where it was most convenient, out the door, over the balcony, or into the street. The city became its own landfill, and with no official boundary between private and public, what was once your neighbor's mess quickly became your problem too. People shouted at each other about the heaps of refuse, but nobody wanted the responsibility of cleaning it. After all, if you were already fighting rats in your pantry and fleas in your bed, why bother worrying about a pile of cabbage stalks fermenting in the alley? Better to step over it and get on with your day. There's a certain dark comedy in this attitude. Everyone hated the trash, but everyone also contributed to it, a perfect loop of hypocrisy and resignation. The garbage attracted its own company. Stray dogs rooted through it, pigs devoured what they could, and birds circled above, waiting for the chance to swoop down. The heaps became living ecosystems, buzzing with flies, crawling with worms, and echoing with squeaks. Children, lacking toys, sometimes poked at these piles with sticks, turning decomposition into a game. That kind of play makes us cringe today, but in their world, disgust was a luxury. If you could find amusement in filth, you were halfway to survival. And perhaps it was easier to laugh at the absurdity of a goose pecking at a human shoe than to dwell on what diseases lurked inside the heap. And of course, every rain transformed those piles into rivers of sludge. Imagine a heavy storm pounding against roofs, washing refuse into the streets until the gutters flowed like soupy streams of half-rotted food and animal droppings. Merchants in open markets tried to keep their goods dry while rivulets of filth ran between their stalls. Customers pretended not to notice the cabbage leaves floating past their ankles as they haggled for fresh produce. If anything about medieval life captures the blend of tragedy and comedy, it's this: a man carefully selecting a piece of fruit while his feet are submerged in liquid garbage. There's a lesson here too, one we should not miss. Humans are masters of selective vision. We see what we want to see, even if the smell screams otherwise. And then came the danger that lurked quietly in those piles: disease. Every mound of waste was a banquet for rats, every wet corner a playground for fleas, every discarded bone a breeding ground for flies. In many ways, garbage was not just refuse, it was infrastructure for pestilence. It connected people and animals. It allowed pathogens to leap from one host to another, and it ensured that no one was ever too far from infection. The city itself became a laboratory of decay, and the experiments never stopped running. That is why epidemics were not sudden accidents, but predictable results. In a place where trash was as common as bread, how could it be otherwise? But there was another layer, one that touches on the human mind. People grew used to the smell. They stopped noticing it. Visitors to the city often wrote of the unbearable stench, of the way the air seemed to cling to their throats, while locals shrugged and carried on. It was as if the nose adapted in self-defense, numbing itself to constant offense. Think about it. You can get used to nearly anything if you're exposed long enough, even the stink of rotting waste. And doesn't that raise an uncomfortable question for us today? What smells, what problems, what dangers have we learned to ignore simply because they've become part of our everyday background? The reflection stings because it is true. Every age has its garbage, some visible, some invisible. Still, the trash did not remain quietly in corners. It traveled. Carts carrying goods sometimes got stuck in piles, wheels slick with filth. Shoes became coated in layers of grime, carrying waste from one street to another. Even the wind played its part, lifting dried particles into the air and spreading them invisibly into lungs. The whole city inhaled its own refuse like a grotesque communion, a reminder that there was no escape from the environment they themselves created. It's hard not to laugh bitterly at this. People carefully guarded their homes from thieves, locked their chests against neighbors, yet every breath they took was shared, freely and unwillingly, with everyone else's rot. The markets, in particular, amplified the problem. Meat vendors worked without refrigeration, cutting into carcasses while flies danced on the edges, blood pooled on wooden tables, mixing with sawdust and dripping onto the ground. By evening, scraps were swept aside, joining the piles already fermenting nearby. The smell of raw flesh hung in the air, mingling with human sweat, horse dung, and moldy vegetables. And yet, people crowded these markets, bargaining loudly, convinced that a handful of salt or a sprinkle of spice could turn decay into nourishment. It was not just a transaction of food, but of denial. To feed your family, you had to close your eyes to the obvious, to pretend the buzzing flies were simply part of the bargain. And so, the garbage multiplied. Every day brought new heaps, every season new challenges, every corner a new infestation. The city was alive, but alive with contradictions. Human energy and human waste feeding each other in a cycle neither side could escape. What strikes us today as intolerable was then inevitable, even invisible, a background hum of filth that shaped daily life. And all of this merged seamlessly with the air itself, because the stink was not contained. It rose, it spread, it seeped into homes, into clothes, into the very walls until the city carried its signature odor everywhere it went. The smell was the true anthem of the medieval city. It was not the sound of bells or the shouts of merchants that defined daily life, but the invisible fog that wrapped itself around every building, every piece of clothing, every breath. It lingered in your hair, seeped into the fabric of your cloak, and clung to the walls of your home like an unwelcome guest who never left. Imagine walking through a narrow street where the air was thick with a cocktail of human waste, rotting vegetables, smoke from open hearths, and the unmistakable sweetness of decomposing flesh. It was not a scent you could escape. It followed you into bed, into church, into dreams. For us today, one whiff would send us running. For them, it was simply the perfume of existence. The most unsettling part was how quickly the nose adapted. Visitors often wrote about being assaulted by the stench the moment they entered a city, gagging as though the air itself was solid. But locals? They hardly noticed. Generations had grown up inhaling the same odor until what was unbearable to outsiders became background noise to them. It's funny in a cruel way. Humans can normalize almost anything. You can get used to the sound of a dripping faucet, the weight of constant stress, even the presence of a foul odor that would make a modern person vomit. It raises the uncomfortable question, what filth have we grown so accustomed to today that we no longer even smell it? And yet, the smell was more than an inconvenience. It was a signal. It told you where you were, what was happening, and even who lived nearby. Passing through the butcher's district meant being hit by the metallic tang of blood mixed with sawdust and raw fat. Near the tanner's quarter, the odor was overwhelming, a suffocating blend of animal hides soaked in urine and dung used in the curing process. It was said that if you lost your way in the city, you could navigate by smell alone, each district announcing itself long before it came into view. That was the medieval version of street signs, not painted wood, but stench in the air. Inside homes, things were hardly better. Smoke from poorly ventilated fires filled the rooms, leaving walls blackened and lungs scarred. Straw mattresses, never fully replaced, absorbed years of sweat, urine, and spilled ale, releasing a pungent aroma every time someone shifted their weight. Clothes, rarely washed, carried the residue of work, food, and human bodies pressed together in cramped quarters. To modern ears, it sounds unbearable, but people then embraced it as part of life. A man proud of his labor carried its smell as proof of honesty. A woman whose hands were stained with onions and garlic was seen as diligent, not dirty. Odor was not shame, it was identity, but the identity came at a cost. The constant presence of stench numbed people to its true danger. Foul smells were often interpreted as signs of bad air or divine punishment, but never as the predictable result of waste and decay. People carried posies of flowers, wore sachets of herbs, or burned incense to mask the odors, believing this would protect them from disease. The irony is sharp. They treated the symptom, but ignored the source. Covering the smell of rot with lavender did nothing to stop the fleas, the rats, or the microbes that traveled invisibly. It's the medieval equivalent of spraying air freshener in a room with a dead rat under the floorboards. Comforting for the nose, yes, but deadly for the body. Markets made the situation worse. Imagine stalls packed tightly together, meat hanging from hooks in the open air, fish laid out on tables with no ice to preserve them. By midday, the scent of freshness had long disappeared, replaced by the unmistakable reek of spoilage. Merchants sprinkled spices, rubbed herbs, and sometimes poured wine over meat to disguise the smell. Customers pretended not to notice, bargaining as though the buzzing flies were irrelevant. It was a theater of denial, everyone participating because hunger was stronger than disgust. And perhaps that's the most telling truth of all. When survival is at stake, humans will eat, drink, and breathe whatever they must, convincing themselves it isn't so bad. The odor did not stay confined to streets or stalls. It traveled with people. A cloak soaked in smoke and sweat carried its presence into churches, where prayers mingled with the scent of burning candles and unwashed bodies. Taverns were thick clouds of ale breath, spilt beer, and damp floors. Even in the halls of nobility, perfumes and incense could not entirely erase the undertone of rot and human closeness. And the idea of smelling good was relative. A noblewoman drenched in rosewater was considered fragrant, though beneath the roses lay the same sweat and grime as anyone else. Cleanliness was less about absence of odor than about adding a more pleasant layer on top. And when the air turned still, the smell intensified. Summer heat made every corner of the city reek, the sun baking refuse until it released its full power. Disease seemed to rise with the temperature, and people blamed the oppressive air for their sickness. In a way, they weren't wrong. The stench was a clue, though they didn't know how to read it. What they felt in their throats and lungs was not a curse from the heavens, but the byproduct of their own neglect. Yet still they endured. People went to market, kissed loved ones, drank from wells, laughed in taverns, and lived in a haze of odor. It's unsettling, but also profoundly human, to accept the unacceptable until it becomes normal. What we call unbearable today was then part of the rhythm of life, It shaped behavior, molded perceptions, even guided city planning, or the lack of it. The air was heavy, the streets alive with rot, the very stones of the city infused with centuries of waste. And all of it, every carcass, every pile of trash, every spoiled market stall, converged into an atmosphere that clung to body and soul. It was not just a smell, it was the essence of the city itself, inescapable, unforgettable, and woven into the destiny of everyone who lived there. And as that air swirled around, it carried with it not only stench, but sickness, invisible threats that grew bolder each day, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Epidemics were not lightning bolts striking without warning. They were slow-building storms that everyone could smell, see, and even step over on their way to work, but still pretended not to notice. The rotting carcasses, the rats darting in shadows, the water drawn from poisoned wells, the piles of refuse fermenting in the sun. All of it had been preparing the ground for disaster long before the first fever broke, or the first cough echoed down a street. When sickness came, it was not an outsider but a local, born from the very fabric of the city. That was the cruelest irony. People feared foreign invaders, suspicious travelers, even the stars in the night sky, but the enemy was already inside their homes, sharing their bread, their beds, their air. The arrival of plague or pestilence was announced not by trumpets, but by silence. The chatter of markets grew dim, the laughter of children disappeared, and shutters began to close earlier each evening. Neighbors whispered about a family down the street where 2 children had suddenly taken ill. A day later, the parents were coughing blood. And yet, instead of facing the obvious, people reached for explanations that felt less frightening. Bad air, curses, sins, or divine punishment. They grasped at anything that gave order to chaos. There's something grimly humorous in this human instinct. Rather than admit their drinking water was contaminated by a dead goat buried too close to the well, they convinced themselves that Venus was in a bad mood. But denial never lasted long, because the signs of sickness were impossible to ignore. Bodies weakened in hours, skin erupted with boils, and fevers raged so hot that delirium seemed like possession. Whole families were struck down together, the stench of sickness mingling with the smells already haunting the city. Those who survived a day often did not survive the week. And then came the burials, hurried and careless, with corpses stacked in shallow pits, each one another source of infection. Imagine walking to the market and passing a pit where yesterday's neighbor was already decomposing under a thin layer of dirt. People didn't even stop anymore. They averted their eyes, whispered a prayer, and kept walking. Life had to go on, even with death tugging at their sleeves. Markets, once places of abundance and noise, became centers of fear. A merchant sneezing near his stall was enough to empty a street. Customers pulled cloths over their mouths, convinced a piece of fabric could shield them from invisible death. And yet they still came, because hunger was merciless. The very stalls that once reeked of spoiled meat now reeked of absence. Tables sat empty, merchants vanished, and buyers circled like vultures for the scraps that remained. The irony is sharp. People fled the markets to avoid contagion, but by doing so, they starved themselves only to return later to risk both hunger and plague in the same breath. The wealthy tried to escape. They fled to countryside estates, believing distance would protect them. Some carried herbs, jewels, or even live animals, thinking they could absorb the disease like sponges. The poor, left behind in crumbling neighborhoods, had no choice but to endure. And yet, death was democratic. It traveled in fleas. It lingered in water. It settled into the straw of mattresses and the folds of clothing. No wall was high enough, no prayer loud enough, no coin shiny enough to bribe the inevitable. Even kings and bishops fell, leaving their thrones and altars empty. There's a strange comfort, perhaps, in that equality. When the plague knocked, it didn't ask for titles, it simply entered. Fear transformed the city. People avoided each other, friendships dissolved into suspicion, and even families fractured. A mother might refuse to embrace her own feverish child. A husband might abandon a coughing wife. A priest might refuse to visit the dying. The bonds that tied communities together unraveled under the weight of terror. And yet, within that cruelty, sparks of compassion survived. Neighbors risked their lives to deliver bread to the sick. Strangers prayed over bodies no one else would touch. And children, too young to understand danger, still held the hands of dying parents. Humanity bent under the plague, but it did not fully break. Superstition thrived in the cracks left by fear. People blamed witches, foreigners, even cats, which led to mass killings of the very animals that might have kept rat populations in check. In one of history's darkest comedies, humans destroyed their own allies in the name of salvation, only to watch the true culprits multiply in the shadows. Others turned to flagellation, parading through the streets, whipping themselves bloody, convinced suffering would appease divine wrath. The spectacle must have been surreal, lines of men chanting, striking their backs until the air reeked of sweat and iron, while rats scurried at their feet, carrying on the true work of death unnoticed. What made epidemics inevitable was not just the presence of filth, but the absence of understanding. Medicine relied on balancing humors, on bleeding patients, on prayers and potions that soothed but did not cure. A doctor might arrive at a sick home carrying a mask stuffed with herbs, looking more like a crow than a healer, and leave behind only despair. Families clung to rituals, burning incense, drawing charms, hanging garlic at their doors, each act a mix of desperation and performance. It is tempting to laugh at their helplessness, but perhaps we should not laugh too loudly. How many of our own rituals today are little more than perfumes overwrought? And so the cycle continued. Filth feeding pests, pests feeding disease, disease feeding fear, fear feeding cruelty, cruelty feeding yet more death. Epidemics were not accidents nor punishments from the heavens. They were the natural children of the cities themselves, born from every carcass ignored, every bucket of water drawn, every heap of trash stepped over without thought. They were woven into the very rhythm of life, inevitable as sunrise, inevitable as breath. And as the air grew heavy with silence, the city waited, knowing deep down that the storm was not over, because something worse was always stirring in the shadows, ready to climb from the muck and remind humanity of the price of its neglect. When the shadow of epidemic fell over a city, people instinctively turned to the heavens. Religion was not a side note in medieval life. It was the lens through which every event, every misfortune, every sickness was explained. If children died, it was because God was angry. If markets failed, it was because saints had been neglected. If plague swept through the streets, it was surely punishment for sins too numerous to name. And so, as bodies piled higher, churches filled to bursting, bells tolled constantly, not just for funerals, but for masses begging for mercy. Priests stood before congregations, their voices trembling as they tried to convince a terrified flock that repentance could stop the invisible tide. There's a cruel comedy in the idea of blaming sin for what was essentially bad sanitation. But for those who had no concept of bacteria, divine wrath felt like the only explanation that made sense. Pilgrimages became desperate acts of hope. Whole groups of people abandoned their homes to march toward shrines, carrying relics, singing hymns, and flagellating themselves bloody along the way. The sight must have been surreal. Lines of men and women stumbling through muddy roads, chanting and whipping their own backs as though blood and pain could somehow bribe the heavens into sparing them. In reality, these gatherings only spread disease further, transforming faith into a kind of grotesque delivery system for contagion. And yet, the pilgrims believed they were saving themselves, or at least earning points toward eternal salvation. Humans are remarkably good at turning tragedy into theater, and medieval religion was full of that paradox. Equal parts comfort and catastrophe. The church itself was not immune to fear. Priests died in droves, monks abandoned monasteries, and even bishops fled cities. In some places, entire parishes were left without clergy, leaving the faithful to fend for themselves spiritually while the plague raged physically. The people who once promised answers had none, and the silence was deafening. Out of that silence, suspicion grew. Whispers spread that the church was corrupt, that its wealth and comfort proved it had abandoned the poor, that perhaps God was punishing not just sinners, but the very institution meant to guide them. It's almost ironic. The same plague that sent people running to the altar also planted the seeds of doubt that would later fracture the church itself. But faith did not vanish. It mutated. Some saw visions, claiming saints appeared to them in the night with warnings or instructions. Others clung to relics with even greater desperation, convinced a fragment of bone or a piece of cloth could shield them from death. Merchants sold these relics like protective charms, turning salvation into commerce. One man's thigh bone was suddenly a martyr's relic, one woman's veil a holy cloth touched by a saint. Buyers lined up, eager to part with their last coins if it meant even a slim chance at survival. It's both tragic and darkly humorous. People who could not afford bread somehow found money for a dubious splinter of wood said to be from the true cross. The fear also spilled into social violence. When prayers failed, people looked for scapegoats. Outsiders, minorities, and the poor bore the brunt of suspicion. Rumors spread that Jews poisoned wells, that witches brewed diseases, that foreigners carried curses in their breath. Pogroms erupted, entire communities massacred in the name of cleansing the city of imagined threats. Here lies another bitter irony. While rats and fleas thrived unchecked, humans turned on each other, wasting energy on hatred instead of addressing the filth beneath their feet. It is perhaps the most consistent pattern in history. When answers are too hard, people choose the easy lie over the complicated truth. Meanwhile, political leaders tried to reassert control. Councils passed edicts demanding streets be cleaned, waste removed, and wells protected. But without systems, without organization, these decrees were little more than parchment and ink. The same men who signed them likely walked past piles of garbage on their way home. Fear pushed them to act, but ignorance made their actions toothless. Still, the attempt mattered. It showed that crisis forced cities to experiment with governance, however clumsy. Out of desperation grew the first hints of public health, though no one called it that at the time. For the common person, though, life shrank to its smallest circle. Families locked themselves in homes, sealing windows with cloth soaked in vinegar, convinced the sour air would ward off plague. Meals became quieter, prayers longer, laughter rarer. Parents watched their children with anxious eyes for the first sign of fever. Lovers hesitated to embrace. Neighbors who once shared bread now avoided each other's doorsteps. Yet even in that fear, moments of resilience emerged. People still found ways to marry, to celebrate small joys, to tell stories by firelight. It is remarkable how stubbornly life clings, even when death seems to own the streets. The memory of these epidemics imprinted itself deeply. Songs, folk tales, and even nursery rhymes carried their echoes. "Ring around the rosy," whispered centuries later, is said to come from the plague years, a children's song built on the ashes of mass death. Whether the story is true or not almost doesn't matter. What matters is how cultures transform horror into tradition, how memory survives disguised as play. It makes you wonder how many of our own customs, seemingly innocent, are actually fossilized fears of the past. What lingers most, though, is the realization that plague did more than kill. It reshaped belief, strained institutions, fractured trust, and forced people to see their world differently. The city that emerged from epidemic was never quite the same as the one that entered it. And, as the bodies were buried and the bells tolled less frequently, there was always the haunting awareness that it was not the end, only a pause. The cycle of filth and neglect, of fear and denial, of prayers and scapegoats would inevitably begin again because the conditions never truly changed. The stage remained set, waiting for the next act, and history is nothing if not a master of repetition. Life at sea in the 17th century was sold to young men as adventure, glory, or fortune. But the reality was far closer to a damp prison that rocked endlessly and smelled like something between rotting wood and unwashed humanity. A ship was, in essence, a floating city, except smaller, dirtier, and impossible to escape. Imagine cramming hundreds of men into a wooden hull barely wider than a modern suburban street where every cough echoed in the planks, and every sneeze had nowhere to go but into your face. The ocean might have been vast and endless, but life aboard was claustrophobic, a daily test of tolerance not just for the waves, but for the constant reminder that disease and despair traveled with you as permanent passengers. The air below deck was the first enemy. Fresh breeze rarely penetrated the dark, cramped holds where sailors slept in hammocks hung so close together that you could feel the sweat of the man swinging beside you. The mixture of odors, salt, mildew, vomit, and latrine buckets, created a suffocating fog that clung to lungs and made sleep an act of endurance. Some joked that you didn't need a lantern to find your way through the lower deck. The smell alone could guide you like a rope. It was a bitter joke, but humor was the only shield when your world smelled like a compost heap that never dried. And as soon as someone coughed blood or broke into fever, everyone knew the sickness would spread like spilled wine across a tilted table. Food did little to help. Hardtack, the infamous sailor's bread, was so tough it could break a tooth if you weren't careful. Many soaked it in water or beer to soften it, only to find tiny black weevils floating up as uninvited protein. At first, sailors picked them out in disgust, but after weeks at sea, most gave up and ate them anyway. "They're only extra meat," someone would mutter, and the others laughed because what else could they do? Meat, when it was available, was salted until it resembled slabs of stone more than food. The salt preserved it from rot, but not from the taste of decay. Rats gnawed at the same barrels, and sailors sometimes caught those rats to cook them, claiming the meat tasted better than the pork it had stolen. It's comical and tragic all at once. Men risking their lives in storms only to cheer over a roasted rat as a delicacy. Water was no salvation either. Barrels of fresh water quickly went stale, turning green with algae and breeding insects. Men drank it anyway, pinching their noses, convincing themselves that a foul taste was better than dying of thirst. Beer and watered wine were safer, but supplies never lasted long enough, and soon the daily ration shrank until arguments broke out over a cup. Quarrels over water could turn violent, but most men saved their energy. After all, tomorrow might bring even less. There's something painfully human in that, sipping from a barrel that smells like a swamp, pretending it still counts as refreshment. And then there was scurvy, the disease that became the sailor's signature torment. Weeks without fresh fruit or vegetables drained bodies of vitamin C, though no one knew why. Gums swelled and bled, teeth loosened, old wounds reopened, and once strong men collapsed with joints so weak they could barely climb the rigging. Imagine an entire crew whose laughter once shook the deck, now groaning as their bodies decayed while still alive. Superstitions flourished to explain it. Some blamed sea air, others bad spirits, still others divine punishment. The cure, citrus, was sitting in orchards on shore, but until someone connected the dots, thousands wasted away for want of an orange. It's the cruelest comedy, death by ignorance, when the answer was sweet, round, and growing on trees. Illness was not the only scourge. Vermin ruled the ship with the same authority as the captain. Rats thrived in the dark corners, stealing food and chewing through ropes. Fleas and lice infested clothing, leaving men itching constantly. Some sailors joked that the real crew were the parasites, and they were just paying rent in skin. Nights were full of scratching, mornings full of red bites, and delousing became a ritual as common as prayer. But prayer itself was tricky, because sailors lived in constant fear that God was watching their sins more closely at sea. Storms were seen as divine judgment, calm waters as brief forgiveness, and every illness as a reminder that no man could hide from heaven on the open ocean. Violence was another disease, one born of monotony, hunger, and fear. Men trapped in a wooden box with nowhere to go eventually snapped. A harsh word could spiral into fists, knives, or worse. Discipline was brutal. Whippings with cat-o'-nine tails, confinement in the dark, or even being thrown overboard. Yet even in this cruelty, humor crept in. Sailors mocked each other endlessly, turning suffering into laughter, because if you couldn't laugh at your own misery, you'd drown in it long before the sea swallowed you. Stories tell of men laughing about who stank the worst, who snored loudest, who could catch a rat fastest. These were not jokes so much as survival strategies. But perhaps the greatest enemy was the sea itself. Storms tore through sails, tossed men like toys, and smashed ships against rocks. In the chaos of a tempest, with water pouring down and lightning splitting the sky, disease and hunger seemed almost merciful in comparison. And when the storm passed, survivors crawled from below deck to face the wreckage. Splintered masts, broken barrels men swept overboard forever gone. The silence after a storm was eerie, the crew looking at each other not with relief but with the unspoken question, who would be next, and not by waves but by fever, thirst, or despair. Every voyage was a paradox, a desperate attempt to reach riches, new lands, or glory, and yet every step toward that dream meant rotting food, foul water, and the gnawing certainty that death might come sooner than the destination. And still men boarded ships willingly, driven by promises of pay, adventure, or simply the need to escape the hunger that waited for them on land. It's worth reflecting on that choice. How bad must life on shore have been if life at sea, with all its misery, felt like the better option? Perhaps the sea was less about freedom and more about trading one prison for another, with the bars made of salt and wood instead of iron. And so, the ship sailed on, an arc of contradictions, carrying both dreams and decay across waters that glittered with beauty but hid endless dangers. Each voyage was a roll of the dice, each sunrise a fragile victory, each sunset a reminder that tomorrow might bring not discovery but despair. Yet men kept sailing because to stop was unthinkable and because hope, like rot, spreads quickly in the right conditions. And somewhere on those endless waters, as gulls circled overhead and the waves slapped against the hull, the world was reshaped not by kings or armies, but by the stubborn will of men who endured filth, hunger, disease, and fear, all for the chance that what lay beyond the horizon was worth the suffering it took to reach it. What made those ships so haunting is that they weren't just vessels. They were mirrors of the societies that built them. Every plank carried the same contradictions found in the cities on land. Ambition tangled with neglect, hope weighed down by filth, discipline enforced by fear, and the constant gamble with death disguised as daily life. A port was not so different from a street market, and the sailors weren't so different from the peasants they left behind. Both lived with hunger, both endured smells that clung to everything, both ignored rats until it was too late. The only difference was that on land you could walk away from a pile of garbage, but at sea, the garbage rocked with you, swaying in time with the waves. That sense of being trapped sharpened everything. The misery of a city diluted by open skies became concentrated in a wooden box drifting across an endless horizon. And just like the cities, these floating societies invented their own forms of order. A ship had strict hierarchies: captain, officers, common sailors, and the invisible divide between those who commanded and those who obeyed. The captain's word was law, harsher than any magistrate on land, because hesitation at sea could mean disaster for all. Yet captains were often resented, mocked behind their backs, even hated. Sailors nicknamed them, drew crude caricatures on scraps of wood, or whispered curses in the dark. There is a universal truth here. No matter the century or setting, people always find a way to grumble about their boss. And in that shared grumbling lay a kind of camaraderie, a glue that held the crew together when everything else tried to tear them apart. Discipline was brutal, but it was also strangely theatrical. Punishments were carried out in front of the entire crew. Floggings that left scars like road maps across a man's back, or the dreaded keel hauling, where a sailor was dragged beneath the hull through barnacles sharp as blades. It was horror disguised as lesson, meant to scare everyone into obedience. Yet sailors told stories of punishments with a grim humor, as if laughing at the cruelty gave them back a sliver of power. One man's suffering became another's cautionary tale, retold during night watches to pass the time. In this way, discipline became folklore and fear was recycled into entertainment. But entertainment had its lighter sides too. Music and storytelling were lifelines. Sailors carved fiddles out of scraps, sang bawdy songs that mocked their officers, and told exaggerated tales of sea monsters waiting just beyond the horizon. Laughter, even forced laughter, broke the monotony. Imagine a crew huddled under the stars, the ship creaking around them, joking about how the flying fish looked more appetizing than the salted beef. Those moments mattered because they reminded everyone that even in a world ruled by storms and sickness, humanity could carve out sparks of joy. Humor, however crude, was as essential as food. Perhaps more so because while food filled the belly, laughter kept men from collapsing under despair, and despair was everywhere. Letters from sailors tell of men dreaming constantly of land, of soft beds and warm meals, of women's voices and the smell of earth instead of brine. Yet those same letters often admitted something curious. When sailors returned home, many felt restless, uneasy, even alien. The land seemed too still, too confined, too ordinary. The sea, for all its misery, had become part of them. This contradiction runs deep. People longed to escape the hardships of the ship, yet once ashore, they missed the very suffering they had cursed. It's as if the human spirit has a talent for forgetting pain once it's over, romanticizing even the filthiest chapters as soon as they're closed. Disease, hunger, storms, all these were constant companions, but the true weight came from the knowledge that a voyage could last years. Imagine leaving as a young man and returning with gray in your beard, if you returned at all. Friends and family might have died, children grown, whole neighborhoods changed. The ship froze you in time, but the world on land moved on without you. That distance was its own kind of plague, spreading loneliness as surely as fleas spread infection. And yet, men kept going back to sea, signing up again and again. Not because they forgot, but because the promise of fortune, or even the illusion of freedom, outweighed the certainty of hardship. Humans are strange that way. We convince ourselves the next time will be different, even when we know it won't. What tied the floating city to the land-bound one was trade. Spices, silks, sugar, tobacco, all of it passed through the hands of sailors who risked their lives for cargo they would never taste. Ports grew rich, merchants fattened their purses, kings expanded their empires, while the men who hauled the goods across oceans often ended up buried at sea in unmarked waves. The injustice was as obvious then as it is now. The ones who suffer most rarely reap the rewards. Yet sailors took pride in their role, calling themselves the veins of empire, pumping life from one shore to another. There is something both tragic and noble in that identity, a recognition that even in misery purpose can give meaning. Every plank of a ship told the story of the society it represented. Ambition without safety nets, discipline without compassion, faith without understanding. The sea did not create these traits, it only magnified them, stripping away illusions until what was left was raw, undeniable truth. Ships carried not just goods, but the diseases, superstitions, and contradictions of their homelands, exporting misery along with wealth. And in doing so, they helped shape the world we know today, for better and for worse. As the anchor dropped and ships docked in crowded ports, the same fleas, the same rats, the same stench spilled back into the streets, blurring the line between land and sea until both seemed part of one endless, shared experiment in survival. What had happened on deck was only an echo of what was already happening in the alleys. And what festered in the alleys soon climbed back aboard the next departing vessel. The circle was perfect, unbreakable, inevitable. And perhaps the most unsettling thought of all is this. While centuries have passed and technologies have changed, the cycle of ambition, neglect, and consequence has never really gone away. It simply finds new ships, new streets, and new disguises in which to sail. The filth, the stench, the carcasses, the rats, the fleas, the poisoned water, the mountains of waste, all of it eventually became too much, even for societies that had mastered the art of denial. There comes a point when even the strongest nose can no longer adapt, when even the most devout prayer feels insufficient, when the number of funerals begins to outnumber the number of weddings. That breaking point forced cities to stumble, almost unwillingly, towards something resembling innovation. Not because people suddenly discovered science in a flash of brilliance, but because survival itself demanded change. The irony is that the very disasters they feared most, the epidemics that hollowed out neighborhoods, the plagues that silenced entire markets, were the midwives of progress. Humanity had to suffer through centuries of filth before the first hesitant steps toward public health were taken. At first, the changes were crude, more about appearances than effectiveness. City councils issued proclamations demanding that streets be cleaned, that waste be removed, that butchers take their offal outside the walls. These edicts were written with noble flourish, but without infrastructure, they became little more than expensive wallpaper for the city hall. People nodded, then went back to tossing garbage from their windows. Yet even these failures mattered, because they planted the idea that sanitation was not just a private issue, but a civic responsibility. For the first time, rulers began to see that the health of a city determined its strength. An army could not fight if half of its men were bedridden, and a market could not thrive if its customers were dead. In a twisted way, filth taught politicians the importance of hygiene. Curiously, one of the earliest motivators was not compassion, but smell. The unbearable stench of decomposing waste finally pushed leaders to act. The miasma theory, the belief that disease spread through foul odors, was wrong in its details, but right in its instincts. People didn't know about microbes, but they knew that bad smells and sickness often traveled hand in hand. So they built rudimentary sewer systems, drained marshes, and began experimenting with quarantine zones. It was far from perfect, but it was a start. And perhaps there is a lesson here. Sometimes our mistaken beliefs still lead us in the right direction. Like someone who quits smoking because it's expensive, not because it's deadly. What matters is the outcome, not the reason. Quarantine, in particular, was revolutionary. Ports became laboratories of isolation. Ships arriving from plague-stricken areas were held offshore for 40 days, a period long enough to kill off infected fleas and their unfortunate human hosts. That's where the word quarantine comes from. 40 giorni, 40 days. The practice saved countless lives, though it was often enforced brutally, with entire crews trapped aboard while supplies dwindled. Still, it revealed an astonishing shift in mindset. For the first time, cities admitted that diseases traveled not by curses or stars, but by people and goods. The walls of a city could no longer protect it. Only rules and discipline could. And with that realization, the blueprint for modern health policies began to take shape. The idea of cleanliness also began to change. Bathing, once rare and even feared, gained new importance in some regions. Public bathhouses reopened, though often with mixed reputations as places of hygiene and of sin. Wells were monitored more closely, and some cities experimented with piping cleaner water from springs outside the walls. It wasn't science as we know it, it was trial and error, a clumsy dance with necessity. But slowly, painfully, the link between environment and health began to emerge. People noticed that neighborhoods with better drainage suffered fewer outbreaks, that fresh air seemed to heal faster than stale air, that waste management mattered more than prayers whispered in darkened churches. And yet, progress was uneven. One city might invest in new sewers, while another allowed its streets to remain open latrines. Wealthy households could afford fresh water or private courtyards, while the poor continued to drink from contaminated wells and sleep above infested cellars. The divide revealed a harsh truth. Even as public health was born, it was born unequal. The irony is that disease cared nothing for class boundaries. Fleas jumped as easily onto velvet cloaks as onto rags. Epidemics reminded everyone, again and again, that the wall between rich and poor was an illusion, easily dissolved by a single cough in a crowded market. These slow reforms did more than protect bodies. They reshaped minds. The belief that human action could prevent disease marked a turning point in history. Instead of surrendering entirely to fate or divine will, people began to see themselves as agents of their own survival. It's difficult to overstate how radical that shift was. A society that once responded to plague with flagellation now experimented with sanitation, quarantine, and civic planning. The world did not become cleaner overnight, but it became possible to imagine a world that could. And once an idea is imaginable, it refuses to disappear. Even so, old habits lingered. People still hung garlic by their doors, still clutched relics, still prayed for divine intervention. But alongside these rituals grew the seeds of rational response, seeds that would later blossom into medicine, public health systems, and eventually the modern city. What makes this moment fascinating is not the success of these early efforts, but the persistence of the attempts. Humans, surrounded by centuries of filth, did not stop trying. They stumbled, they misdiagnosed, they punished the wrong scapegoats, but they also experimented, observed, and adapted. Survival demanded it. If you walk through any modern city today, with its paved streets, garbage trucks, sewage systems, and clean water running from taps, you are walking on the bones of those early failures and desperate experiments. Every regulation, every pipe, every filter is a monument to the centuries when people lived with death at their doorstep and finally decided enough was enough. But perhaps the strangest reflection is this. We take these systems for granted now, forgetting that they were born out of catastrophe. Our comfort is the legacy of their misery, our cleanliness a gift purchased with their suffering, and history has a way of whispering reminders. Ignore hygiene, forget the lessons of filth, and the cycle can always begin again, because progress, for all its triumphs, has never been guaranteed. It is fragile, dependent on vigilance, and always one step away from unraveling. The story of dirt and disease is not just a medieval tale, but a mirror held up to us now, asking how much filth we are willing to ignore before the next invisible storm gathers on the horizon. If the slow birth of sanitation and public health was one turning point, the way societies remembered their struggles was another. For centuries, people carried in their minds not just the wounds of epidemics, but the stories, the rumors, the half-truths that shaped how they understood survival. Memory became its own kind of infrastructure, less visible than sewers or wells, but just as influential. A city rebuilt its walls after an invasion, but it rebuilt its rituals after a plague. And those rituals clung for generations, sometimes helping, sometimes hindering, but always reminding people of the fragility of life. One of the most striking ways these memories lived on was through folklore. Children's songs, often sung in playful circles, carried whispers of past horrors. Rhymes about roses in pockets and falling down may have sounded innocent, but they were rooted in images of plague sores and mass graves. It is unsettling to realize that what children chanted for fun once described neighbors collapsing in the street. Yet this is the paradox of memory. It preserves terror by disguising it in laughter. We do the same today, turning tragedies into memes because humor gives shape to what otherwise feels unbearable. Art and literature absorbed these scars too. Painters filled canvases with skeletal figures, leading the living in macabre dances, reminders that no one escapes death's invitation. Plays and sermons wove plagues into their plots, not as background, but as central metaphors. Death was not hidden, it was staged, performed, painted, sung. And while these depictions frightened, they also served as strange comforts. To look at a painting of death waltzing with a king was to admit what everyone already knew, that fate was shared, that suffering was universal. There's a dark comedy in it, really. What better way to level the social hierarchy than to picture kings and peasants alike dancing hand in hand with a skeleton? But memory was not just cultural, it was physical. Cities carried scars in their very layout. Abandoned neighborhoods, rebuilt markets, widened streets. Each told the story of attempts to outsmart the next epidemic. Some places never fully recovered, their populations permanently reduced. Their ambitions shrunk along with their numbers. Others grew stronger, hardened by survival, prouder for having endured. A family name might carry with it the shame of having fled or the pride of having stayed. Generations later, those reputations still shaped marriages, alliances, even politics. Disease did not just kill bodies, it sculpted legacies. The church, too, carried the memory. Though its authority was shaken by failures, it adapted by reshaping theology to address the fears epidemics created. New saints were canonized, often those associated with healing or miraculous protection. Pilgrimages shifted, prayers evolved, rituals multiplied. People lit candles not just for the dead, but for protection against invisible futures. The irony is that, for all the suspicion epidemics cast on the church, they also deepened devotion for many, making faith not less, but more essential. In times of chaos, people crave certainty, and even broken institutions can provide it. Communities also pass down more practical memories, though often disguised as superstition. A grandmother might warn her grandchildren not to drink from a certain well, without explaining that centuries earlier, it had been the source of an outbreak. Families might insist on airing out rooms every spring, not realizing that behind the ritual lay generations of observation that fresh air reduced illness. Wisdom wrapped in folklore is still wisdom, even if the explanation is wrong. We like to think of ourselves as more advanced now, but how many of our traditions are just habits passed down from people who once got lucky enough to survive? And then there were the scars of fear that lasted long after the plague carts disappeared. People distrusted strangers more deeply, avoided crowds more consciously, eyed travelers with suspicion. Some of those habits hardened into policies that shaped borders, trade, and migration for centuries. Fear became law, and law became culture. In this way, epidemics redrew maps as surely as wars. And unlike wars, they left no monuments, no clear victories, only the quiet reminder that the enemy had been everywhere and nowhere at once. Perhaps the most haunting memory, though, was silence. Survivors often did not speak in detail about what they had seen. Entire generations grew up in the shadow of stories never fully told, of trauma hidden beneath polite words or nervous laughter. The silence itself became inheritance, passed down like a ghost. We see the same pattern today when disasters strike. People remember not just in words, but in the way they move, the way they hesitate, the way they cling to rituals. Silence, too, is a language, and epidemics made it fluent. Yet, out of all these memories came resilience. Cities that had once wallowed in filth began to imagine something cleaner. Families who had once accepted death as inevitable began to dream of health as attainable. Even if they did not yet know how, the desire itself mattered. Desire shapes invention, and invention eventually answers desire. The cycle of suffering gave birth not only to despair, but also to determination. That is the strange, hopeful comedy of history. The worst disasters often plant the seeds of the greatest improvements, though the people who planted them rarely lived to see the harvest. And as generations carried those memories forward, they became the foundation for modern consciousness about disease, health, and survival. Every sewer laid, every quarantine enforced, every clean, well-protected was not just a practical improvement, but a tribute to the dead whose silence demanded better. The world we inhabit now, with its medicines and hospitals, is built atop the bones of those who endured filth and fear, their memories carved into systems we barely notice. But the cycle of forgetting is always close at hand, and memory is only as strong as the stories we tell. Which leaves the unsettling question hanging in the air. Are we remembering enough, or are we, once again, quietly preparing the stage for the same mistakes dressed in modern clothes? The great irony of human history is that the very disasters that nearly destroyed entire societies were the same ones that eventually pushed them into the modern age. Without the filth, the rats, the poisoned wells, the markets of rotting meat, the epidemics that wiped out families by the thousands, there would have been no reason for cities to change. Progress rarely arrives as a polite invitation. It storms the door like an unwelcome guest, and only afterward do we realize it came bearing gifts. Epidemics, in their brutal efficiency, forced governments, merchants, and ordinary people to rethink how they lived, worked, and even how they understood themselves. Out of sickness came innovation, not because people were enlightened, but because they were desperate. Trade networks were one of the first areas reshaped. For centuries, merchants had tolerated the risks of contaminated goods, vermin-filled ships, and sick crews stumbling off the gangplanks. But when repeated outbreaks threatened to destroy not just lives, but profits, change became unavoidable. Cities imposed inspections on arriving cargo, fumigated warehouses, and demanded certificates of health before allowing goods into markets. Quarantine stations, once viewed as nuisances, became permanent features of harbors. Entire neighborhoods grew around them, populated by guards, physicians, and opportunistic vendors selling protective charms to anxious sailors. There's something darkly comical in that. While doctors argued about humors and miasmas, some clever merchant made a fortune selling garlic necklaces to crews convinced it would keep death at bay. At the same time, architecture began to change. Narrow alleys, once celebrated for their shade and intimacy, were blamed for trapping foul air and spreading sickness. In response, cities started widening streets, building squares, and designing boulevards that allowed sunlight and wind to sweep through. The change was not only practical but symbolic. Space itself became a form of medicine. To walk down a broad, clean avenue was to believe you were safer, healthier, more civilized. It's almost amusing to realize that some of the world's most beautiful streets owe their existence not to aesthetic genius, but to the fear of stench and plague. Governments, too, learned new lessons about authority. Before epidemics, rulers often saw themselves as distant guardians, more concerned with wars and taxes than with whether their people had clean water. But when death tore through their cities, they realized a sick population was an unprofitable one. Armies cannot march when soldiers are bedridden, and treasuries cannot fill when taxpayers are buried. Slowly, reluctantly, rulers took on new responsibilities, ordering sanitation measures, funding rudimentary hospitals, and hiring officials whose only job was to monitor health. These were the shaky first steps toward what we now call public health systems. It wasn't kindness that motivated them, but survival of their power. Still, the result was the same: the birth of governments that, for the first time, began to see health as part of their duty. Medicine also started inching forward, though it stumbled more than it sprinted. Physicians clung stubbornly to theories of humors and bad air, but epidemics created pressure to test, to experiment, to observe. Some doctors began keeping records, comparing symptoms, even noting patterns between environment and illness. Their conclusions were often wrong, but the process mattered. Out of that jumble of superstition and curiosity, the scientific method slowly began to take root. It's both tragic and hilarious to think that thousands of deaths were the tuition humanity paid for the first lessons in real medical science. Meanwhile, ordinary people developed their own strategies. Communities organized cleaning days, neighbors pooled resources to dig deeper wells, and markets were forced to regulate themselves or face collapse. Folk remedies and rituals persisted, but they were joined by practical habits: boiling water, burning refuse, and isolating the sick. These were not yet the polished tools of science, but they were survival tactics born from observation. A mother who insisted on opening her windows every morning may not have understood microbes, but she understood that fresh air kept her children alive more often than stale air did. Practical wisdom disguised as superstition carried families through where formal medicine failed. The cultural shifts were equally profound. People began to see cleanliness not just as comfort, but as virtue. To be dirty became suspicious, even immoral. Soap, once a luxury, grew in demand. Bathing, long abandoned out of fear it weakened the body, slowly crept back into practice. What had once been tolerated, the stink of streets, the filth of homes, was no longer acceptable in the same way. This redefinition of what it meant to be civilized rippled across societies, shaping manners, architecture, and even fashion. The stiff collars, powdered wigs, and carefully laundered linens of later centuries were not just style, they were armor against the memory of filth. The irony is that even as societies made progress, they never truly escaped the cycle. Every step forward carried shadows of old habits. People still prayed for deliverance, still blamed outsiders when things went wrong, still clung to rituals of comfort even when they knew better. Progress was not a straight line, but a crooked path, full of backtracking and contradiction. And yet, the overall trajectory bent toward survival. Slowly, through trial and error, through death and memory, humanity built cities that were cleaner, safer, and more resilient than before. But perhaps the most lasting gift epidemics left was perspective. They reminded people that life was fragile, that wealth and status could not shield anyone, that communities were bound together whether they liked it or not. A rich merchant could not escape if the poor who carried his goods were sick. A king could not rule if the peasants in his fields were dying. Disease ignored boundaries, and in doing so, it forced humans to recognize the reality of their interdependence. That recognition, uncomfortable though it was, laid the foundation for cooperation that would echo into the modern age. And yet, the question lingers. Have we truly learned, or have we merely forgotten until the next great reminder arrives? The story of epidemics is not finished because the conditions that created them, ambition, neglect, denial, are as old as humanity itself. Cities may be cleaner, ships faster, medicines stronger, but the cycle of hubris and consequence still hums beneath the surface. History whispers that what we call progress is fragile, that every sewer and every hospital is a monument to lessons written in suffering. And the real test is whether we remember those lessons when the air feels clean, the streets look safe, and the memory of filth fades into silence. Because silence is dangerous. It is in silence that the old habits return, disguised in new clothes. It is in silence that we convince ourselves we are immune, untouchable, superior to those who came before us. But the fleas, the rats, the microbes, they never cared about pride. They wait, patient as ever, ready to remind us that civilization is only as strong as its weakest pipe, its dirtiest street, its most neglected truth. And when that reminder comes, as it always does, the question will not be whether we are advanced enough to stop it, but whether we are humble enough to listen to what history has been trying to say all along. By the time the memory of plague and filth began to settle into the bones of cities, people had started weaving new narratives about what civilization meant. Cleanliness became more than survival. It became identity, a badge of order against the chaos that had once seemed inevitable. Streets were widened not only for air, but for pride. Fountains became symbols of abundance as much as sources of water. And even the most ordinary rituals, like washing hands before a meal, took on moral weight. To be clean was to be virtuous. To be dirty was to be suspect. It is strange to think how quickly people forgot that, for centuries, they had dined beside gutters of waste and slept in straw soaked with sweat. Memory, like perfume, was selective. It covered the odor but never truly erased it. This shift seeped into language itself. Words that once meant filthy began to double as insults, while pure and fresh gained spiritual undertones. Preachers thundered not just about the purity of the soul, but the purity of the body and household. Manuals of etiquette emerged, guiding families on how to present themselves as civilized through neat clothes and tidy homes. What had once been shrugged off as the normal smell of humanity became something to be hidden, controlled, even punished. There's a comic side to this transformation. The same people whose grandparents accepted fleas as bedfellows now gasped in horror if someone failed to wash their linens. It is as though humanity suddenly decided to pretend it had always been disgusted by filth, rewriting the past while standing on its grave. Art and architecture mirrored this obsession. Cities invested in grand public baths, ornate sewers, and decorative waterworks that were both functional and symbolic. Palaces gleamed with polished stone, cathedrals shone with stained glass, and new universities boasted not just libraries, but courtyards designed to catch the sun. The visual message was clear. We are not the people of mud and pestilence anymore. We are people of order and light. And yet, under the floors of those gleaming halls, the rats still scurried, the wells still soured. The same fragile realities persisted. Civilization was a mask, beautifully painted, but no less vulnerable to being torn off by the next epidemic. Trade continued to expand, carrying both riches and risks. Ships returned not only with spices and silks, but with diseases that reminded Europe how thin its shield really was. The memory of quarantine kept some outbreaks in check, but nothing could stop the fact that the world was now more connected than ever. A sickness born in one village could ride the winds of commerce to another continent in weeks. Markets brimmed with exotic goods, and people celebrated their new tastes with feasts that ignored the silent passengers hidden in the barrels and crates. It was progress built on contradiction, greater wealth paired with greater vulnerability. One could laugh at the absurdity of it, a man boasting about cinnamon in his stew while unknowingly sharing fleas with half his neighborhood. In households, habits evolved in peculiar ways. Families began to separate living spaces more distinctly. Rooms for sleeping, rooms for eating, rooms for visitors. Privacy became a new kind of cleanliness, a way to draw invisible lines between the chaos outside and the order inside. Curtains were hung not just for warmth, but to mark control. Even food preparation shifted. Kitchens grew more central, storage more careful, as people realized that spoiled grain and moldy bread carried dangers that spices alone could not mask. These were subtle revolutions, born from centuries of trial and error, folded quietly into daily life until no one remembered the desperation that inspired them. Yet contradictions endured. Public executions still drew cheering crowds, blood soaking the earth even as city leaders preached about health and hygiene. Markets still sold meat buzzing with flies, only now with stricter rules about how it should be displayed. Rivers still bore the runoff of industries, staining waters even as fountains and town squares sparkled clean. Civilization was always double-faced, polished on the surface while hiding grime beneath. And perhaps this is the most human trait of all, the ability to celebrate progress while quietly ignoring what remains unsolved. It makes one wonder, how often do we today polish our public image while leaving hidden rot to fester unseen? Religion, too, adapted. Saints of healing gained more followers, relics of protection circulated with renewed vigor, and churches invested in hospitals that blended spiritual care with practical shelter. Faith did not retreat. It repositioned itself as partner rather than sole protector. Sermons shifted tone, speaking less of wrath and more of stewardship. Caring for the body was framed as part of caring for the soul. It was a clever pivot, one that allowed faith to remain relevant while science inched forward. And within that pivot lay a deeper truth. People rarely abandoned their beliefs outright. They simply reshaped them to fit the new realities pressing against their doors. The memories of filth, though slowly dulled, never fully disappeared. Grandparents told cautionary tales to children, not in the language of germs, but in the language of fear. Don't drink from that stream. Don't sleep too close to strangers. Don't trust meat that smells too strong. Behind each superstition was a fragment of history, a piece of wisdom carved from the graveyards of the past. These fragments became the invisible architecture of culture, guiding behaviors long after the original reasons were forgotten. It is both comforting and unsettling to realize how much of our daily routine rests on the ghosts of those who came before us. As cities grew taller and wider, the scars of epidemics continued to shape them. Walls that had once kept out armies now served to funnel wind for ventilation. Squares doubled as marketplaces and emergency gathering points. Roads straightened not only for carriages, but for easier cleaning. The geometry of civilization itself bore the imprint of survival, even if most citizens never recognized it. To them, the city was simply more beautiful, more orderly. To history, it was a sign that death had once walked those streets often enough to force change. And through it all, humor survived. People still laughed in taverns, sang in markets, and poked fun at the very rituals meant to save them. A man might joke about how many herbs it took to mask the smell of his neighbor, or how rats seemed to pay no attention to the new ordinances against filth. Humor remained the final defiance, the way humans reminded themselves they were more than their suffering. And perhaps that is the deepest thread tying these centuries together. Not just survival, not just adaptation, but the refusal to let misery have the last word. Civilization, then, was not a clean break from the filth of the past, but a constant negotiation with it. The scars of epidemics shaped laws, architecture, faith, and culture, embedding themselves in everything from city maps to family meals. Yet those scars also pushed humanity toward something greater, forcing progress one painful step at a time. And as people walked through cleaner streets, dressed in fresher clothes, and sipped from safer wells, they carried within them the quiet knowledge that all of it was fragile, bought with the suffering of generations. The irony, of course, is that fragility never disappears. It only hides, waiting for the next moment when neglect or arrogance lets it return. And that inevitability, lurking like a shadow, made every improvement feel less like triumph and more like a truce, temporary and uneasy, with the forces that had always been waiting just beyond the walls. By the 17th and 18th centuries, cities had become grander, more organized, and more ambitious. But beneath the surface, the same old battle with filth and disease never really ended. The wider boulevards and sparkling fountains may have fooled the eye, yet in the back alleys, refuse still gathered, water still stagnated, and rats still treated human neighborhoods as their personal kingdom. Civilization had grown taller, but the foundation remained shaky. It was a world of contrasts, elegant carriages rolling past heaps of dung, powdered wigs, swaying above lice-infested scalps, perfume salons perched a few streets away from overcrowded tenements. It is hard not to laugh at the irony. People obsessed with lace cuffs and etiquette manuals who still thought chamber pots emptied out the window were a perfectly acceptable waste management system. This tension defined everyday life. In the wealthiest homes, cleanliness became a performance, with polished floors, scented oils, and carefully laundered linens. Servants scurried to keep up appearances, scrubbing and dusting as though image alone could hold back contagion. Yet even behind palace walls, epidemics slipped in with ease. Royal families lost children to fevers, queens prayed over sickbeds, kings fled to country estates when cities festered. Disease was the one courtier that never bowed, reminding everyone that no amount of perfume could mask the smell of mortality. The comedy of vanity is sharp here. Imagine a nobleman adjusting his powdered wig in a gilded mirror, completely unaware that the flea hiding in his velvet sleeve carried a death sentence. In poorer quarters, the situation was more naked. Overcrowding turned every house into a breeding ground for sickness. Families shared single rooms, sometimes even single beds with no space for air to circulate. Clothes passed down through generations carried not just wear but lice, and food stored in damp corners spoiled faster than it could be eaten. Yet within these hardships grew resilience. Neighbors shared bread, watched each other's children, and built informal networks of care. Humor was a constant companion, because when life stinks, literally, laughter is cheaper than soap. A mother might joke that her stew had extra seasoning when a fly landed in it, because acknowledging the truth without humor would have been unbearable. Markets, too, reflected the contradictions of the age. On one side, stalls brimmed with exotic spices, imported chocolates, and fine teas, signs of a global trade that promised refinement and luxury. On the other, butchers still hacked at meat under buzzing clouds of flies, and fishmongers laid out their catch on wooden boards soaked with yesterday's slime. Shoppers pinched their noses with one hand while paying with the other. It was progress and neglect locked in the same embrace. One could say that civilization advanced not by eliminating filth, but by learning how to ignore it more elegantly. And isn't that still true today, when we sip our coffee while walking past overflowing dumpsters? The obsession with image gave rise to new rituals of cleanliness, some effective, others absurd. Perfumed handkerchiefs became fashionable, not just for style, but as portable shields against bad smells, which people still believed carried disease. Doctors recommended vinegar washes, herbal fumigations, and elaborate diets to balance humors. Wealthy households installed water closets, early toilets that promised privacy but often leaked into basements, turning innovation into a new kind of hazard. Meanwhile, ordinary people clung to simpler remedies: garlic against fevers, prayers against plague, and the stubborn hope that survival was mostly luck. The gap between rich and poor widened, yet sickness continued to remind everyone that the body cared little for social class. Science, though still stumbling, began making its voice louder. Physicians collected data, natural philosophers debated air quality, and engineers experimented with better drainage and cleaner wells. Cities invested, slowly and unevenly, in sewers and public fountains. Quarantines were enforced more systematically, with guards, official stamps, and designated lazarettos for the sick. These measures did not always work, but they planted roots of something profound: the belief that human planning, not just divine will, could shape health. It marked a psychological turning point, though most people were too busy surviving to notice. If earlier centuries were resigned to filth as fate, this age whispered a dangerous new thought. Perhaps fate could be negotiated. Still, contradictions ruled. The same governments that invested in sewers also tolerated open slaughterhouses in city centers. The same elites who funded hospitals also threw decadent banquets where food waste piled high enough to feed entire neighborhoods. The hypocrisy was glaring, but it was also human. Progress has always been uneven, a patchwork of innovation stitched together with neglect. What's remarkable is not that people tolerated these contradictions, but that they thrived in spite of them. It raises an uncomfortable thought. Maybe civilization has never been about eliminating filth, but about learning how to live with it without collapsing entirely. And through it all, memory lingered. Stories of past plagues haunted every outbreak of fever, shaping how people reacted. Some locked themselves indoors, others fled, others prayed harder than ever. Fear and faith mixed into rituals passed down like heirlooms. A candle lit in a window, a sprig of herbs tied above a doorway, a whispered rhyme to ward off bad air. These gestures carried history in them, even if the reasons were forgotten. It was culture's way of saying, we survived before, we will survive again, even if survival looks ridiculous to the outside eye. Civilization in this period was not a triumphant march toward modernity, but a constant negotiation with dirt, disease, and denial. The wigs got taller, the dresses more elaborate, the streets wider, but the same rats skittered in the shadows. The same wells soured, the same smells clung to walls and lungs. And maybe that is the truest image of the time: a glittering ballroom above, a festering cellar below, both parts inseparable, both equally real. The world pretended to be clean, but underneath it was still rotting, waiting for the moment when the mask slipped and reality stepped back into view. And when it did, it often came not as a gentle reminder, but as a thunderclap. A new epidemic sweeping across borders faster than wigs could be powdered or perfumes could be bottled. Civilization, polished and proud, still found itself kneeling before the same old enemy. And the cycle continued, each outbreak another lesson that filth, no matter how well hidden, always finds a way to rise. By the dawn of the 19th century, humanity stood at an uneasy threshold. Cities had grown larger than ever, their populations swelling with workers pulled in by the engines of industry. And yet the same ancient problems remained crouched in every alley. Smoke from factories darkened the sky, coal dust settled on every surface, and rivers became liquid sewers carrying the refuse of machines alongside the waste of millions of people. Progress, it seemed, came with a stench, and once again the familiar dance between ambition and filth resumed. If medieval streets had reeked of dung and decay, industrial cities added a metallic tang, a mixture of iron, soot, and chemicals that clung to lungs and turned every cough into a gamble. Civilization had dressed itself in steel, but underneath, the smell of mortality still lingered. The working poor bore the brunt of this new reality. Families crowded into tenements where a dozen people might share a single damp room. Windows were few, ventilation non-existent, and water sources often shared with horses or factory drains. It was common to see children playing barefoot in streets slick with mud that was not entirely mud, their laughter rising above the buzz of flies circling garbage heaps. Mortality among infants was staggering, yet life went on with a strange resilience. Mothers joked that if a child survived its first 5 years in the city, it was strong enough to survive anything. The humor was bitter, but it softened the cruelty of statistics. Behind every joke lay the memory of funerals too small to hold the grief of entire neighborhoods. Food remained another battlefield. Markets overflowed with produce and meat, but abundance was deceptive. Milk was often diluted with water from contaminated wells. Bread could be stretched with chalk or sawdust to save costs. Meat spoiled quickly in the summer heat, its odor masked with spices or smoke until the deception became art. Families with little money ate what they could, convincing themselves that flavor mattered more than freshness. The unspoken truth was simple. Hunger silences doubt. A father could taste the sourness of his beer and still drink it because thirst was louder than suspicion. And in that act of denial, disease found its doorway. The comedy of survival is sometimes cruel. What we call resourcefulness is often just the art of ignoring danger until it swallows us whole. Water, however, became the central obsession of reformers. Rivers choked with industrial waste, foamed with chemicals and corpses of animals dumped by the cartload. Wells turned brackish, carrying not only human waste, but the leavings of tanneries and slaughterhouses. Cholera arrived like a thief, striking without warning, leaving whole households collapsed in hours. Yet even then, denial clung stubbornly. Some believed cholera came from foul smells, others from moral weakness, still others from the wrath of heaven. The idea that it might be the very water people drank seemed too absurd, too insulting to tradition. After all, hadn't generations before drunk from the same streams? It took decades of death and the stubborn persistence of physicians like John Snow in London to prove that disease was carried invisibly in the cup itself. His removal of a single water pump handle in Soho, saving lives in the process, was less a triumph of science than a reminder that progress often hinges on the courage to state the obvious. But even as breakthroughs emerged, the inertia of daily life resisted change. Tenants balked at higher rents for homes with sanitation. Cities hesitated to invest in sewers when wars promised more immediate glory. Politicians promised reform while stepping carefully over the waste outside. Change crept forward not in leaps, but in grudging steps, each improvement bought with fresh waves of suffering. And yet, with each epidemic, the pressure built. Slowly, the connection between cleanliness and survival hardened into policy. Sewer systems expanded, clean water was piped into homes, and garbage collection became an institution rather than an afterthought. It wasn't altruism, it was necessity. A city that smelled too foul lost business, lost laborers, lost face. Pride, as much as compassion, became the engine of reform. Meanwhile, culture adapted. Soap, once a luxury, became an everyday commodity. Bathing, once seen as dangerous, grew fashionable, promoted not just for health, but for morality. To be clean was to be respectable. To be dirty was to be suspicious. Literature and newspapers filled with descriptions of filth, warning respectable readers of the dangers lurking in slums. Sometimes the tone was moralizing, sometimes sensational, but always the message was clear. Filth was no longer just unpleasant. It was a threat to civilization itself. This shift was powerful, because once disgust aligns with fear, change becomes unstoppable. People who once tolerated smells now demanded fresh air. Those who once ignored rats now called for their extermination. The city itself began to reimagine what it meant to be livable. And yet, contradictions remained, as they always do. Wealthy families embraced hygiene as status, installing indoor plumbing and demanding fresh linens daily, while the poor still washed in shared basins or drew water from polluted pumps. Governments celebrated their new sewer systems while factories upstream poured dyes and chemicals into rivers unchecked. The hypocrisy was glaring, but it was also familiar. Humanity has always polished the visible parts of progress while leaving the hidden rot intact. It is almost comic to imagine a Victorian gentleman lecturing about morality while his boots tracked filth from the same streets he condemned. But beneath all these contradictions, something irreversible was happening. The idea that disease was not an act of fate, but a consequence of environment had taken root. For the first time, societies truly believed they could control their own survival, not just through prayer or luck, but through design and discipline. The birth of modern public health was messy, uneven, and often hypocritical, but it was real. Cities were being remade not just as centers of commerce or politics, but as living organisms whose health depended on balance, order, and vigilance. The lesson carved into every sewer pipe and pump handle was clear. Survival was no longer about ignoring filth, but about eliminating it before it could strike back. Still, history never ends with triumph. Even as sanitation improved, new diseases arose, new challenges replaced the old, and denial continued to haunt human choices. People still found ways to ignore warnings, still clung to traditions that put them at risk, still laughed off dangers until they became disasters. The cycle of filth and reform, of suffering and progress, continued to spin, each generation convinced it was more advanced than the last, each generation humbled by reality. And perhaps that is the truest lesson of all. that progress is less about conquering filth than about remembering it. Forgetting, as history shows us, is always the fastest way to invite it back. So the 19th century closed with cities transformed, cleaner, brighter, more ambitious, but also with shadows lingering at the edges. The scars of centuries of plague and waste were still visible, even if disguised by cobblestones and gas lamps. And as people walked confidently down wide boulevards, sipping safe water and wearing freshly laundered clothes, the question hovered quietly in the background. Had humanity finally broken free from its old companions, or had it merely built stronger walls to hide them? By the turn of the 20th century, cities no longer looked like the grim medieval labyrinths of waste and shadow, yet the struggle against filth had not ended, it had simply evolved. The world now hummed with factories, railways, and electric lamps, a dazzling spectacle of progress that promised mastery over nature. And yet, beneath the glow of gaslights and the churning of steam engines, disease still stalked the streets, reminding everyone that modernity did not erase mortality. The irony was sharp. While people marveled at telegraphs carrying voices across continents, they still buried children lost to typhoid carried in the neighborhood's water. It was a time when humanity walked with one foot in the age of miracles and the other still stuck in the muck of its own neglect. The Industrial Revolution had created booming populations, and with them, new nightmares of density. Workers crowded into tenements where whole families shared single rooms. Basements turned into homes, and air was so stale you could taste it. In London, New York, and Paris alike, reformers documented conditions that made medieval hovels look quaint by comparison. Imagine 6 children sharing one bed, the walls dripping with condensation, while upstairs, a factory whistle shook the rafters. Yet, in these same cities, opera houses gleamed, libraries multiplied, and department stores displayed exotic goods behind grand glass windows. Civilization had never looked so polished and never smelled so contradictory. People spoke proudly of progress while stepping over puddles of sewage on their way to work. It was water, once again, that became the great battlefield. Cholera outbreaks ripped through cities from Hamburg to Chicago, forcing governments to act with unprecedented urgency. Engineers built massive aqueducts, reservoirs, and treatment plants, monuments of stone and steel that rivaled cathedrals in their ambition. Clean water became the new holy relic, guarded and distributed with reverence. And the irony is delicious. While medieval pilgrims traveled miles to kiss a saint's bone for protection, modern citizens lined up at pumps to drink something far more miraculous, water that would not kill them. But even as water systems improved, resistance remained. Some citizens distrusted the new technologies, complaining that filtered water tasted wrong, preferring the familiar flavor of their poisoned wells. Humanity has always had a knack for nostalgia, even when it's deadly. Garbage, too, began to receive organized attention. Municipal services sprang up, with men in uniforms hauling waste away in carts, transforming what had once been a personal nuisance into a public duty. Suddenly, cleanliness became a marker of civic pride. Cities competed to show off their sanitation systems, just as they had once competed with cathedrals and palaces. Yet the transformation was uneven. Wealthy districts sparkled with paved streets and tidy gutters, while poorer quarters remained suffocated under piles of refuse. The divide was glaring, a reminder that progress rarely arrives equally. Still, the very idea that garbage could be collected, managed, and removed was revolutionary. What had once been inevitable had finally become optional, at least for some. Hospitals, meanwhile, transformed from places of despair into places of science. Where once people went only to die, now they came to be treated with antiseptics, anesthesia, and eventually antibiotics. The discovery of microbes by Pasteur and Koch turned invisible enemies into tangible targets. Disease was no longer divine punishment or mysterious fate. It was caused by living organisms that could be studied, attacked, even defeated. Imagine the shock of that realization. Centuries of prayers, amulets, and vinegar washes swept aside by the image of tiny creatures squirming beneath a microscope. It was terrifying and liberating all at once. Terrifying because it revealed how much danger lurked in the simplest touch. Liberating because, for the first time, the enemy could be seen. Yet knowledge did not instantly translate into action. Doctors who knew about germs still walked into surgeries without washing their hands. Politicians who approved sewers still let factories dump toxins into rivers, and citizens who marveled at science still clung to superstitions. Progress stumbled as often as it sprinted. There's a kind of comedy in that, too. People who trusted invisible radio waves to carry voices across oceans balked at the idea that invisible microbes could carry death across a table. Humanity, it seems, prefers miracles over warnings. Culturally, the new century brought a moralization of hygiene. Soap advertisements promised not just cleanliness, but beauty, success, even virtue. Posters warned citizens to wash their hands for the sake of them. Schools taught children that tidiness was patriotism, that a dirty body was a disgrace. The link between personal hygiene and civic duty was hammered home until scrubbing became not just a habit, but an ideology. A clean citizen was a good citizen, and while this obsession improved health, it also bred judgment. Poverty was mistaken for laziness, filth for moral weakness, as though the poor chose their contaminated wells and overcrowded tenements. Cleanliness had become a weapon, used as much to divide as to protect. Public health movements expanded globally. International conferences debated quarantine protocols, vaccination campaigns spread across continents, and governments realized that disease was not just a local issue, but a threat to trade, politics, and empire. Railways and steamships had shrunk the world, but they also shrank the boundaries of contagion. A fever in Bombay could reach London in days. A cough in New Orleans could arrive in Paris by week's end. Globalization was not new, but now it carried germs with unprecedented speed. Humanity discovered once again that it could not outpace the consequences of its own ambition. And still, even in this new scientific age, old habits lingered. Families hung charms above beds, sprinkled herbs in kitchens, and whispered prayers against illness. It is easy to mock these rituals now, yet they reveal a truth science cannot erase. People need comfort as much as they need cures. A microscope might explain disease, but it cannot soothe a mother watching her child gasp for breath. For that, people still turn to tradition, to ritual, to the small gestures that gave meaning in chaos. Survival has always been part science, part story, and neither alone is ever enough. By the early 20th century, the great battle with filth had reshaped cities, laws, science, and even morality. Humanity had not escaped its old enemies, but it had learned to confront them with greater clarity and more powerful tools. Streets were cleaner, water safer, hospitals more effective. Yet the story was far from finished. The same engines that powered progress also created new hazards: industrial smog, chemical waste, cramped factories where diseases spread with terrifying speed. Each step forward seemed to come with a new shadow. Civilization had grown louder, brighter, and faster, but its fragility remained, waiting for the moment when the world would once again be reminded that filth, like history, never really disappears. And so, the 20th century opened not with triumph, but with tension. A world convinced of its power to master disease, yet still haunted by the same whispers that had haunted medieval streets. The question was no longer whether humanity could build cleaner cities, but whether it could resist the arrogance of forgetting why those cities had to be built clean in the first place. The 20th century was supposed to be the age when humanity finally broke free from the old chains of filth and pestilence. The cities had sewers now, clean water ran through pipes, garbage was collected by municipal trucks, and medicine seemed to advance with breathtaking speed. It was an era that promised triumph, the final act in the centuries-long war against decay. But life, as always, had other plans. The very things that made the century modern, crowded factories, global travel, industrial food production, created new cracks through which disease slipped effortlessly. Progress had not eliminated the old enemies, it had only given them new disguises. The First World War provided one of the clearest lessons. Soldiers dug into trenches believed they were fighting only bullets and shells, but they soon discovered they were fighting lice, rats, and mud that swallowed boots whole. The trenches stank of sweat, rot, and decay, a grim reminder that even the most industrialized war was waged on ancient terrain. Lice spread typhus with more efficiency than enemy snipers. Rats feasted on corpses. The constant dampness infected wounds faster than doctors could bandage them. The irony was savage. Nations capable of building tanks and machine guns were undone by fleas and vermin, no different from those that had plagued medieval peasants. And when the war ended, the Spanish flu swept across the globe, killing more people than the conflict itself. Soldiers returning home carried it in their lungs, proving once again that death could travel faster than any army. Urban life, for all its improvements, also revealed its contradictions. Cities dazzled with electric lights and cinemas, but smog turned skies gray, and factories poured toxins into rivers that were supposedly safe. Apartment blocks towered over streets, but inside, families still crowded together, sharing bathrooms and kitchens where diseases like tuberculosis spread silently. Public campaigns preached the virtues of hygiene, but poverty meant that for many, soap and hot water remained luxuries. A polished cityscape hid invisible inequalities, the same way perfume hides sweat. It masks, but it does not cure. And it raises an uncomfortable truth. Progress is often defined by what the wealthy can access, while the poor continue to live in conditions that echo the past. Food, too, entered a new era of danger disguised as convenience. Industrial production made bread, milk, and canned goods more accessible than ever, but mass production also meant mass contamination when things went wrong. Spoiled meat could now poison not just a neighborhood, but an entire city. Scandals erupted when rat droppings were discovered in flour mills, or when milk carried tuberculosis straight into nurseries. Regulators scrambled to respond, birthing food safety laws, inspections, and standards that we now take for granted. Yet, even as these laws were enforced, people joked bitterly about what really went into their sausages. Humor was a shield, just as it had been for medieval families, stirring stews flavored with flies. The new century also brought a revolution in medicine. Vaccines expanded, antibiotics were discovered, and diseases that had once decimated entire cities were suddenly treatable. Penicillin, in particular, became a miracle, curing infections that had haunted humanity for millennia. For the first time, death seemed negotiable. Families who once feared every fever now trusted that a pill could restore health. But even miracles have shadows. Overconfidence led to overuse, and by mid-century, bacteria had begun adapting, evolving resistance. Humanity, thrilled by its newfound power, forgot the lesson history had been screaming all along. Filth and disease never disappear. They only wait for arrogance to give them a way back. It is almost comic, in a tragic way, that after centuries of pleading with saints and doctors, humans finally found a cure, only to waste it by using it too much. The global scale of disease became undeniable. Airplanes turned the world into a network, shrinking distances, but also shrinking the time it took for contagion to spread. Outbreaks in one corner of the globe could reach another within hours. Polio crippled children across continents, influenza continued to mutate, and malaria haunted tropical regions despite technological progress. At the same time, the memory of past plagues shaped responses. Quarantine, vaccination campaigns, and international cooperation became tools of survival. The League of Nations, and later the United Nations, recognized that health was not merely local but global, an issue of politics as much as biology. It was a sobering realization. Borders might divide nations, but microbes crossed them without passports. Even the home, once thought of as a sanctuary, became a stage for new anxieties. Advertisements linked cleanliness to morality, portraying spotless kitchens as symbols of virtue. Housewives were bombarded with products promising germ-free living, from bleach to powdered detergents. The battle against dirt became cultural theater, a way to prove respectability. Yet beneath this obsession with surface cleanliness, hidden dangers thrived. Lead in paint, asbestos in walls, polluted air from nearby factories. Civilization was cleaner on the outside, but still toxic on the inside. And the irony bites. People who scrubbed their floors with disinfectant were often inhaling poison with every breath. Through wars, epidemics, and industrial expansion, the century revealed the same old truth dressed in modern clothes. Filth adapts as quickly as we do. Each time humanity thought it had triumphed, disease shifted form, sneaking through the cracks left by pride, poverty, or neglect. Yet there was resilience too. Every outbreak sparked innovation, every failure taught a new lesson, every loss carved the urgency for better systems. What had once been superstition was now policy. What had once been denial was now research. Humanity stumbled forward, sometimes laughing, often crying, but never stopping. And as the 20th century marched on, the stakes grew higher. Nuclear weapons promised instant destruction, but in the shadows, invisible killers still stalked through air, water, and food. It was a reminder that even in an age of rockets and satellites, the smallest enemies, viruses, bacteria, parasites, remained undefeated. The world had changed beyond recognition, but the cycle remained familiar. Ambition creating filth, filth creating sickness, sickness creating reform. And just as medieval peasants once walked past carcasses in their streets, modern citizens walked past smog-choked factories, pretending the air was fresh enough. The costumes had changed, but the play was the same. So by the century's close, humanity stood at a peculiar crossroads. On one hand, science had given it tools that past generations could only dream of. Antibiotics, vaccines, clean water, sanitation. On the other, those same tools bred complacency, the dangerous illusion that the war had been won. But filth is patient, and history is stubborn. The 20th century did not end the story of disease. It simply rewrote the stage directions. And waiting in the wings, as always, were new actors ready to step into the spotlight, proving once more that the past never stays buried. It just finds new ways to return. The 21st century arrived wrapped in a polished image of triumph. Skyscrapers pierced the sky, satellites circled the earth, smartphones put information into every hand, and modern medicine promised that humanity had finally escaped the stench and despair of its past. Cities gleamed with glass and steel, garbage trucks hummed down orderly avenues, and water flowed clear from taps at the twist of a wrist. People congratulated themselves on having conquered filth once and for all. Yet history, with its dry sense of humor, had other plans. The very confidence that made the new century shine was the same arrogance that left cracks wide enough for old enemies to sneak back in. Globalization, celebrated as a miracle of connection, became the new highway for contagion. What once took months of caravan or ship now took hours by plane. A sneeze in one airport could echo in another hemisphere before the original tissue hit the trash bin. SARS in 2003 was a rude reminder. A virus that jumped from animals to humans in a crowded market rode jet engines around the globe, turning exotic diseases into global headlines. It was a preview of a reality everyone thought belonged to medieval plagues, suddenly broadcast on live television. And still, much of the world shrugged, convinced that modern hospitals and pills could handle whatever came next. That shrug would echo loudly later. Urban life, for all its improvements, carried invisible risks. Cities packed millions into tight quarters with subways, elevators, and office towers, providing perfect playgrounds for microbes. The same density that fueled culture and commerce also fueled contagion. People laughed about not wanting to touch the poles on trains, yet grabbed them anyway because balance was more urgent than hygiene. It's a small example, but it reveals a larger truth. Convenience almost always defeats caution, and microbes thrive on that very weakness. Food, too, had been industrialized beyond recognition. Factory farming and global supply chains ensured abundance, but they also meant that a single contaminated source could poison millions. Outbreaks of salmonella, E. coli, or listeria showed up in headlines, often traced back to massive facilities where efficiency mattered more than safety. It is a strange comedy that, while medieval peasants feared spoiled meat in their local market, modern citizens worried that their bagged salad, marketed as washed 3 times, might be carrying the next outbreak. Progress had not removed danger, it had simply scaled it up. Medicine, though more powerful than ever, revealed its fragility through overconfidence. Antibiotics, once miraculous, had been prescribed so carelessly that resistant superbugs emerged, bacteria too stubborn to be killed by ordinary drugs. Hospitals, places meant for healing, sometimes became epicenters of these new infections. Imagine the irony, a patient walking into surgery for a simple procedure, only to leave with an untreatable infection that medieval doctors would have recognized instantly, because in a way, it was the same old story, just dressed in modern scrubs. Humanity had invented weapons against disease, but disease had quietly been studying counterattacks of its own. And then came the pandemic that no one could ignore. In late 2019, whispers of a novel coronavirus emerged from a market in Wuhan, China. Within weeks, the whispers became sirens as cases exploded across the globe. By early 2020, streets that once buzzed with traffic stood eerily silent. Entire cities locked themselves down, borders slammed shut, and people stared at each other through screens while counting death tolls on news tickers. The world, so proud of its sophistication, found itself relearning the medieval playbook. Quarantine, masks, hand-washing, fear of neighbors, suspicion of strangers. The 21st century suddenly looked very much like the 14th. The comedy, if it can be called that, was bitter. After centuries of progress, survival came down to soap and staying indoors. But the pandemic also exposed inequalities with brutal clarity. Wealthy families stocked up on supplies, worked remotely from spacious homes, and received vaccines quickly once they arrived. Poorer communities faced crowded housing, dangerous jobs, and delayed access to healthcare. The virus did not discriminate, but society did, and the results were written in infection rates and death counts. It echoed the same patterns of the past, epidemics revealing not just weaknesses in bodies, but weaknesses in justice. Humanity had advanced technologically, but morally, the same blind spots persisted. At the same time, the crisis sparked extraordinary innovation. Vaccines were developed in record time, using technologies once confined to theory. Digital networks allowed scientists across the world to share data instantly, a collaboration unimaginable in earlier centuries. Entire work cultures shifted overnight, with offices dissolving into Zoom calls, and schools re-emerging as glowing rectangles on tablets. The adaptability was astonishing, proof that survival was not only about biology, but about imagination. Yet, even as breakthroughs arrived, denial and misinformation spread just as fast. Social media amplified conspiracy theories, neighbors argued about masks, and some rejected vaccines altogether. It was almost comical, in a tragic sense, that a civilization capable of landing robots on Mars could not convince millions of its citizens to trust a syringe. Beyond the pandemic, other forms of filth haunted the century in quieter but equally dangerous ways. Climate change, driven by pollution, threatened to reshape environments in ways that nurtured new diseases. Melting permafrost threatened to release ancient microbes. Deforestation brought humans into closer contact with wild animals carrying unknown viruses. And rising temperatures expanded the range of malaria-carrying mosquitoes. Civilization had built skyscrapers and supercomputers, yet still acted surprised when the natural world reminded it who was boss. The arrogance of believing we had conquered filth turned out to be just another stage in the old cycle of neglect and consequence. And yet, resilience endured. Communities adapted, neighbors helped each other, humor flourished even in lockdown memes about baking bread or hoarding toilet paper. Just as medieval families had joked about flies in their stew, modern citizens laughed at video calls interrupted by pets or children. Humor remained humanity's constant ally, turning fear into something shareable, survivable. Progress has never been about perfection. It has always been about stumbling forward with enough laughter to make the next step possible. The 21st century, then, is not the clean break from history that many imagined. It is a continuation of the same story, told in new costumes. The fleas became viruses, the wells became supply chains, the markets became airports, but the cycle remained. Neglect, outbreak, reform, forgetfulness, and then neglect again. The lesson, carved across centuries, is not that humanity can escape filth, but that it must never underestimate it. And the real comedy, the kind that makes you shake your head while half smiling, is that every generation believes it has finally solved the problem right before it discovers that the problem has simply changed its disguise. And so the story continues, with skyscrapers standing where thatched huts once stood, with vaccines replacing relics, with global conferences replacing medieval councils. Yet the underlying truth remains stubborn. Survival depends less on triumph and more on humility, less on forgetting the past and more on listening to it, because filth, disease, and neglect are patient teachers, and they never tire of giving the same lessons until we finally learn. By the time the 21st century reached its second decade, humanity had already been humbled more than once by the same ancient lesson. Filth never disappears. It only hides in new disguises. Yet instead of retreating into caution, societies charged forward into a world of dazzling technology, global interdependence, and staggering urban sprawl. Skyscrapers grew taller, cities swelled beyond recognition, and digital connections stitched billions of people into one vast, buzzing network. On the surface, it looked like triumph, the final break with centuries of dirt and disease. But just as rats once slipped unnoticed into medieval homes, new dangers crept silently into modern life, not through cracks in walls, but through the very systems meant to protect and sustain us. Air, once celebrated as the great cleanser, became a source of invisible decay. Industrial smog mixed with microscopic particulates, filling lungs in Delhi, Beijing, and Los Angeles. People joked about checking the air quality index before deciding if it was safe to breathe outside, as if respiration had become just another daily choice, like picking a coffee flavor. Masks, once symbols of contagion, turned into fashion statements, proof that humans could adapt to almost anything if it came in the right color. Yet behind the jokes lay grim realities: asthma soaring among children, cardiovascular diseases linked to pollution, life expectancy quietly shortened. It was history repeating itself, this time not with open sewers, but with exhaust pipes. Water supposedly conquered in the 19th century with filtration and sewage systems reminded the world of its stubborn power. In Flint, Michigan, corroded pipes leached lead into tap water, poisoning families in the heart of a modern nation. In Cape Town, South Africa, drought pushed the city to the brink of day zero, when the taps would run dry altogether. These crises revealed that infrastructure, like human memory, ages badly when neglected. People who assumed clean water was a permanent right discovered it was a fragile privilege, dependent on political will as much as engineering. There's something almost comedic in our arrogance. We build rockets to Mars, but can't always guarantee safe water in our own kitchens. Food systems, designed to feed billions, introduced their own silent hazards. Industrial farms sprayed chemicals into soil and rivers. Animals were packed into conditions ripe for new pathogens. And supply chains stretched so thin that a single contaminated factory could spread illness across continents. Outbreaks of E. coli from lettuce or salmonella from poultry became recurring headlines, each reminding consumers that abundance carried hidden costs. Meanwhile, the push for speed and efficiency created paradoxes. Fast food that was slow poison, cheap calories that led to expensive diseases like diabetes and obesity. Humanity, it seemed, had solved the problem of hunger only to replace it with the problem of too much of the wrong kind of food. Digital technology brought its own form of contagion, not biological, but psychological. Information spread like a virus, carrying fear, denial, and conspiracy as quickly as facts. During health crises, rumors about miracle cures or sinister plots traveled faster than official warnings. Social media became the new medieval marketplace, filled with gossip, suspicion, and spectacle. And just like the old markets, it was nearly impossible to tell rotten fruit from fresh until it was too late. If medieval peasants blamed witches for poisoned wells, modern citizens blamed shadowy elites for viruses, vaccines, or even weather patterns. The costumes had changed, but the theater remained eerily familiar. Global warming layered another threat onto the old cycle of filth. Rising seas threatened to contaminate freshwater reserves with salt, storms overwhelmed sewage systems, and floods carried waste back into neighborhoods once thought safe. Heat waves worsened air pollution, while shifting climates allowed mosquitoes carrying malaria and dengue to expand their range into new territories. Diseases that once belonged to tropical regions began knocking on the doors of Europe and North America, proof that no wall, no wealth, no distance was enough to keep danger out. Humanity had unintentionally recreated the conditions of the medieval city, crowded, polluted, vulnerable, just on a planetary scale. The dark comedy writes itself. We spent centuries building civilization to escape filth, only to industrialize ourselves into a global petri dish. Yet amidst these challenges, resilience once again flickered. Public health campaigns spread awareness about hand washing, vaccination, and hygiene, ideas so basic that they might have made medieval peasants laugh, yet so essential that forgetting them proved deadly. Engineers experimented with green cities, designing rooftops covered in gardens, buildings that filtered their own air, and waste systems that recycled instead of discarded. Communities rediscovered old habits with new science, Boiling water, planting local crops, relying on fresh air and sunlight. It was the same old survival playbook, rewritten with modern props. And through it all, humor remained a constant companion. Memes about smoggy skies, jokes about apocalypse starter packs, sarcastic remarks about governments that couldn't manage trash collection but promised to solve climate change. These were the 21st century's coping mechanisms. Just as children once sang rhymes about plague, modern societies tweeted jokes about disinfectant shortages. Laughter did not eliminate fear, but it made it bearable, turning despair into something shared and therefore survivable. The cycle of neglect and reform continued, just as it had for centuries. Crises revealed weaknesses, reforms patched them, and comfort slowly eroded memory until the next disaster struck. The difference now was scale. Where once filth festered in a single street or city, now it spread through systems so vast that no one person could see their entirety. A contaminated well could once sicken a neighborhood. Today, a contaminated shipment could sicken nations. The lesson was as clear as it was old. Humanity's survival depends less on invention and more on humility, the willingness to remember that progress is fragile and filth never truly dies. As the century marched deeper into its complexities, one truth became impossible to ignore. Humanity had not escaped the ancient enemy, it had globalized it. And just as in medieval times, the greatest danger was not the rats, the fleas, or even the microbes, but the human tendency to forget, to deny, to laugh until it was too late. The stage was set, the actors unchanged, only the costumes updated. And somewhere in the background, history cleared its throat, waiting for the next reminder that filth, patient as ever, never truly leaves. It only waits for its cue to return. The 21st century, for all its promises of sleek technology and medical miracles, has already reminded us that history never truly loosens its grip. Even as we built glass towers and streamed our lives into clouds of data, we found ourselves trapped by the same old fragilities that once haunted muddy medieval streets. The cycle of filth, denial, and reform did not end. It merely put on a sharper suit. And what is striking is not how different our problems are, but how familiar they feel once the surface polish wears away. Take the idea of clean. For centuries, people prayed over wells, fumigated rooms with herbs, or carried garlic in their pockets to ward off unseen enemies. Today, we lather our hands with antibacterial soap, spray sanitizer on every surface, and market air purifiers that cost more than a month's rent. Yet the psychology is identical. Cleanliness is less about hygiene and more about control. When chaos presses in, humans cling to rituals, whether it's waving incense in a plague-ridden chapel or bleaching groceries after a pandemic grocery run. The details change, but the impulse is the same. If I scrub hard enough, maybe the fear will wash away. It's a little comic, really, that our ancestors trusted lavender sachets while we trust lavender-scented disinfectant wipes. Different packaging, same insecurity. Cities, those vast organisms of concrete and flesh, continue to mirror the contradictions of their past. The wealthiest districts boast manicured parks, filtered air systems, and spotless avenues, while just a few blocks away, waste piles up in alleys and sewage backs into homes. Public health campaigns celebrate clean water fountains in downtown squares, while rural or marginalized communities boil cloudy tap water that authorities swear is within safe limits. It echoes the old hypocrisy of the medieval city, where nobles perfumed their halls while peasants waded through muck. The form has changed, but the divide remains, and so does the lesson. Filth, like poverty, is never evenly distributed. Our relationship with food only sharpens the irony. Centuries ago, people worried about flies buzzing over open meat stalls. Today, our shelves gleam with packaged goods wrapped in plastic, stamped with expiration dates and guarded by endless regulations. Yet beneath the packaging lurks the same vulnerability. Recalls of contaminated spinach, outbreaks of salmonella in peanut butter, horse meat, masquerading as beef in European supply chains, all reveal how fragile the promise of safety really is. In fact, modern abundance almost makes the danger worse. A single faulty processing plant doesn't poison a village. It poisons continents. And still, we laugh about it, because what else can you do? Jokes about mystery meat or chemically flavored chicken nuggets are our modern way of admitting that, deep down, we know our dinner may be less trustworthy than we'd like. Technology has given us microscopes, satellites, and algorithms to predict outbreaks, but it has also given us new blind spots. Social media, the great amplifier, spreads denial and misinformation faster than any rat ever spread plague. A single viral post can convince thousands that vaccines are poison or that diseases are hoaxes. It's the medieval marketplace rumor, digitized and multiplied 1,000,000 times over. People once whispered that wells had been cursed. Now they tweet that 5G towers cause fevers. The costumes are different, but the human instinct to explain fear with conspiracy is as reliable as sunrise. And the cost of these stories is the same as it ever was. Sickness made worse not by nature, but by our own refusal to listen. The environment adds yet another layer of menace. Rising seas, polluted air, poisoned rivers, All the invisible legacies of our industrial triumphs are creating perfect laboratories for new diseases. Mosquitoes march steadily into regions they never touched before, carrying malaria and dengue into climates that once considered themselves safe. Floods overwhelm sewage systems, mixing waste with drinking water, while droughts force communities to drink from shrinking, contaminated sources. The stage is set not just for outbreaks, but for upheavals, mass migrations, social unrest, and political fractures that smell suspiciously like the same old story written on a global scale. It is almost funny, in a grim way, that humanity spends billions planning for life on Mars while still tripping over garbage on Earth. And yet, amidst all these threats, the same pattern of resilience flickers. Communities invent ways to cope, to share, to laugh. During the darkest days of the COVID-19 pandemic, people sang from balconies, baked bread, and flooded the internet with jokes about toilet paper shortages. Humor once again became survival, the same way medieval villagers laughed about fleas in their stew. Scientists worked around the clock, building vaccines in record time, proving that desperation can accelerate brilliance. Ordinary people learned the language of public health, talking casually about R numbers and herd immunity the way their ancestors once muttered about bad air and humors. The tools are new, but the choreography is ancient. Crisis strikes, fear spreads, humans stumble, then adjust, then rebuild. The 21st century forces us to confront a truth that history has always whispered. Survival is not about eliminating filth, but about remembering it. Every sewer, every filtration plant, every vaccine campaign is built on the graves of those who lived and died through earlier cycles of neglect. The danger comes not from ignorance alone, but from forgetting. And forgetting is our favorite habit. Once the water runs clear again, once the air smells fresh, once the headlines quiet down, we return to comfort, to denial, to the illusion that progress is permanent. That is when the cycle resets, waiting for the next reminder. Perhaps that is the most enduring comedy of history. Every generation believes it is wiser than the last, cleaner, safer, immune to the mistakes that came before. Yet the rats of old still run in new forms, microbes in airports, toxins in rivers, lies on screens, and they wait for our arrogance to invite them in. Civilization has never conquered filth. It has only negotiated temporary truces, and those truces last only as long as our memory does. The question that lingers now, as it always has, is simple but heavy. When the next reminder comes, and it always does, will we recognize it quickly enough? Or will we once again laugh nervously while history clears its throat in the shadows? The story of filth in the 21st century is not confined to the streets we walk or the water we drink. It has seeped into the very fabric of our daily existence, often in ways we barely notice until the consequences spill over. What makes this chapter so fascinating and so unsettling is that filth no longer just means dirt or disease in the old sense. It has become symbolic, cultural, even digital. Humanity now finds itself negotiating not only with bacteria and garbage, but also with the invisible clutter of information, consumption, and excess. The battle has grown more complicated and, in some ways, more absurd. Consider the mountains of waste generated by modern consumption. Every gadget, every takeout container, every pair of sneakers bought because of a fleeting fashion trend contributes to oceans clogged with plastic and landfills that tower like man-made mountains. Medieval towns worried about manure piling up in streets. We now worry about microplastics showing up in our food, in our bloodstreams, even in the snow that falls on remote mountaintops. It's a sobering reminder that progress doesn't erase filth. It only miniaturizes it until we need microscopes to spot it. And yet, people still buy bottled water in plastic containers, then complain about plastic in their water. That's history's sense of humor. The problem comes wrapped in the solution. The digital world has birthed its own form of contamination. Social media, designed as a tool for connection, floods our lives with misinformation, outrage, and endless noise. If medieval citizens feared rats carrying plague, modern citizens fear lies carrying confusion. Fake news spreads with the same efficiency as fleas, feeding on fear and ignorance. One person posts a conspiracy, another shares it, and within hours, millions believe it. The plague card has been replaced by the viral hashtag. And yet, we scroll compulsively, half amused, half horrified, like villagers staring at a rat they know they shouldn't touch but can't help watching. Our ancestors worried about poisoned wells. We worry about poisoned timelines, both drinkable, both deadly. Even our pursuit of comfort breeds its own dirt. Air conditioning, refrigeration, and industrial farming, all miracles of convenience, come with hidden costs. Energy consumption fuels climate change, which in turn magnifies natural disasters, spreads tropical diseases, and destabilizes food supplies. The very tools designed to protect us from discomfort create vulnerabilities more profound than the ones they solved. It's like patching a leaky roof with paper. It works for a moment, but when the storm returns, the damage is worse. And storms, whether meteorological or microbial, always return. Urban design tells the same story in concrete and steel. Megacities rise with dazzling skylines promising order and efficiency, Yet traffic jams choke their arteries, smog blankets their horizons, and millions still live in sprawling slums without reliable sanitation. Skyscrapers may glitter, but sewage often flows untreated into nearby rivers. It's hard not to see the echo of medieval contrasts, cathedrals gleaming while peasants lived knee-deep in mucks. Today, the cathedral is the glass tower, the peasants are the urban poor, and the muck is simply better hidden behind infrastructure that looks sturdy until it isn't. The balance between beauty and decay remains precarious, as it always has. But what may be most striking is how these realities shape our psychology. Anxiety about contamination has become a defining feature of modern life. We sterilize our hands obsessively, yet scroll endlessly through toxic feeds. We worry about pesticides in fruit, then order fast food at midnight without hesitation. Our fear of germs exists side by side with our willingness to embrace risk when it suits convenience. This contradiction is timeless. People once lit candles for protection, then shared communal bread without washing their hands. Today we stockpile sanitizer, but share rides with strangers through apps we trust more than our neighbors. It seems humans are not built for consistency, but for improvisation, even when the improvisation looks absurd from a distance. And yet, despite all this, the thread of resilience runs on. Communities rally to clean beaches, to demand safer food systems, to build networks of truth in the face of digital lies. Scientists push forward, mapping genomes, developing vaccines, engineering biodegradable materials, searching tirelessly for answers. Humor still bubbles up in memes about climate change or sarcastic comments about recycling systems that don't really recycle. Just as peasants once laughed about the absurdity of rats owning the streets, modern citizens laugh about the absurdity of garbage sorting rules no one can fully understand. Laughter, once again, turns despair into something survivable. The 21st century, then, is not the clean break it was imagined to be, but the continuation of an ancient play. The actors are different, plastics, algorithms, industrial toxins, but the roles are familiar. Neglect, denial, reform, and forgetting. Each crisis pushes us to invent, to adapt, to improve, only for complacency to creep in again until the next disaster demands attention. Civilization has always been a negotiation with filth, and the negotiation is ongoing. And the question that lingers is whether this time the stakes are higher than ever. Microplastics don't rot away like carcasses, digital misinformation doesn't vanish like smoke, and climate change doesn't pause for reforms. The old cycles may no longer be local or temporary. They may be global and permanent, which leaves humanity facing the same challenge it has faced for centuries. Not whether filth can be eliminated, but whether memory can outlast comfort. Because if history has taught us anything, it is that forgetting is always the most dangerous kind of dirt, the one that seeps in quietly until it's too late. By the time the 21st century settled into its stride, people could no longer pretend that filth was something left behind in history books. It had simply changed costume, slipping out of gutters and latrines and reappearing in more subtle, insidious forms. What makes this era so unsettling is not that humanity is still wrestling with dirt and disease, that part was inevitable, but that the scale has grown planetary. What once rotted in a single street or festered in a single well now circulates through oceans, trade routes, and even the air we breathe. Civilization's triumphs have been enormous, but so have its blind spots. And it is in those blind spots that the old enemies have always thrived. One of the clearest examples is the rise of waste on a scale unimaginable to earlier generations. Mountains of discarded electronics pile up in landfills across Africa and Asia, their heavy metals leaching into soil and water. Oceans swirl with gyres of plastic, where fish nibble on fragments of bottles and nets that never biodegrade. Scientists now find microplastics in human organs, in placentas, even in the snow of Antarctica. It is almost comical in its irony. Centuries ago, people feared swallowing contaminated water from wells, and now we sip bottled water convinced it's pure, only to discover it's laced with the microscopic dust of our own convenience. Progress, it seems, has simply made the filth smaller, invisible enough to ignore until it shows up in our bloodstream. At the same time, the old specter of overcrowding has returned in new disguises. Megacities sprawl across continents, housing tens of millions in towers and slums that stand side by side. The same density that fuels culture and commerce also fuels contagion, turning subways and elevators into the 21st century's plague carts. People laugh nervously about avoiding handrails on public transport, knowing full well they'll grab one when the train lurches. It's the same contradiction that medieval peasants lived with, knowing the well was risky but drinking from it anyway. Human survival has always depended on this kind of selective denial, the ability to pretend danger is manageable until it becomes unbearable. Climate change has only sharpened these vulnerabilities. Rising seas flood sewage systems, mixing waste into drinking water supply. Heat waves worsen air quality, while deforestation brings humans into closer contact with animal reservoirs of disease. Mosquitoes, carrying dengue and malaria, expand their territory into regions once thought safe. The stage is eerily familiar, environmental neglect creating perfect breeding grounds for epidemics. But unlike the past, this stage is global, and there is no other side of the wall to run to. You cannot flee a warming planet, no matter how tall your skyscraper or how thick your air filter. That realization forces an uncomfortable reflection. For all our satellites and supercomputers, we may be less protected than villagers who at least believed their saints might intervene. Digital life adds another twist. If the body can be poisoned by microbes, the mind can be poisoned by misinformation. And never has that poison spread so quickly. A rumor about vaccines, a conspiracy about viruses, a denial of climate science, these ideas circulate with the same efficiency as fleas once did, except now they ride fiber optic cables instead of rats. Entire communities build identities around distrust, resisting life-saving interventions with the same stubborn energy that once fueled medieval flagellants. The comedy here is dark but clear. People trust strangers on anonymous forums more than doctors with decades of training. Humanity has always loved a good story more than a hard fact. And in the 21st century, the stories spread faster than ever. Even the pursuit of safety creates its paradoxes. We purify our water, then pollute it with chemicals from industries designed to keep us comfortable. We sterilize our homes with antibacterial sprays, then wonder why our immune systems grow weaker. We design miracle drugs, then overuse them until bacteria evolve into superbugs that laugh at our laboratories. It is the same old cycle, the same negotiation with filth, only accelerated by the scale of our inventions. A medieval city could collapse under a single epidemic. Today, an antibiotic-resistant strain can threaten an entire species. History has always warned us that hubris is fatal, and yet we still behave as if this time, surely, will be the exception. And yet, for all these warnings, humanity's resilience persists. Scientists develop new tools at astonishing speed. mRNA vaccines, bioengineered crops, wastewater monitoring systems that can detect outbreaks before hospitals even notice them. Communities mobilize to clean rivers, plant trees, and share knowledge. Humor continues to bubble in the face of despair, whether in memes about climate doom or sarcastic comments about recycling systems that don't actually recycle. Just as medieval families laughed about fleas in their porridge, modern citizens laugh about the absurdity of charging their electric cars with electricity still generated by coal. Laughter remains the bridge that keeps despair from swallowing us whole. But beneath the laughter lies the old truth, one that has haunted every century. Civilization is not a fortress that can shut out filth. It is a fragile balance constantly tested by neglect, arrogance, and forgetfulness. Each generation convinces itself it has solved the problem, and each generation learns painfully that the problem has only changed its disguise. The 21st century is no exception. The rats may have gone, but the plastics, the superbugs, the falsehoods, and the floods have taken their place. And as always, the real question is not whether humanity can invent its way out, but whether it can remember long enough to keep the lessons alive once the crisis fades. Because history has always been patient. Filth waits. It knows our habits, our pride, our weakness for comfort. It knows we prefer to laugh and forget, to build and deny, to believe the story that says, this time is different. And when the forgetting sets in, when the comfort dulls the memory of fear, that is when the old cycle begins again. The only question is what form the reminder will take, and whether we will recognize it quickly enough when it comes knocking at our door. By the time the 21st century moved past its first waves of crisis, humanity began to notice something both unsettling and familiar. The problem of filth had never been purely about the physical world. Dirt, waste, and disease were visible symptoms, but the deeper struggle was always about how people organized themselves, how they remembered, and how they chose to ignore what made them uncomfortable. The cycle was not just biological, it was cultural, psychological, and even spiritual. And this recognition shifted the conversation from sewers and garbage trucks to something harder to confront, the ways in which societies create their own forms of contamination through habits, denial, and the stories they tell themselves. Consider how memory itself operates. Cities that once buried plague victims in mass graves now build parks, subway stations, or parking lots over the same ground. Tourists stroll across cobblestones where carts once carried corpses, snapping selfies without a thought. Progress has a way of paving over pain, literally and figuratively. Yet every so often, a construction crew digging foundations uncovers bones, forcing headlines to remind the living of what they prefer to forget. It's almost comedic in its predictability. History leaves its reminders like time bombs under our feet, and we act shocked every time they go off. Forgetting is convenient, but the ground remembers. The digital age has made forgetting easier and harder at the same time. On one hand, archives of every outbreak, every scandal, every contamination live online, searchable in seconds. On the other, the flood of new information drowns the old, burying memory under waves of memes and news cycles. People move on not because they've solved problems, but because their feeds have refreshed. Imagine if medieval peasants had behaved the same way, singing a rhyme about the plague one day and forgetting it the next because a bard posted a funnier song. The absurdity makes us laugh, but it also makes us uneasy. Because deep down we know we are living exactly that way now. Culture absorbs these contradictions and spits them back out in strange ways. Cleanliness has become a brand, a lifestyle, an aesthetic. Influencers advertise skincare routines and detox products while living in cities where the air itself is toxic. Gyms promote purified water and organic snacks while standing next to highways that pump exhaust into their neighborhoods. It's the same logic as medieval nobles who drenched themselves in perfume to mask the stench of their surroundings. If you can't fix the world, at least make yourself smell better than it does. And here lies the irony. Self-care has become a substitute for collective care, a way to polish the individual while the community rots. Meanwhile, nature keeps reminding us that it is not retired. Floods carry sewage back into streets. Wildfires fill skies with ash that clogs lungs. Hurricanes destroy water systems overnight. These are not medieval plagues, but their effects feel eerily similar. Displacement, fear, scarcity, and the sense that survival hangs by a fragile thread. Communities rally with the same resilience they always have. Neighbors helping neighbors, jokes breaking the tension, children playing in ruins because children always play. Yet the repetition is impossible to ignore. It feels like watching a play where the script never changes, only the costumes do. And the unsettling part is realizing we are both the actors and the audience. Science has given us dazzling tools, but even those carry their own contamination. Antibiotics, once the savior of humanity, now face bacteria too clever to die. Chemicals designed to preserve food linger in bodies, reshaping hormones. Nuclear energy promised clean power, then left radioactive scars in landscapes that will outlast empires. Technology solves one problem while quietly planting another. It's like sweeping dust under the rug so well that you forget the rug is sitting on a wooden floor that eventually collapses. And when it collapses, we call it a tragedy rather than the predictable result of denial. Even in the realm of politics, filth plays its role. Corruption, inefficiency, and neglect often spread faster than microbes. Funds meant for clean water vanish into pockets. Regulations designed to protect air are rolled back. Public health systems are underfunded until they break under pressure. The dirt here is not in the streets, but in the decisions. Yet the effect is the same. People sickened, lives shortened, communities betrayed. History has always known this truth. The deadliest contamination is not always what flows through rivers, but what flows through institutions. And perhaps that's why people still joke about politicians being rats, a metaphor centuries old that stubbornly remains accurate. And through it all, humor persists as both shield and confession. Medieval children sang rhymes about roses and falling down to cope with death. Modern children share TikToks about quarantine boredom. Humor shrinks the monster just enough to face it, but never enough to kill it. That's why it feels both comforting and cruel. We laugh at the absurdity of buying organic fruit shipped halfway across the globe on fuel-burning planes. We laugh at the idea of clean coal, at marketing campaigns that promise sustainability while selling disposable goods. The laughter keeps us sane, but it also reveals the gap between what we want to believe and what we know is true. The deeper lesson of this century is that filth has never been just physical. It is also moral, cultural, and systemic. A society can pave its streets, filter its water, scrub its hands raw with sanitizer, and still remain dirty if it forgets how its choices ripple outward. And in that forgetting lies the seed of the next disaster. Progress, no matter how shiny, is fragile, and fragility has always been filth's favorite ally. The cycle has not broken, it has only changed its stage. And somewhere, just out of sight, the next reminder is already rehearsing its lines, waiting for the moment when comfort dulls memory enough to let it step back into the spotlight. By the time humanity had entered what some optimistically call the age of awareness, the old enemy of filth had taken on its most complicated form yet. It was no longer just the stench in the streets or the rat in the cellar. It had become entangled with the very systems that promised progress. Pollution, corruption, misinformation, waste, disease, all of them were now woven so tightly into the fabric of everyday life that pulling one thread risked unraveling the entire cloth. And this realization created a new kind of unease because it suggested that filth was not an invader to be expelled, but a permanent roommate humanity had never learned to live with. Take the oceans, for instance. Once viewed as limitless, self-cleaning expanses, they now choke with plastics, oil, and chemicals. Scientists estimate that by weight, there could soon be more plastic than fish swimming in certain regions. Beaches that once hosted pilgrimages and poetry are now decorated with discarded flip-flops and toothbrushes. Fishermen pull up nets filled not with shimmering scales, but with soggy bags and bottle caps. And yet, in seaside resorts, tourists still order shrimp cocktails without considering that their appetizer may have dined on microplastics last week. It is the kind of comedy that makes you laugh nervously. We are the only species clever enough to poison its own food chain and then congratulate itself on inventing biodegradable straws. Air tells a similar story. Humanity once fought against the foul smells of medieval streets, believing odor itself was the source of plague. Now, with satellites and sensors, we can track pollutants with terrifying precision. Carbon monoxide here, sulfur dioxide there, particulates so fine they slip through masks. Yet awareness does not equal action. People wake up, check the air quality index on their phones, and still jog under skies the color of rust, convincing themselves it's fine because the gym was too crowded. It feels absurd, but history has always been filled with this kind of bargain. Survival, not through safety, but through the ability to ignore danger long enough to get to work on time. The digital world complicates everything further. Medieval citizens dealt with contaminated wells. We deal with contaminated feeds. Lies, rumors, and conspiracies now travel faster than any virus, and they infect minds with consequences just as real as disease. Denial of climate change, rejection of vaccines, distrust of science. These are not fringe ideas, but contagious narratives with millions of hosts. What makes it darkly humorous is that we invented machines powerful enough to map genomes and monitor glaciers, only to use those same machines to spread cat videos and pseudoscience in equal measure. Rats once gnawed grain in granaries. Now algorithms gnaw at truth in servers. Waste has also become a mirror of inequality. Wealthy nations ship mountains of trash to poorer ones, out of sight and out of mind, as if geography could erase responsibility. Landfills in one hemisphere feed the convenience of another, and yet the same countries that export garbage boast about their green initiatives, planting trees while drowning someone else's river in plastic. The hypocrisy is striking, but not new. It's the same pattern of nobles feasting in clean halls while peasants waded through muck outside their gates. The only difference is scale, and perhaps the addition of better public relations campaigns. Even medicine, once considered the shining triumph over filth, now shows cracks. Antibiotic resistance grows, pandemics reemerge, and health systems groan under the weight of inequality. In wealthy hospitals, patients lie in sterile rooms surrounded by machines that beep reassurance. In poorer regions, people still fetch water from streams shared with animals. Yet both face the same microbes, the same inevitabilities, because biology doesn't read passports. It's almost comical to think of billion-dollar research labs undone by bacteria that medieval healers would have recognized. Tiny organisms reminding us that survival has never been about status, only about humility. And then there is climate change, the ultimate recycling of humanity's old mistakes. By burning and consuming without restraint, societies have reintroduced the same chaos that plagued medieval streets, only now on a planetary scale. Floods overwhelm sewage systems, wildfires fill lungs with ash, hurricanes spread waste through entire cities. The earth itself has become the medieval alley, messy and ungovernable, and humans shuffle through it with the same blend of resignation and denial. We laugh about apocalypse weather memes while watching news footage of neighborhoods washed away. The humor masks the fear, but it also proves the continuity of human response. When overwhelmed, we reach for laughter, even if it's bitter. And still, amid all this, resilience pulses stubbornly. Communities organize beach cleanups, children strike for climate justice, scientists labor over renewable energy, neighbors share food when floods cut supply chains. People still find ways to care for each other, to create, to tell jokes that make the unbearable bearable. This balance between fragility and resilience is the real story of civilization. It's not the triumph of purity over filth, but the constant negotiation between the two. The unsettling truth, though, is that humanity has always mistaken progress for permanence. Every sewer built, every hospital opened, every law passed feels like a final victory. But victories fade, memory dulls, and comfort breeds neglect. That is when filth creeps back in, sometimes quietly, sometimes as catastrophe. And so the cycle continues, not because humans are incapable of learning, but because they are so talented at forgetting. And perhaps that is history's greatest joke. Every generation believes it has conquered the mess, only to discover it has simply invented a more complicated version of it. The stage remains the same, the actors unchanged, only the costumes updated, and somewhere, just out of sight, the next reminder waits, patient as ever, for the moment when forgetting becomes easier than vigilance. That has always been the true source of filth, and it remains the one enemy humanity has never managed to wash away. By the time we arrive at what might be called the present moment, the messy, noisy, brightly lit now, it becomes impossible to pretend that filth is a problem of the past. Instead, it is everywhere, only camouflaged in ways that make it harder to acknowledge. We've swapped manure-strewn alleys for clogged highways, plague pits for landfills the size of small countries, and the stench of decomposing animals for the faint but constant haze of chemicals drifting invisibly through the air. The irony is almost comical. People walk proudly into supermarkets lined with disinfectants, organic labels, and sanitizing wipes, yet step outside to breathe air filled with particulates small enough to slip into their bloodstreams. Civilization hasn't erased filth. It's just made it fashionable to pretend it doesn't exist. Cities, those engines of human ambition, are now laboratories of contradiction. Glass towers reflect the sun like crystal cathedrals. But just beyond their shadows lie neighborhoods where sewage still backs up into kitchens. Public transport boasts of efficiency and sustainability while being the perfect ecosystem for flu viruses to leap from one coughing passenger to another. Tourists marvel at clean plazas without noticing the waste barges floating down rivers at night. It's a strange theater, the performance of progress on the main stage, with filth quietly directing the play from behind the curtains. And perhaps that is why cities feel both exhilarating and exhausting, because we live in constant negotiation between illusion and reality. Take garbage, for instance. Medieval towns worried about rotting carcasses in the street. We worry about mountains of plastic bottles and disposable gadgets. Landfills overflow, yet companies advertise green products packaged in slightly thinner plastic, as if shaving a millimeter off the problem solves it. Recycling bins offer the illusion of virtue, though much of what we toss in them is quietly dumped elsewhere. There's humor in the absurdity. We congratulate ourselves for rinsing out yogurt cups, then ship them thousands of miles to be buried in someone else's soil. It's a reminder that sometimes the greatest danger is not filth itself, but the comfortable stories we tell to hide it. Water remains another battlefield, though now the enemy is more insidious. Once people feared cholera lurking in wells, now they fear invisible toxins leaching from pipes, pesticides running off farmland, or microplastics slipping into their tea. Entire cities like Flint, Michigan, or Jackson, Mississippi have become symbols of how fragile infrastructure can betray trust. Meanwhile, bottled water is marketed as pure salvation. It often comes from the same taps, rebranded and sold at a profit. It's an old trick dressed in modern clothes, turning survival into commerce. And the irony deepens when you realize that medieval peasants would likely laugh at the idea of paying money for something that falls freely from the sky. Air, the most basic necessity, carries its own betrayals. Factories may no longer belch soot into skies the way they did in Dickens' London, but smog still hangs over megacities from Los Angeles to Delhi. Wildfires fueled by climate change fill lungs with ash hundreds of miles away. Even indoors, we inhale a cocktail of synthetic chemicals from carpets, paints, and cleaners. And yet, gyms sell oxygen bars as luxury experiences, as if breathing should be a premium service. It's both hilarious and horrifying. Humanity spends fortunes to pollute the atmosphere, then spends even more to buy it back in tiny, purified doses. Technology, celebrated as the great liberator, has introduced new forms of contamination. Data, like garbage, piles up until it clogs our ability to think clearly. Falsehoods spread online like viruses, infecting minds with paranoia and denial. Just as rats once carried plague, bots now carry disinformation, and the result is the same: fear, division, and distrust. It's almost poetic how history recycles itself. The medium changes, but the pattern repeats. People once blamed witches for poisoned wells. Now they blame secret cabals for everything from pandemics to power outages. The human need to explain chaos, no matter how absurd the explanation, has never gone away. Even medicine, the very triumph we hold up as proof of progress, now trembles under new pressures. Antibiotic resistance looms like a storm cloud, with bacteria outsmarting the very drugs once hailed as miracles. Hospitals, built as sanctuaries of healing, sometimes spread infections more efficiently than they cure them. Wealthy nations roll out advanced treatments, while poor ones struggle with diseases that should have been left behind a century ago. It's a sobering reminder that microbes care little for borders, and that survival depends less on invention than on distribution. The comedy here is cruel. Humanity has the tools to prevent suffering, but often chooses not to share them. Climate change ties all these threads together into a single suffocating knot. Rising seas carry waste into drinking water, heat waves worsen air pollution, storms scatter chemicals across cities, and droughts force migrations that strain fragile systems. What once unfolded in the narrow streets of medieval towns now plays out across entire continents. And yet, denial persists. People joke about apocalypse weather while rebuilding beach houses in flood zones. We laugh about heat waves as we crank up air conditioners that make the problem worse. Humor becomes both shield and confession, an admission that we know what's happening but can't quite bring ourselves to face it fully. And through it all, humanity keeps improvising. Communities clean beaches, plant trees, share food during blackouts, and invent new technologies to recycle waste or filter water. Scientists labor on vaccines and renewable energy. Activists raise their voices. Neighbors take care of one another. Resilience may be uneven, but it is stubborn. It's the same resilience that carried peasants through plagues, that carried families through cholera outbreaks, that carries us now through pandemics and polluted skies. The tools are different, but the script is the same. Endure, adapt, hope, and try again. What lingers, though, is the oldest truth of all. Filth has never been just about dirt in the street or smoke in the air. It is also about arrogance, about forgetting, about choosing comfort over vigilance. Every age believes it has conquered the mess, and every age is reminded, sometimes gently, often brutally, that the mess was only hiding. The 21st century is no exception. The question is not whether we will face the next reminder, but how we will respond when it arrives. Will we laugh it off until it swallows us, or will we finally learn to keep memory alive long enough to change? Because history's patience is infinite and filth never really leaves. It waits quietly for the moment when forgetting feels easier than remembering. And that, as it always has been, is when the cycle begins again. By now, it becomes clear that the history of filth has never really been about waste alone, but about the stubborn human tendency to assume that order is permanent. Every time a street was swept, a sewer was dug, or a vaccine was discovered, people declared themselves free from the chaos that once defined existence. Yet the moment comfort settled in, vigilance slipped away, and filth found new doors to enter. It is not dirt that haunts humanity, but forgetfulness. That is why the cycle repeats with such precision. Because people are endlessly inventive when confronted with disaster, but endlessly careless once the disaster fades. Consider how cities, those monuments to ambition, always carry a fragile memory of past crises. A boulevard lined with trees may look like civic pride, but its roots lie in the fear of cholera, in the belief that sunlight and fresh air would chase away death. A sewer system may look like engineering triumph, but it is really a graveyard of lessons carved into pipes after epidemics forced action. Yet generations later, residents walk those same streets or drink from those same taps with no sense of the suffering that built them. It is as if the trauma was scrubbed away along with the dirt, leaving only the illusion of permanence. And illusions are comfortable, but they are also invitations for history to clear its throat and remind us how fragile everything is. Even in the smallest habits, the pattern appears. People once scrubbed their hands with vinegar or carried herbs to ward off disease. Now we pump sanitizer onto our palms while scrolling through feeds filled with misinformation. The motions change, but the impulse remains identical, to cling to rituals, however absurd, when fear becomes too big to face directly. What's fascinating and darkly humorous is how quickly those rituals become status symbols. A medieval noble perfumed his clothes to prove refinement. A modern professional carries designer hand sanitizer clipped to a leather bag. Both gestures promise safety, but neither guarantees it. Humans have always been better at performing health than actually securing it. The environment offers another stage for this recurring play. Centuries ago, filth pooled in alleys and rivers until plagues erupted. Today, carbon and plastic pile invisibly until climate itself rebels. Rising seas creep into coastal cities, wildfires darken skies thousands of miles away, and floods carry modern waste into the same rivers once filled with medieval refuse. The difference is only scale. What was once a city's problem is now a planetary one. And yet, denial persists with the same stubbornness. People rebuild homes in flood zones, plant lawns in deserts, and buy bigger cars while complaining about gas prices. It's almost comic. If denial were a renewable energy source, we could solve the climate crisis overnight. Technology sharpens the paradox further. The very machines that track pollution, model pandemics, and predict storms are powered by industries that generate more waste and more emissions. Satellites map melting ice, but rockets leave scars of fuel behind them. Smartphones warn us about toxins while requiring rare minerals mined in conditions that poison communities. Progress promises to liberate us, but it rarely arrives without a bill attached. And the bill is always paid in the same currency. Filth scattered just far enough from the eyes of those who benefit most. Humanity loves to outsource its dirt, whether to the next neighborhood, the next generation, or the next continent. Medicine, too, carries the weight of this contradiction. With antibiotics, vaccines, and surgical precision, we can now cure illnesses that once emptied cities. Yet the very success of these tools breeds complacency. Antibiotics are handed out like candy. Vaccines become targets of suspicion rather than trust. And hospitals struggle under systems designed more for profit than for prevention. The result is painfully predictable. Bacteria learn to resist, viruses exploit gaps in coverage, and the cycle reopens. It is history's cruelest punchline that survival is always within reach, but arrogance pulls it away. The same hand that builds the cure often paves the road for the next epidemic. But perhaps the most telling layer of modern filth is cultural. Stories shape how societies remember, and memory shapes how they prepare. When we laugh about garbage islands floating in the Pacific or joke about apocalypse weather, humor becomes both shield and distraction. Just as medieval children sang rhymes about the plague to ease fear, we tweet memes about disasters while quietly checking the news for evacuation orders. Humor keeps despair at bay, but it can also lull us into thinking the problem is smaller than it is. And when the laughter fades, the consequences remain. Civilization survives not just on sewers and vaccines, but on the ability to tell honest stories about itself. When those stories drift into denial, history sharpens its claws. Yet resilience refuses to disappear. Communities clean rivers, push for renewable energy, share food in crises, and build networks of solidarity. Scientists labor endlessly, activists demand accountability, and neighbors still show up for each other when storms hit or power fails. These acts of care are small compared to the scale of the problem, but they are proof of the same stubbornness that carried peasants through plagues and workers through industrial slums. Filth may always find its way back, but so does the human impulse to fight it, to laugh at it, to endure it. The lesson that runs through it all is unsettling, but clear. Civilization does not progress in a straight line toward cleanliness and safety. It loops endlessly through neglect, crisis, reform, and forgetfulness. Each age believes it has broken the cycle, and each age discovers that it has only repackaged it. The enemy has never been dirt alone, but the arrogance that convinces us dirt is gone for good. That arrogance is the true contagion, more persistent than any microbe, more dangerous than any rat. And as long as forgetting feels easier than remembering, the stage will always be set for history to step out of the shadows with a reminder. And that reminder will never arrive politely. It will come, as it always has, disguised as inconvenience at first, a foul smell, a strange cough, a rising tide. Then it will grow louder until the illusion of permanence cracks and the truth comes rushing in. Humanity will improvise, adapt, joke, survive, but the cycle will begin again. Because filth, in all its forms, has always been the most patient storyteller, waiting for us to forget so it can retell the same story in a new voice. At this stage of the story, what becomes impossible to ignore is that filth has always been more than a physical presence. It is a mirror reflecting back humanity's values, choices, and blind spots. The dirt in the streets, the smoke in the sky, the bacteria in the water. These are never accidents alone, but symptoms of deeper patterns. The real story of filth is the story of how societies decide what they are willing to tolerate and what they choose to ignore. And in that sense, every overflowing landfill, every poisoned river, every outbreak of disease becomes not just a natural event, but a moral one. That is why the cycle continues so faithfully, because it is rooted not just in biology, but in human behavior. The evidence sits in plain sight. Walk through a modern metropolis, and you can trace the boundaries of inequality by the smell of the air and the color of the water. Wealthier neighborhoods boast filtered fountains, tree-lined streets, and garbage collection that runs on schedule. Meanwhile, just a few blocks away, trash piles up on sidewalks, drains clog with plastic, and air feels heavier, almost sticky with pollution. It is the same pattern that stretched across medieval towns where nobles perfumed their halls while peasants waded through muck. The only difference now is scale, and the polished veneer of progress that tries to disguise the divide. One could almost laugh at the absurdity. We can put rovers on Mars, but we still can't guarantee clean drinking water for entire cities. Memory complicates the picture further. Every major crisis leaves behind monuments, sewers, hospitals, laws that silently testify to the suffering that built them. But over time, those monuments lose their stories. The sewer becomes just another tunnel, the hospital just another building, the law just another regulation people grumble about. The connection to why they exist fades, and with that fading comes the temptation to neglect them. It's the same with vaccination campaigns. When diseases disappear, people forget why the shots mattered in the first place. Forgetting is, in its way, more dangerous than filth itself because it creates the illusion that vigilance is optional. And illusions, history has shown, are the first cracks through which disaster returns. The natural world has its own way of reminding us that it was never conquered. Storms grow stronger, floods rise higher, wildfires burn hotter, and each event reveals just how fragile our systems are. A single hurricane can paralyze power grids, scatter sewage across neighborhoods, and turn clean water into a luxury overnight. In those moments, the modern world looks suspiciously like the medieval one, neighbors sharing candles, food supplies dwindling, diseases spreading in the wake of chaos. What makes it almost comical is how quickly people rediscover ancient habits. Boiling water, drying clothes in the sun, trading goods face to face. It is as if the veneer of modernity was always thin, and underneath it, we are still the same improvisers our ancestors were. Technology, too, plays a double role. On the one hand, it offers breathtaking tools to detect and prevent contamination, sensors that monitor air quality, algorithms that predict outbreaks, desalination plants that turn seawater into drinking water. On the other, the very production of this technology generates new forms of filth. Factories pump toxins into rivers, rare earth mining devastates landscapes, and discarded electronics pile up in mountains of toxic waste. The irony bites hard. The very tools we celebrate as saviors come with their own hidden price tags. It's a little like cleaning your house by shoving everything into one closet. Eventually, the door bursts open and the mess comes crashing back out. The cultural response reveals just as much as the physical one. Entire industries now market cleanliness, from organic food to detox diets to eco-friendly packaging. Yet behind the labels and slogans, the same contradictions persist. People sip from reusable bottles while wearing clothes produced in polluted rivers, eat sustainably sourced meals delivered in plastic, and light candles labeled pure air while living next to highways. It's almost a parody of itself, and yet it speaks to a timeless truth. Humans want to feel clean more than they want to be clean. The performance of purity has always mattered as much as the reality, from lavender sachets in medieval bedchambers to lavender-scented detergents in modern laundry aisles. Even humor reveals the contours of this struggle. People laugh about garbage islands in the Pacific, joke about apocalypse weather, share memes about quarantine or climate doom. The laughter does not make the problems smaller, but it does make them bearable. Just as plague rhymes once turned terror into song, modern jokes transform anxiety into something survivable. Humor becomes a release valve, a way to acknowledge fear without being crushed by it. But it also carries a risk. If the joke becomes too comfortable, it can replace action. We laugh, we scroll, we move on, forgetting that beneath the humor, the problem still festers, and through it all, resilience refuses to vanish. Scientists push boundaries, activists shout in the streets, communities clean rivers and rebuild homes, neighbors share resources in times of scarcity. Humanity's ability to improvise, to adapt, to endure, remains astonishing. But resilience alone is not enough, because resilience without memory becomes a loop. Crisis, survival, forgetting, crisis again. The real challenge is not surviving filth, but breaking the cycle that allows it to return. That is why this story is not just about waste or disease, but about attention and humility. Civilization has always been at its most fragile the moment it declares itself safe. That declaration is the lullaby that puts vigilance to sleep. And once vigilance sleeps, filth returns, not as something new, but as the same old companion dressed in a different costume. The unsettling truth is that the enemy humanity has never defeated is not rats or microbes or pollution. It is arrogance. And arrogance, like dirt, always finds its way back in. The stage, then, is set once more. The players are different: plastics, misinformation, carbon, superbugs, but the plot is identical. The question is not whether the story will repeat, but how. And perhaps the darkest comedy of all is that history has already given us the script, and we still stumble through it as if it were brand new. The cycle continues, waiting for the moment when forgetting grows louder than memory, and the reminder arrives once again, uninvited but inevitable. By the time the story of filth reaches its most modern chapters, the theme shifts from what people can see and smell to what they cannot. The great paradox of our age is that we have made filth invisible. No longer do most of us walk past piles of manure or watch rats scurry across the kitchen floor, yet the world is quietly filled with contaminants that hide in the air we breathe, the water we drink, and even the devices we hold in our hands. The triumph of modern life is that it looks clean. The danger of modern life is that it pretends that looking clean is the same as being safe. And it is in this gap, between appearance and reality, that history continues its performance. Air is one of the best examples. Cities no longer reek of open sewers, but their skylines shimmer through haze that's more than just weather. Fine particulates, too small to see, lodge themselves in lungs and hearts, shortening lives one breath at a time. It doesn't come with the drama of a medieval plague, no bells tolling in the streets, no carts collecting the dead, just a slow erosion of health measured in statistics. And yet, when smog gets particularly bad, people joke about extra seasoning in the air, posting photos of orange skies, as if the apocalypse were just a quirky Instagram filter. That blend of humor and denial has always been humanity's survival mechanism. Laugh at it so you don't have to think too hard about what it means. Water tells the same story with its own invisible menace. Modern pipes, pumps, and filters give the illusion of permanence, but cracks appear with frightening regularity. Lead seeps silently into drinking water. Pesticides wash into rivers. Microplastics slide through treatment plants undetected. People sip bottled water thinking it's safer, not realizing much of it is just tap water in disguise. Meanwhile, entire communities discover overnight that what they thought was clean has been poisoning them for years. It's almost comical in its cruelty. Medieval peasants prayed over their wells. Modern citizens pray their water bill includes honesty. Different rituals, same uncertainty. Waste has transformed too. Medieval filth piled up in courtyards. Modern filth ships itself overseas, tucked into cargo containers marked recyclables. We rinse our plastic, sort our bins, and pat ourselves on the back, while much of it ends up burned, buried, or floating in oceans half a world away. Landfills rise like artificial mountains. Oceans swirl with gyres of debris, and yet we congratulate ourselves on carrying reusable bags. There's a bitter comedy in this, imagining future archaeologists digging through layers of discarded coffee pods and fast-fashion t-shirts, trying to decide whether this was evidence of a wealthy society or just a very lazy one. Even food, the most basic of necessities, has become entangled with hidden contamination. Industrial farming ensures abundance, but at the cost of pesticides in produce, antibiotics in meat, and fertilizers that choke rivers with algae blooms. Outbreaks of foodborne illness remind us that scale cuts both ways. Efficiency makes things cheaper, but it also makes mistakes catastrophic. One bad shipment of spinach can sicken entire regions. People laugh nervously about mystery meat or share memes about fast food ingredients, but the reality underneath is the same problem medieval markets faced. How do you know what you're eating is safe? Back then, it was the butcher hiding spoiled meat under fresh cuts. Now, it's supply chains so vast that no one knows which farm your lettuce came from. Technology, supposedly the ultimate triumph over nature, introduces new breeds of contamination. Rare earth minerals mined for smartphones poison water tables. Discarded electronics leak heavy metals into soil. Batteries pile up in heaps too toxic to touch. Data itself, intangible but potent, clogs our lives with misinformation that spreads like a digital plague. We laugh at conspiracy theories, then watch them infect millions with doubt and denial, undermining public health campaigns in ways as destructive as any rat-borne disease. The old plague carts have been replaced by viral hashtags, but the fear they carry is just as real. And yet, despite all this, resilience emerges again and again. Communities rally for clean water, scientists push boundaries with renewable energy and biodegradable materials, and activists remind the world that progress cannot be measured by glass towers alone. The same impulse that drove medieval families to scrub their doorways and light candles drives modern families to plant community gardens, to filter their air, to demand accountability. Humor bubbles through as well, turning despair into something livable. Memes about apocalypse weather, sarcastic jokes about recycling that isn't really recycling, quips about how the end of the world is at least good for Instagram sunsets. Laughter doesn't solve the problem, but it keeps people from collapsing under its weight. The deeper truth, though, is that filth has always been a test of humility. Every age convinces itself that it has solved the problem, that the systems in place are permanent, that vigilance can finally relax. But every age learns, sooner or later, that filth is patient. It waits for cracks, for arrogance, for the moment when people stop paying attention. Then it returns, often in disguise, forcing the same lesson onto new generations. The real enemy has never been dirt itself, but the belief that dirt can be banished forever. That belief is the most dangerous contagion of all, because it blinds societies to the fragility of their progress. So the story continues, with skyscrapers standing where thatched huts once stood, with algorithms replacing omens, with microplastics replacing fleas. The costumes have changed, but the plot remains. And somewhere, just out of sight, the next reminder prepares its entrance, waiting for the moment when comfort grows louder than caution, and history decides it's time to rehearse the play once again. By the time the story of filth reaches this chapter, what becomes striking is how the problem has expanded beyond any single definition. Dirt is no longer just what clogs the streets or festers in rivers. It has become psychological, political, and even existential. Modern societies now face not just the waste they produce, but the sheer weight of denial that accompanies it. And perhaps this is the cruelest irony of all, that in an age of unprecedented knowledge, people still act as if ignorance can disinfect reality. If medieval peasants prayed over wells while drinking from them, today's citizens scroll past climate reports while ordering next-day delivery for gadgets wrapped in layers of plastic. The contradiction is almost comic, except the punchline keeps arriving in the form of floods, fires, and fevers. Air remains one of the most telling examples. We no longer see soot-stained chimneys belching smoke into narrow alleyways, yet the air carries pollutants that quietly shorten lives in ways as devastating as plague ever did. Fine particles slip into lungs, triggering asthma, heart disease, and strokes. But because the harm is spread across decades rather than days, it rarely sparks the urgency of past epidemics. And yet, every so often, the atmosphere reminds us of its power with a dramatic flourish. Orange skies over California during wildfires, smog so thick in Beijing that buildings vanish, sandstorms sweeping into European capitals. People post photos of these surreal scenes with captions like "nature's filter," as if the end of breathable air were just another Instagram aesthetic. It's funny in the way nervous laughter always is, because deep down everyone knows it isn't. Water tells a parallel story. Municipal systems deliver it through pipes as if safety were guaranteed, but beneath that illusion lie fragile infrastructures that fail more often than anyone admits. Entire cities discover their taps contaminated, while rural communities rely on wells slowly poisoned by fertilizers and industrial runoff. Even bottled water, marketed as purity, often contains microplastics invisible to the eye. The joke here writes itself. The cleaner the label promises your water is, the more likely it carries something you can't see. We pay extra for natural spring, when the real spring is a factory line that fills bottles with the same liquid piped into kitchen sinks. It is not faith in saints that sustains us now, but faith in branding. The story of waste is equally absurd. Recycling programs encourage people to sort diligently, while most of what enters those bins never finds a second life. Containers labeled eco-friendly travel across oceans, only to end up burned or buried in someone else's soil. Meanwhile, corporations produce single-use products faster than municipalities can handle them, ensuring the cycle continues. The result is both staggering and ridiculous. Entire islands of floating trash swirl in the Pacific, large enough to be measured like countries. Imagine telling a medieval farmer that his descendants would one day create new continents out of garbage. He would laugh in disbelief until he realized that, unlike his manure piles, ours never decompose. Even the food system, built to nourish, now carries its own hidden contamination. Industrial farming drenches fields with chemicals, antibiotics saturate livestock, and processed foods come packed with additives whose names sound more like spells than ingredients. Outbreaks of foodborne illness reveal how fragile the system is. One tainted shipment of lettuce recalls an entire nation's salad. People laugh about fast food burgers being indestructible, but beneath the joke lies unease. If microbes won't touch it, why should we? The absurdity sharpens when we realize that humanity, having solved the ancient problem of famine, has managed to replace it with epidemics of obesity and diet-related diseases. Survival has never been more abundant, but health has rarely been more compromised. Technology, often worshipped as savior, has become a new form of dirt in disguise. The devices that connect us rely on rare minerals mined under toxic conditions, and when discarded, they pile up in mountains of e-waste that leach poison into soil and water. Meanwhile, the digital sphere breeds its own filth, misinformation spreading like a plague, rotting trust in institutions, turning neighbors against each other. A rumor can now travel faster than any pathogen, destabilizing entire societies without a single cough or sneeze. It is almost poetic that the internet, humanity's greatest tool for knowledge, has also become one of its greatest sources of contamination. We once feared rats gnawing through grain stores. Now we fear bots gnawing through democracy. And yet, despite all this, resilience pulses stubbornly. Scientists labor over renewable energy, communities organize cleanups, innovators design biodegradable materials, and activists push for systemic reform. Neighbors share food during disasters, humor spreads during crises, and people rediscover old skills, gardening, sewing, repairing, as if circling back to lessons forgotten generations ago. It is the same resilience that carried families through plagues, floods, and famines, now dressed in modern clothes, but animated by the same determination. The joke may be that history repeats itself, but the deeper truth is that humanity survives by repeating itself too, by rediscovering the same old strategies of care, solidarity, and improvisation. The pattern is impossible to miss. Every age convinces itself it has conquered filth, only to discover it has merely shifted its shape. The plague pits became sewers, the sewers became landfills, the landfills became oceans of plastic. The forms evolve, but the core lesson never changes. Comfort breeds arrogance, arrogance breeds neglect, and neglect invites disaster. The comedy, if you can call it that, is that every generation mistakes progress for permanence. We sweep the streets, clean the water, sanitize the hospitals, and then act surprised when the dirt comes back. And it always does, patient as ever, waiting for the moment when vigilance fades. Sometimes it returns as a whisper, strange chemicals in the bloodstream, faint coughs, and polluted air. Other times, it crashes in like a storm, a flood, a wildfire, a pandemic. But however it arrives, it always delivers the same reminder. Filth is not something humanity escapes. It is something humanity must constantly negotiate with, again and again, for as long as civilization dares to call itself civilized. By the time we reach this point in the unfolding story of filth, it becomes clear that the real struggle is not with dirt itself, but with the illusions we wrap around it. Humanity has always been skilled at hiding messes, both literal and metaphorical. Medieval cities shoved waste into rivers, confident that the current would carry it away. Industrial societies buried garbage in landfills, certain the earth would simply swallow it. Modern civilizations package filth in plastic, outsource it across oceans, or bury it under layers of policy and marketing. The pattern is unmistakable. When we cannot face the dirt, we hide it, out of sight, out of mind. But history, with its peculiar patience, always ensures that what is hidden eventually returns. Air is perhaps the most ironic example. We once believed foul odors were themselves the cause of disease, that bad smells carried death through the streets. Today, we can measure pollutants with surgical precision, charting levels of carbon dioxide, methane, nitrogen oxides, and particulates. We know exactly what is poisoning us, and yet the knowledge doesn't always change the behavior. Cities still choke under smog, factories still belch smoke, and cars still clog streets with exhaust. And so, people joke about the extra crunch in city air or post selfies under skies stained orange by wildfire smoke. It's a defense mechanism, of course, but it also shows how easy it is to normalize what should never be normal. Humanity once learned to live with the smell of dung. Now it learns to live with the taste of ash. Water reflects a similar contradiction. It flows clear from the tap, carrying the appearance of safety, but clarity is deceptive. Invisible chemicals, pesticides, and pharmaceuticals swirl within it, unnoticed until health crises expose them. Communities suddenly discover rising cancer rates or neurological disorders, traced back to contaminants they had been drinking for years. The irony is sharp. Medieval peasants prayed their wells weren't cursed, while modern citizens pray their water bills aren't lying. Bottled water, sold as the epitome of purity, often comes from the same sources as tap water, wrapped in plastic that leaks microparticles into the very liquid it promises to protect. It's an old trick dressed in modern branding, safety sold as a commodity rather than a right. Waste tells its own epic. Medieval towns overflowed with refuse in courtyards and alleys. Now, entire nations ship their trash overseas, transforming poorer regions into dumping grounds. The illusion is clean sidewalks and tidy neighborhoods, but the reality is mountains of plastic smoldering in distant lands, releasing toxins into skies we all share. Recycling offers comfort, but most of what enters the bin never finds a second life. It's a ritual, not a solution, a performance of virtue. Imagine archaeologists of the future digging through our garbage strata, endless layers of plastic straws, coffee lids, and disposable packaging. They might call it the plastic age, a geological reminder of how humans built monuments not just in stone but in trash. And the uncomfortable truth is that these monuments will likely outlast our cathedrals. Food, too, bears witness to this hidden contamination. Fields are green, grocery stores are abundant, shelves are full of options. Yet abundance conceals fragility. Industrial farming drenches soil with chemicals, animals are crowded in conditions perfect for the breeding of pathogens, and supply chains stretch so thin that a single contamination can trigger nationwide recalls. Outbreaks of salmonella or E. coli remind us that safety is never guaranteed, even in a world of apparent plenty. People laugh about mystery meat or the indestructible fast food burger, but the humor carries unease. Once famine was the fear, now it is obesity, diabetes, and cancers linked to diet. Survival has shifted, but insecurity remains. Technology, often mistaken as the final cure, introduces new forms of pollution, some physical, some intangible. Smartphones, laptops, and cars demand rare minerals mined in ways that poison land and water. When discarded, these devices pile up in mountains of toxic e-waste. Meanwhile, the digital sphere spreads its own form of contamination. Misinformation, conspiracies, and outrage travel faster than any germ, infecting minds and destabilizing communities. Just as rats once gnawed through grain stores, bots gnaw through democracy, and the damage is just as lasting. The comedy here is bitter. The internet was supposed to liberate humanity through knowledge, but it has also drowned people in so much noise that truth itself feels polluted. Climate change looms as the great stage where all these forms of filth converge. Rising seas flood sewage systems, wildfires fill skies with ash, droughts concentrate toxins in water, and storms scatter waste across landscapes. The earth itself now mirrors the chaotic filth of medieval alleys, only this time stretched across continents. And yet denial persists. People rebuild homes in floodplains, plant lawns in deserts, and joke about apocalypse weather as if memes could cancel hurricanes. It's the same old reflex. Laugh, deny, delay, until survival forces a reckoning. And the reckoning, when it comes, is never polite. Still, resilience endures, as it always has. Communities adapt, scientists innovate, and humor continues to transform fear into something survivable. People plant community gardens, invent renewable energy solutions, and rally for cleaner cities. Children strike for climate justice, neighbors share food in times of scarcity, and innovators design materials meant to biodegrade instead of linger. These efforts may look small against the scale of the problem, but they are threads in the same fabric of survival that once carried families through plagues and famines. The resilience itself is proof that filth, though eternal, is never invincible. Yet the deeper lesson persists, echoing across centuries. Civilization does not collapse because filth exists. It collapses when societies forget why they fought against it in the first place. Memory fades, comfort dulls vigilance, and arrogance convinces people that progress is permanent. That arrogance is the true contagion, the one that outlasts every microbe and every pile of garbage. And when arrogance takes root, filth always finds its way back. Sometimes quietly, sometimes with catastrophe. So the story continues, looping as it always has. The actors are new, plastics, carbon, misinformation, but the script is familiar. Humanity cleans, builds, forgets, and then relearns, laughing nervously along the way. And somewhere in the background, as always, history sharpens its reminders, waiting for the moment when comfort becomes louder than caution, and the curtain rises once more on the oldest play of all. By the time we step into this part of the story, what becomes undeniable is that filth has always been less about the presence of dirt and more about the absence of accountability. Every age has invented its own excuses for tolerating the intolerable. Medieval villagers told themselves that pestilence was God's punishment, something unavoidable. Industrialists of the 19th century insisted that smoke was the smell of progress, as if lung disease were just an inconvenient side effect of prosperity. And today, people reassure themselves that their individual recycling habits cancel out the emissions of global industries, even while sipping coffee from disposable cups that will outlast their grandchildren. The pattern is the same. Rationalize the mess and hope someone else will clean it up later. The most revealing example might be the way we manage our garbage. Cities proudly display neatly color-coded bins, blue for paper, green for glass, yellow for plastics, as though organization itself were salvation. But behind the scenes, much of that carefully sorted waste is either dumped into landfills or shipped thousands of miles away. The illusion is comfort. The reality is exportation of filth. It's not that different from medieval households tossing waste into the street and trusting the rain to carry it off. Only now, instead of rain, it's global trade routes. The scale has changed, but the mentality hasn't. And there's a kind of grim humor in that. We've gone from throwing refuse out the window to throwing it out of the country. Progress, apparently, is just distance. Air reveals the same contradiction. People once held cloths to their faces to avoid miasmas, believing that bad air carried death. Centuries later, wildfires tint skies orange. Urban smog shrouds skylines, and we once again hold cloth to our faces, this time in the form of masks. The science is different, but the gesture is the same. An instinctive belief that survival can be improvised with a scrap of fabric. Meanwhile, entire industries promise clean air solutions, selling filters and purifiers as luxury items, turning necessity into commodity. And here lies the comedy. We collectively poison the air through our lifestyles, then spend fortunes to buy it back in little purified doses. Humanity, it seems, has never quite mastered the art of breathing without paying for it. Water offers a quieter but equally unsettling reminder. Infrastructure gives the impression of permanence. Open a tap and safety flows. Yet scandals like lead in pipes or chemical spills reveal just how fragile that trust really is. Even when water is clear, its purity is not guaranteed. Microplastics, pharmaceuticals, and heavy metals drift invisibly in what looks like perfection. And bottled water, marketed as salvation, often comes from the same sources as the tap, wrapped in layers of plastic that add new contaminants. It's a strange circle. We pollute the environment, then buy a more expensive version of what we've polluted, convinced that money equals purity. If that doesn't make you smile bitterly, nothing will. The food system sharpens this paradox. Supermarket aisles groan with abundance, but the abundance carries a price. Industrial farming spreads pesticides into soil and rivers. Animals live in conditions that breed new pathogens, and processed foods leave us both overfed and malnourished. Outbreaks of E. coli in lettuce or salmonella in eggs show just how fragile the system really is. The humor here is bleak but undeniable. In trying to solve famine, we've created diseases of excess, where the threat isn't scarcity but overconsumption. Once upon a time, people feared starvation. Now they fear the ingredients on the back of a snack wrapper. It's proof that survival has never been straightforward. It's just traded one danger for another. Technology, for all its brilliance, produces its own shadows. Devices connect us across the globe, but require rare minerals that scar landscapes and poison communities. Discarded electronics form toxic mountains, leaking metals into soil and water. And the digital sphere spreads filth of a different kind. Misinformation, conspiracy, and outrage that infect societies like unseen pathogens. Just as fleas once carried plague, bots now carry lies, destabilizing trust in ways that can unravel nations. The irony is painful, yet funny. We built machines powerful enough to map the human genome, then used the same networks to argue about whether the Earth is flat. It shows that contamination isn't only biological, it's intellectual, and perhaps even harder to cure. Climate change weaves all these threads together into a single suffocating fabric. Rising seas seep into sewage systems, wildfires pollute air, floods scatter garbage, and droughts intensify chemical concentrations in water. It is as if the planet itself has become a medieval alley, choked with filth on a scale no broom can sweep. And yet, in the face of these warnings, denial thrives. People rebuild in floodplains, drive gas-guzzling vehicles while lamenting fuel prices, and share memes about apocalypse weather, as if humor could cancel hurricanes. Laughter has always been a shield, but it has never been a solution. Still, without it, perhaps we'd all collapse under the weight of knowing just how fragile everything really is. And yet, despite the absurdities, resilience persists. Communities mobilize to clean rivers, scientists innovate with renewable energy, activists push for change, and neighbors care for each other in times of crisis. Humor carries people through, as it always has, turning fear into something that can be endured. Children once sang rhymes about the plague to soften terror. Now they share videos about quarantine boredom with the same purpose. The tools change, but the strategy remains. Find a way to laugh, to adapt, to survive. The deeper truth is that the greatest contamination has never been dirt, waste, or even microbes. It has been arrogance. Every generation convinces itself it has conquered filth, only to learn that filth was simply waiting in another form. Forgetting, not dirt, is the real contagion. And every time we forget, history patiently rehearses the same reminder. Sometimes it comes softly, a strange cough, a foul smell. Other times it crashes in with a storm, a flood, or a plague. But it always arrives, because filth, like memory, never really leaves. It just waits for us to pretend it's gone. By the time the narrative of filth stretches into its 32nd layer, what becomes clear is that the battlefield is no longer just the streets or the wells, it is the very structure of daily life. Dirt has become systemic, woven into habits, economies, and beliefs so deeply that it often hides behind a mask of normalcy. The challenge is not merely cleaning up the mess, but recognizing it in the first place. That is what makes this era both fascinating and terrifying. The enemy is camouflaged as convenience, disguised as progress, and sold back to us with glossy packaging and smiling slogans. Take the way we treat convenience as a virtue. Single-use plastics, fast food, express delivery. Each of these solves a tiny momentary problem, but together they generate mountains of waste and rivers of carbon. Humanity has essentially built an empire on disposability. A medieval villager would have been stunned to see us discard a cup after a single sip, or shirt after a single season. To them, clothing was mended until it was threadbare. Cups were refilled until they cracked. Today, the joke is that our landfills contain more perfectly good furniture than our ancestors ever owned in their lifetimes. Progress, it turns out, sometimes looks like garbage piled higher and faster. The digital world adds another dimension to this illusion of cleanliness. Online spaces feel immaterial, untouchable, yet the servers that power them consume vast amounts of energy and generate more emissions than entire countries. The cloud, celebrated as a weightless metaphor, is in reality a network of warehouses stuffed with humming machines, leaking heat into the atmosphere and demanding rivers of electricity. It's a kind of invisible smog, one that doesn't stain our curtains but still reshapes our climate. And perhaps the most comic part is how we all reassure ourselves by deleting emails, as if a cleaned inbox somehow saves the planet. In truth, the server farms don't care whether we're tidy. They care that we never stop scrolling. Even the body has become a site of hidden contamination. Modern diets deliver calories in abundance, but they are laced with preservatives, artificial colors, and ingredients so unpronounceable they might as well be spells from an alchemist's book. We know enough to be suspicious, hence the rise of organic, natural, clean eating, but the truth is harder to swallow. The very industries selling us detox juices are often the same ones flooding supermarkets with the toxins in the first place. It's like a medieval apothecary selling poison and antidote in the same breath, and we laugh nervously at jokes about junk food. Not because they're harmless, but because deep down we know they're not. Our relationship with nature reveals the same paradox. On one hand, we romanticize the outdoors, taking weekend hikes and posting photos of untouched landscapes. On the other, we continue to fuel systems that erode those very landscapes. Deforestation, mining, drilling, and urban sprawl carve scars across the earth, often in places we rarely see. It's easy to admire a park in the middle of a city, harder to reckon with the forest that was raised to build the city in the first place. Here, the comedy is bleak. Humans plant trees ceremonially on Earth Day, while bulldozers clear thousands the following morning. It's not hypocrisy exactly, it's habit. And habit, once entrenched, is more powerful than any sermon or statistic. Technology promises salvation, but it also invents fresh vulnerabilities. Antibiotics, once hailed as miracles, now face bacteria that treat them as snacks. Chemical fertilizers, once seen as the answer to famine, now drain into rivers, creating dead zones where nothing grows. Renewable energy, though vital, requires rare minerals extracted under exploitative conditions. The lesson is clear but uncomfortable. Every cure creates its own contamination. Humanity rarely solves problems, it trades them. And perhaps that is why history feels like a loop, because each solution becomes the seed of the next crisis. It's almost funny if you think about it. We're like a chef who keeps burning dinner but insists the smoke means we're getting better at cooking. Humor itself remains one of the most fascinating defenses against filth. In the face of overwhelming evidence, garbage islands in the Pacific, heat waves that melt asphalt, floods that turn highways into rivers, people create memes. They joke about apocalypse starter kits, about billionaires planning to colonize Mars, about the absurdity of hoarding toilet paper during pandemics. These jokes do not erase the fear, they make it survivable. Medieval peasants sang rhymes about plague carts for the same reason. When terror becomes unbearable, laughter shrinks it to a size you can carry. But the danger is that laughter also numbs urgency. If every disaster becomes a punchline, when does action begin? And yet, resilience continues to shine through the cracks. Communities clean beaches, activists demand accountability, scientists push boundaries, and ordinary people adjust in small but meaningful ways, planting gardens, cycling to work, reusing what they can. These gestures may feel tiny against the scale of the crisis, but they are threads in the same tapestry of survival that has carried humanity through plagues, famines, and floods. The great irony is that survival has never depended on perfection, only on persistence. And persistence, despite everything, remains humanity's most reliable trait. The deeper truth, however, is that filth has never left us. It has only changed its disguise. What was once manure underfoot is now carbon in the sky. What was once spoiled meat in markets is now chemicals hidden in processed food. What was once rumor in the tavern is now misinformation online. The forms shift, but the essence stays the same. And every time we forget, every time we convince ourselves that we've finally broken free, the reminder arrives, sometimes as a whisper, sometimes as a roar. Because filth, unlike us, is infinitely patient. It doesn't need to win today. It only needs us to forget tomorrow. And forgetting has always been humanity's favorite habit, the one mess we never seem to clean. By the time we step into this chapter, filth reveals itself not only as something humanity fights against, but also as something humanity creates willingly. The tragedy and the comedy are the same. The very systems designed to make life easier often end up generating new forms of contamination, and instead of confronting the contradiction, people learn to live with it. Civilization has always been a negotiation with dirt, but in this era, the negotiation feels more like a contract signed blindly, full of fine print no one bothers to read. And as with all contracts, the consequences arrive sooner or later, whether we're prepared or not. Take our obsession with speed. Modern society thrives on it. Fast food, fast delivery, fast communication. But every shortcut leaves residue. The packaging from instant meals clogs landfills, the trucks delivering next-day orders pump exhaust into the air, and the data speeding across the internet demands servers that burn energy day and night. It's as if speed itself generates filth, the way friction generates heat. Yet we treat slowness as a sin, patience as a flaw. A medieval farmer would have laughed at the absurdity of rushing bread to rise faster. He knew some things spoil if forced. Today, we pay for convenience with mountains of garbage and skies thickened by smoke, and still, we tell ourselves it's worth it. That's not progress, it's just mess on fast forward. Consumption follows the same logic. Entire economies are built on the principle that more is always better. More gadgets, more clothes, more flavors of potato chips than anyone could reasonably want. But abundance has its shadow. Every purchase leaves behind waste. Every trend abandons yesterday's treasures as today's trash. We've built a culture where durability is a flaw because lasting products slow down consumption. Imagine telling a medieval craftsman that people would someday throw away shoes not because they were broken, but because they were out of style. He would think it was madness, and he wouldn't be wrong. Filth, in this sense, is not an accident. It's the business model. Even leisure breeds contamination. Tourism, that industry of escape, leaves trails of plastic bottles on beaches, carbon footprints from flights, and sewage flowing from cruise ships into once pristine seas. We think of vacations as clean breaks from daily life, but they often transfer dirt from one place to another. Medieval pilgrims left candle wax and bones behind at shrines. Modern tourists leave sunscreen slicks on coral reefs. Both saw their journeys as spiritual or restorative, yet both reshaped the very places they sought refuge in. The comedy is that relaxation itself becomes a pollutant, proof that humans can even turn joy into residue. Technology, our proudest achievement, hides its filth in plain sight. Sleek phones, laptops, and cars gleam with modernity, yet behind them lie mines stripped bare, rivers turned toxic, and laborers handling chemicals without protection. The final product feels clean because its dirt has been displaced. And when those devices are discarded, they pile up in electronic graveyards, leaking metals and fumes into distant landscapes. It's an old story in new clothing. Filth doesn't vanish, it migrates. Medieval cities dumped waste into rivers downstream. Modern societies dump e-waste into poorer nations. Out of sight, out of conscience. The habit has survived the centuries. It just got better at hiding its tracks. The body itself has not escaped this transformation. Once upon a time, people feared contaminated wells or spoiled meat. Now they fear the invisible additives and chemicals infused in daily diets. Sugary drinks, processed snacks, and hormone-altering preservatives shape bodies in ways previous generations could not imagine. Illness no longer comes from famine or plague alone, but from the excesses of plenty. Obesity, diabetes, and heart disease become the new epidemics, slow-moving yet relentless. The irony is sharp. Famine was once the scourge of civilization, now overabundances. Humanity solved hunger only to discover a new kind of sickness waiting in the wings, dressed not in rags, but in glittering wrappers. Climate change ties these threads together in a stage larger than any city or nation. Rising seas flood sewage systems, wildfires paint skies red, and droughts poison water with concentrated toxins. The entire planet begins to feel like one vast, overcrowded medieval town where waste overwhelms capacity and survival depends on improvisation. And still, denial thrives. People rebuild in danger zones, industries lobby against reform, and citizens share jokes about apocalypse weather, as if humor could keep the waters from rising. Laughter has always been a balm, but it has never been a dam. Yet, in the midst of all this, resilience flickers with stubborn brilliance. Communities gather to clean rivers, activists plant trees in scorched earth, Scientists invent ways to turn waste into fuel or plastic into soil. Children march in protest, demanding futures free of the dirt left behind by their elders. Neighbors share food during shortages, strangers rescue each other in floods, and humor keeps despair from suffocating hope. The same improvisation that carried peasants through plagues and townsfolk through cholera now carries us through pandemics and heat waves. It is the thread of continuity, proof that while filth never leaves, neither does the human capacity to endure. The lesson, though, remains as sharp as ever. Filth is not simply matter out of place. It is the echo of choices unexamined. It thrives not only where systems fail, but where memory fails. Each generation mistakes cleanliness for permanence, then forgets that vigilance is the only real safeguard. And when the forgetting sets in, filth returns, not as something new, but as something familiar in a new disguise. It waits, patient as ever, for the moment when convenience dulls conscience and laughter drowns out memory. Then, as it always has, it steps back into the spotlight, ready to remind us that the cycle was never broken. It was only paused. And that reminder, whether whispered or shouted, always arrives sooner than we think. By this stage of the story, the idea of filth has become almost philosophical. It is no longer about the obvious piles of refuse in a marketplace or the stagnant pools outside a crowded tenement. Instead, it has seeped into the less tangible spaces of human existence, into the ways societies organize themselves, into the choices people make every day, and into the contradictions they live with without realizing it. What's most fascinating, and sometimes darkly comic, is how often humanity confuses appearances for solutions. We polish the surface while the rot seeps deeper underneath, convinced that the shine is proof of progress. But filth has always been cleverer than that. It hides in plain sight, disguising itself as normal, until one day it is too large to ignore. Take the idea of cleanliness as performance. Walk into a modern supermarket and everything gleams. Fruit is waxed to look brighter. Plastic packages sparkle under fluorescent lights. Aisles are scrubbed daily. It feels like order, almost sterile. Yet behind that order lies the chaos of industrial farming, chemical fertilizers draining into rivers and pesticides lingering on the very skins we polish. Cleanliness has become branding, a way to sell the illusion of purity while concealing the dirt it took to create it. It's the same sleight of hand medieval nobles performed with perfume. Mask the stench, don't solve the problem. And we laugh at their naivety, forgetting we do the same every time we bite into an apple that traveled thousands of miles under a chemical glaze. Even architecture reveals the contradiction. Skyscrapers soar as symbols of modernity, glass and steel catching the sun, while their shadows fall on neighborhoods where garbage collection is unreliable and sewage overflows during storms. The vertical gleam distracts from the horizontal grime. Cities boast about sustainable design and green buildings, while struggling to maintain basic sanitation in poorer districts. This is nothing new. Cathedrals once dazzled visitors while peasants trudged through mud outside their gates. The comedy lies in how we repeat the same choreography, century after century, convinced we've reinvented the dance when we've only changed the costumes. Technology deepens the paradox. We live in an age where satellites can detect a leaking pipe from orbit, and algorithms can model disease outbreaks before they happen. Yet we still find ourselves boiling water in our kitchens because infrastructure fails. Smartphones connect us instantly across the globe, yet the cobalt in their batteries poisons children who mine it. Progress dazzles on the front end and contaminates on the back end, like a magician who keeps pulling scarves out of a hat without ever explaining what happened to the rabbit. And perhaps the most absurd part is how willingly we participate in the trick, applauding while the mess piles up behind the curtain. The body itself becomes the next frontier of hidden filth. Food additives, hormones in meat, microplastics in drinking water, chemicals in cosmetics. Each one slips quietly into daily routines until the body becomes its own archive of contamination. Scientists have found microplastics in human blood, and even in placentas, proof that filth no longer lingers outside but has crossed the threshold into our very being. This should be terrifying, yet the collective response often leans toward humor. People joke about being 40% coffee and 10% plastic, turning existential threats into memes. It's both brilliant and tragic. Laughter eases the fear, but it also risks normalizing it. If we laugh too much, we forget to resist. And then there is the mind, a space rarely considered when thinking about filth, but one increasingly vulnerable to it. Information, once scarce, now floods every waking moment. Truth and lies swirl together in the same feeds, indistinguishable until damage is done. Conspiracies spread like bacteria, infecting not the body, but the social fabric. It is filth of a different sort, intellectual contamination, and it leaves societies just as vulnerable as spoiled water once did. The humor here is bitter. Humans invented the internet to share knowledge, then used it to argue whether the earth is flat. Once again, the pattern holds. Filth thrives wherever trust breaks down, no matter what century it is. Climate change threads through all of this like an uninvited conductor, orchestrating the chaos into something larger. Rising seas taint drinking water with salt, storms overwhelm sewage systems, and wildfires choke the air with ash. It is as if the entire planet has become a reenactment of a medieval city, overcrowded, polluted, and perpetually one disaster away from collapse. The difference now is scale. There are no safe regions anymore, no untouched sanctuaries. Yet denial continues, often wrapped in humor. People post photos of catastrophic floods with captions like, "just beach vibes," or joke about wildfires as free barbecues. Humor, again, becomes both shield and sedative, numbing urgency in the very moment urgency is most needed. Still, resilience refuses to vanish. Communities invent new rituals of resistance: urban farming in vacant lots, zero-waste collectives, renewable energy cooperatives. Children demand change more fiercely than adults, striking from schools to remind the world of its responsibilities. Scientists innovate with breathtaking creativity, turning waste into resources, capturing carbon, and exploring materials designed to disappear harmlessly rather than linger for centuries. These efforts are not enough yet, but they prove that the same stubbornness that carried peasants through plagues and villagers through famines still beats within us. Humanity endures not because it is clean, but because it refuses to give up in the face of filth. But the lesson is still as old as the first crowded street. Filth is not simply dirt out of place, it is the echo of neglect, the shadow of arrogance, the cost of forgetting. Every time we declare victory, every time we believe progress has made vigilance unnecessary, the cycle resets. And every time we laugh a little too loudly at our own contradictions, filth listens carefully, waiting for the moment when our humor becomes complacency. That is when it returns, patient as ever, to remind us that no matter how polished the surface, the cracks are always there. Because history, like filth, has infinite patience. It does not rush, it only waits for us to forget, then begins again. And if there's one truth that has repeated across centuries, it is this: the mess we choose not to see will always be the one that comes back to claim us. At this point in the story, filth no longer feels like something that lives outside of us. It has seeped into the ways we build, the ways we eat, the ways we think, and even the ways we define ourselves. What's unsettling is how often we confuse cleanliness with control, as if polished surfaces and sterilized packaging prove we've conquered disorder. But filth has always thrived in the gap between appearance and reality, slipping into the spaces we don't want to look too closely at. And the more elaborate our efforts to cover it, the more insidious it becomes. Consider the paradox of the modern clean home. Floors gleam, surfaces sparkle, and every corner smells of lemon or lavender. Yet those fragrances are often chemical cocktails, designed not to clean but to trick the brain into believing cleanliness has been achieved. We've essentially replaced the stench of rot with the stench of artificial freshness, and no one seems to notice. It's not that different from medieval townspeople scattering herbs on the floor to mask the smell of waste. We laugh at their naivety, but really, we've only changed the label on the bottle. Perhaps the most comic part is how we scrub obsessively indoors, while ignoring the polluted air leaking in from the street. It's like polishing a wine glass while filling it with swamp water. The food industry sharpens this irony. Walk into a grocery store and you're greeted by abundance that looks almost theatrical. Fruits glisten under sprayed mists, meat shines under neon light, and packaging promises freshness with every shade of green imaginable. But peel back the illusion and the reality is less appetizing. Pesticides clinging to produce, antibiotics embedded in livestock, microplastics hidden in fish. Even so, people comfort themselves with labels like all natural, ignoring the fact that arsenic and snake venom are technically natural too. Medieval markets at least had the honesty of buzzing flies to warn you something was wrong. Today, the danger is invisible, and perhaps that's why it feels easier to laugh about mystery meat than to confront what it really means. Waste tells its own darkly comic story. Modern cities congratulate themselves on sanitation systems and waste management, as though those terms erase the reality that much of it still ends up rotting in landfills or choking rivers. Recycling, held up as the holy ritual of environmental virtue, is often little more than theater. Plastics get shipped to poorer countries, burned or buried out of sight, while wealthier nations pat themselves on the back for doing their part. It's the same pattern that stretched across centuries: dump the dirt where someone else has to deal with it. The scale has changed, the excuses sound more sophisticated, but the core behavior hasn't shifted at all. It's hard not to laugh at the irony. Entire PR campaigns are built to convince us our garbage disappears, as if matter suddenly decided to obey magic tricks. Technology complicates the picture further. On the surface, our devices represent the pinnacle of cleanliness: sleek glass, brushed metal, no moving parts to soil our hands. Yet their production leaves behind toxic trails of mining sludge, poisoned water, and scarred landscapes. And when we discard them, they pile up in toxic mountains of e-waste that children in faraway countries sift through with bare hands. This is filth disguised as progress, contamination packaged as convenience. And the bitter comedy is that we measure innovation in upgrades, not in consequences. The latest phone may take sharper photos of sunsets, but it also ensures another river somewhere runs black. Medieval people at least saw their filth. We've outsourced ours so effectively that we forget it still exists. The body itself carries the legacy of this denial. Processed foods, polluted air, and chemical residues weave themselves into human cells until the body becomes a living archive of contamination. Microplastics have been found in blood, in lungs, even in placentas, proof that modern filth is not just around us but within us. And instead of facing this with alarm, we joke about it, calling ourselves plastic people, half laughing at the absurdity of literally becoming synthetic. It's the same nervous humor that once turned plague into nursery rhymes. Laughter softens the fear, but it also risks disguising the seriousness. After all, if we're laughing about being made of plastic, are we really trying to stop it? Climate change ties every thread of this narrative together, forcing filth into visibility. Floods carry waste into streets, storms scatter toxins across cities, fires blanket entire regions with choking ash. It's as though the earth itself has become a giant reminder that hiding the mess doesn't erase it. Each disaster strips away the illusion, leaving the truth in plain sight. Filth has always been patient, waiting for the moment when human arrogance sets the stage for its return. And even then, people cope the same way they always have, by joking, by denying, by pretending the crisis is temporary. Humor becomes survival, but also a kind of blindness, proof that we are more comfortable laughing at the apocalypse than preparing for it. Yet resilience continues to emerge in ways both profound and ordinary. Communities gather to clean beaches, to plant gardens, to build local systems that defy the neglect of larger powers. Scientists push forward with breakthroughs, inventing biodegradable materials, reimagining agriculture, and searching for energy sources that don't poison the air. Activists raise their voices, children march in protest, neighbors share resources when infrastructure fails. It's not enough to solve everything, but it is enough to keep hope alive. And perhaps that has always been the true counterweight to filth. Not perfection, but persistence. The deeper truth remains unchanged across centuries. Filth has never been about dirt alone. It has always been about forgetting. Every system built to fight it works only as long as vigilance lasts. Once memory fades, once comfort convinces people the problem is solved, the cycle resets. That's why history feels like a loop with new actors, but the same play. And the joke, if you can call it that, is that we know this, yet we keep pretending otherwise. Because filth doesn't need to rush. It waits in shadows, in habits, in small acts of denial, knowing that sooner or later humanity will forget again. And when that forgetting arrives, the reminder follows, patient, sharp, and impossible to ignore. By this point in the journey, what becomes clear is that filth is no longer just the enemy we battle in streets, kitchens, or hospitals. It has become entangled with the very rhythms of our lives. The story of contamination is also the story of convenience, ambition, and short memory. Every solution we invent carries within it the seed of a new mess, and every time we congratulate ourselves for progress, we quietly begin laying the foundations for the next crisis. It is less a battle and more a dance, and the uncomfortable truth is that filth has always been the more patient partner. Think about how cities present themselves. Urban landscapes gleam with glass facades, neon lights, and manicured parks. To the untrained eye, it looks like triumph over chaos. But walk down the alleys behind restaurants or peek into the drainage systems during a storm and the illusion cracks. Grease thickens pipes until sewers back up. Stormwater carries plastic bottles into rivers, and rats thrive in the shadows cast by glittering skyscrapers. The pattern is the same as centuries ago. Beauty in the square, decay in the gutter. What has changed is scale. Instead of one neighborhood flooded by waste, its entire coastlines, oceans, and climates reshaped by what we prefer not to see. There's a kind of bitter humor in this. Our cities now advertise smart technology, yet they still lose the same old battle against trash bags torn open by hungry animals. Air, too, tells its story with subtle cruelty. The skies over industrial centers no longer belch coal smoke and thick clouds, yet the air is laced with pollutants too fine to see. These invisible particles lodge in lungs and hearts, reducing lifespans quietly, without the drama of epidemics past. The danger is stealthy, but the behavior is familiar. People adapt, normalize, and laugh it off. Jokes about spicy air during wildfire season or memes about smoggy sunsets serve as both coping mechanism and denial. It's not so different from medieval citizens sprinkling herbs on floors, believing the scent would purify the air. Then it was lavender, now it's hashtags, but both serve the same purpose. Disguising fear with ritual. Water, the oldest battlefield, remains just as fragile. Modern pipes promise purity, yet crises like Flint, Michigan, or countless rural communities prove how easily that promise collapses. Even when the water looks clear, contaminants swirl invisibly. Lead, pesticides, microplastics. Bottled water, marketed as salvation, often arrives in plastic containers that leach new chemicals into the very liquid people trust. There's irony here almost too sharp to ignore. We have invented machines to desalinate oceans, yet we still fail to keep household taps safe. Medieval peasants might have marveled at the idea of water flowing endlessly indoors, but they would have recognized the anxiety immediately. Because the fear hasn't changed. It is the same old question whispered across centuries. Can I trust what I'm about to drink? Food deepens the contradiction. The abundance of supermarket aisles looks like a victory, but behind the labels lie fragile supply chains and industrial systems that breed new risks. Animals raised in cramped conditions create ideal grounds for disease. Vegetables grown with chemical fertilizers carry residues into bodies. Processed snacks overflow with ingredients whose names sound more like chemistry experiments than nourishment. Outbreaks of salmonellas or E. coli sweep through countries, not because food is scarce, but because it is mass-produced on such a scale that one mistake affects millions. We laugh at jokes about indestructible fast food burgers or mystery meat in cafeterias, but the humor barely masks the unease. Once hunger was the threat, now it's abundance laced with hidden hazards. Progress, in this sense, feels like a punchline written by history itself. Technology, hailed as salvation, becomes yet another stage for contamination. Rare earth mining devastates landscapes, electronic waste piles up in toxic mountains, and the very networks meant to connect us spew misinformation that corrodes trust. Filth here is not only chemical, but cognitive. Just as a polluted river poisons fish, polluted information poisons societies. It's not hard to see the echo. Where rats once carried fleas and fleas carried plague, bots now carry lies that infect entire populations. And we, ever resourceful in denial, joke about it, laughing at conspiracy theories even as they reshape politics and public health. The comedy is dark, but it's real. Humanity built the most powerful tools for sharing knowledge and then used them to argue whether knowledge exists at all. Climate change ties all of this together into one vast stage. Floods overwhelm sewage systems, fires turn forests into smoke machines, and droughts concentrate toxins in water supplies. Each disaster acts like a spotlight, revealing the dirt we've tried to hide. A hurricane does not only destroy houses, it rips open the truth about waste buried beneath them. A wildfire does not only consume trees, it exposes the fragility of air we assumed was stable. The planet itself now plays the role of the medieval city, messy, overcrowded, and constantly one spark away from catastrophe. And yet, denial thrives. People rebuild in danger zones, rebuild lifestyles of excess, and laugh at memes about apocalypse vibes as though the punchline could cancel the storm. And still, resilience pulses through it all. Communities organize cleanups, scientists design materials that dissolve into soil instead of choking oceans, and children lead marches demanding change. Ordinary people grow food in urban gardens, repair instead of replace, and share resources when systems fail. These actions may seem small against the enormity of the crisis, but they are acts of memory, reminders that filth is never beaten, only managed, and that management requires vigilance. The same stubbornness that once led villagers to scrub thresholds or carry herbs against disease now drives modern families to recycle, protest, and invent. It is the same spirit, only wearing new clothes. The deeper truth, however, remains constant. Filth is not only the residue of matter, it is the residue of forgetting. Every clean street, every pure glass of water, every efficient sewer system is not a permanent victory, but a temporary reprieve. Forgetfulness is the contagion that makes filth inevitable. And as long as laughter becomes complacency and comfort becomes arrogance, history will wait patiently, ready to deliver its next reminder. Because filth has never been in a hurry. It doesn't need to conquer quickly. It only needs us to forget slowly. And when forgetting settles in, as it always does, the cycle begins again, disguised in new forms, but familiar enough that we should recognize it. If only we were willing to look closely. By now, the story of filth has stretched so far that it stops being only about what we can touch, smell, or see, and begins to bleed into the deeper structures of culture itself. What makes this stage fascinating is how easily societies create entire systems that look clean on the outside, but rot underneath. It's not the trash on the street or the smoke in the air that shocks anymore. It's the fact that entire civilizations run on illusions designed to hide the trash and disguise the smoke. And when the illusion becomes too convincing, we forget there was ever a problem to begin with. That's when filth wins, not by overwhelming us with its stench, but by convincing us it doesn't exist. Take politics, for instance. Every age has been ruled not just by laws, but by the stories leaders tell about themselves. Medieval rulers declared divine authority, industrial barons claimed the progress of civilization, and modern governments celebrate transparency while secrets pile up in bureaucratic closets. Corruption, inefficiency, and negligence are not new forms of dirt. They are the oldest ones, dressed in new suits. And what's almost comic is how predictable the cycle is. Leaders promise to clean things up, people cheer, scandals erupt. And then the next leader promises to clean things up again. It's like watching someone sweep the same floor with a broom missing half its bristles, insisting it's spotless because the broom is new. The media landscape adds its own layer of contamination. Information travels faster than ever, yet truth has become harder to find. Lies and half-truths spread like smoke through a crowded room, choking clarity before anyone realizes what's happening. Memes and headlines carry outrage, mistrust, and fear at the speed of light. And while people laugh at the absurdity of it all, the damage lingers. It's not very different from medieval gossip whispered in taverns, except now the tavern is global and the whispers are amplified 1,000,000 times. And the strange humor here is that people invented machines capable of mapping the universe, then used those same machines to argue whether the Earth is flat. If filth has a sense of irony, this must be its favorite century. Economies, too, manufacture their own kinds of dirt. The obsession with growth produces not just wealth, but mountains of invisible residue. Entire industries are built around planned obsolescence, ensuring that products break or become unfashionable just fast enough to keep consumption flowing. The result is oceans of discarded clothing, gadgets, and packaging. But the logic is defended as efficiency, even as landfills overflow. A medieval cobbler would shake his head in disbelief at the idea of throwing away shoes, simply because the color was last season. And yet, here we are, building entire economic systems on waste disguised as progress. The comedy lies in the honesty of it. We know the cycle is absurd, we joke about it, and then we click add to cart anyway. Even religion and philosophy, which once promised purity of soul, cannot escape the contamination. History is full of holy men preaching simplicity while living in palaces, or philosophers writing about virtue while exploiting those around them. The contradiction is not an accident, it is part of the pattern. Every claim to moral cleanliness risks becoming another mask to hide the dirt. And the humor, bitter though it is, comes from how predictable these revelations always are. When scandals erupt, everyone gasps as though shocked, even though the cycle has repeated for centuries. It's less a surprise than a tradition, as dependable as sunrise. On a more intimate scale, even families become microcosms of this endless dance with dirt. Homes are curated for appearances, polished for visitors, while hidden corners tell different stories, closets stuffed with forgotten clothes, garages overflowing with unused gadgets, refrigerators hiding wilted vegetables behind glossy jars. The public face of domestic life is always tidy, the private side is always cluttered. And here, perhaps, lies the sharpest comedy of all. People once laughed at medieval peasants living with animals under the same roof, yet today, we live with our own messes hidden in closets and call it normal. The animal has simply changed shape. It's clutter instead of cows, but the principle is the same. Climate, of course, does not care about these illusions. Rising seas, spreading deserts, and intensifying storms strip away the veneers and expose the underlying fragility. A hurricane does not respect the cleanliness of your living room, nor does wildfire care about your recycling bins. Disasters remind us in the harshest possible way that the dirt we thought we buried is never truly gone. It waits, it lingers, and when it returns, it does so with interest. Yet people still find ways to laugh, posting memes about apocalypse vibes while watching neighborhoods sink underwater. Humor may soften despair, but it cannot mop a flood. And yet, as always, resilience refuses to die. Communities rise from ruins, neighbors rebuild homes together, and ordinary people find ways to carve hope out of rubble. Scientists push forward with new solutions, inventors experiment with cleaner technologies, and activists refuse to let memory fade entirely. The spirit that once carried villages through plague and famine continues to pulse through modern crises, proving that while filth always returns, so does the will to resist it. The deeper truth, though, refuses to soften. Filth has never been just dirt out of place. It is the shadow of arrogance, the cost of forgetting, the residue of denial. Every system we build works only as long as memory lasts, and memory has always been the weakest human muscle. When we forget, filth doesn't need to fight, it simply waits. And when the illusion of cleanliness grows too convincing, when laughter becomes too comfortable, the curtain lifts and the oldest story begins again. Because history, in its dark humor, loves nothing more than repetition, and filth, patient as ever, is always ready to provide the encore. By the time we arrive at this stage of the story, filth has revealed itself as something more than matter. It is a reflection of how humanity organizes its ambitions, its fears, and its excuses. Dirt in the streets or soot in the lungs may have once been the most obvious symbols, but now the most insidious contamination lives in the structures that seem polished and respectable. The strange, almost comic truth is that civilizations don't simply tolerate filth, they depend on it. The waste of one system is the fuel of another, and so long as the surface shines, people are willing to pretend the rot beneath isn't there. Take the way cities deal with garbage. Officially, it disappears every week like clockwork. Trucks roll in, bags vanish, and streets are reborn clean by morning. Yet the miracle of disappearance is only an illusion. The trash doesn't vanish. It migrates to sprawling landfills, to incinerators, to faraway coastlines where it washes ashore like the tide's cruel joke. The comfort of disappearance is really just the comfort of distance. A medieval villager would have laughed at this charade. At least their waste was honest, visible in the alleys, and smelled for what it was. We, on the other hand, perform a sleight of hand and clap for the magician, even though the rabbit is rotting behind the curtain. Air, too, has perfected this act of deception. Skies above bustling cities may look blue on clear days, but the invisible particles drifting through them quietly erode health. Lungs become the archive of our negligence, storing the residue of traffic, industry, and wildfire smoke. And the irony is that while we once feared bad odors as signs of disease, today's danger is odorless. It sneaks in with every breath, proof that the most dangerous filth is often the kind we can't smell. The comedy here is cruel. We laugh about extra crispy lungs during wildfire season, as if humor could detoxify air, forgetting that laughter might ease despair but never filters particles. Water, the most essential of all, carries its own paradoxes. The pipes that promise safety can just as easily deliver contamination. Lead, nitrates, industrial chemicals, all invisible but devastating, seep silently into homes. Communities discover too late that their trust in infrastructure has betrayed them. Bottled water markets itself as purity, but it often arrives wrapped in the very plastic, choking rivers. Imagine explaining to someone in the 14th century that people would one day pay more for water than for wine, only to find that the wine might actually be safer. They would laugh at the absurdity, though probably not for long, because behind the comedy is the same old terror, the uncertainty of whether the water we drink is life or poison. Food, too, has become its own stage for contamination. Industrial farming churns out abundance, but with that abundance comes residues of pesticides, antibiotics, and hormones. Supermarkets glow with polished abundance, but hidden within are fragilities that turn dinner into risk. Outbreaks of foodborne illness remind us that even in an age of refrigeration and inspection, safety is temporary. What's comic, in a twisted way, is how people now laugh about mystery meat or indestructible fast food burgers, joking about food that never spoils, as though that were a mark of progress rather than proof that something is profoundly unnatural. Medieval peasants at least recognized spoiled meat by smell. We've managed to invent food that looks fine forever, but quietly unsettles the body. Even the digital world has its filth. The cloud, presented as a weightless metaphor, is in reality a network of massive warehouses consuming enormous energy, belching heat into skies already too warm. And while servers hum, misinformation seeps into the minds of millions. Falsehoods spread faster than truth, infecting not bodies but entire societies. Rats once carried fleas that carried plague. Now bots carry lies that corrode trust. And here lies one of history's darkest jokes. Humanity built the most powerful machines of knowledge ever imagined, only to use them to question whether knowledge itself exists. In this way, digital filth is even stickier than dirt. It clings to the mind long after the screen is turned off. Climate change is where all these threads converge. It doesn't just magnify filth, it weaponizes it. Floods carry sewage into homes, storms scatter chemical waste, droughts concentrate toxins in rivers, and fires release decades of stored pollution in one choking blaze. It is as though the earth itself has become a reenactment of a medieval city, chaotic, foul, and perpetually on the edge of collapse. And still, denial flourishes. People rebuild beachfront homes after hurricanes, water lawns during droughts, and share memes about apocalypse vibes, as though humor could sandbag a flood. Laughter makes it bearable, yes, but it also makes forgetting easier, and forgetting has always been filth's favorite ally. Yet through it all, resilience remains stubborn. Communities mobilize after disasters, scientists develop biodegradable materials, activists demand change, and neighbors share resources when systems collapse. Humanity adapts not by erasing filth, but by outlasting it. The same spirit that once carried villages through plagues now carries cities through pandemics and storms. It is proof that survival has never depended on perfect cleanliness, but on persistence in the face of mess. And persistence, though not glamorous, is the one resource that filth cannot erase. The lesson that lingers is sharp and uncomfortable. Filth is not merely the residue of living, it is the residue of forgetting. Every victory against it is temporary. Every illusion of cleanliness, fragile. Once vigilance fades, once laughter becomes complacency, the cycle begins again. Filth doesn't need to rush. It has infinite patience. It waits for comfort to dull memory, for denial to replace caution, and then it steps back into the light, as though it had never left. And when it does, the joke is always on us, not because we didn't know better, but because we did, and we chose to look away. By this stage, the story of filth is no longer simply about dirt or decay, but about the illusions we willingly buy into. Humanity has grown skilled at constructing elaborate performances of order, while quietly ignoring the mess smoldering beneath. The paradox is that the more advanced societies become, the more invisible their filth appears, and the harder it is to confront. What's unsettling, and often unintentionally comic, is how eagerly people accept the illusion of cleanliness, so long as it looks convincing on the surface. It's not the actual absence of filth that matters anymore, but the choreography of pretending it's gone. Consider the everyday rituals of hygiene. We lather our hands with soaps scented like tropical fruit, scrub floors until they gleam, spray rooms with chemicals named after mountain breezes. It feels pure, almost ceremonial. Yet many of these products leave behind residues of their own, seeping into waterways and soils. We've built an industry that fights dirt with new kinds of dirt, masking one contamination by introducing another. It's eerily similar to medieval towns scattering herbs across their floors to disguise the stench of waste. Different fragrances, same purpose. Not to clean, but to reassure. And perhaps the funniest part is how we measure success by smell. If it smells like lemon, it must be clean, even if the germs are laughing in place. Food offers another theater of contradictions. Supermarket shelves overflow with abundance, every item packaged in layers of plastic, sealed for safety, marketed as fresh. But freshness has been redefined. It no longer means recently harvested, but engineered to endure weeks of shipping and months of storage. Tomatoes are bred to resist bruising rather than to taste good. Chickens grow at unnatural speeds, and fish come from waters laced with microplastics. We joke about mystery meat or fast food that never decays. But behind the laughter sits an unease too familiar to ignore. The medieval fear was famine. Ours is feasting on abundance that quietly undermines health. Progress has delivered more food than ever before, but it's worth asking whether what we eat nourishes or simply fills space. Waste management takes the absurdity further. Recycling bins lined up on curbs give the impression of virtue, as though the ritual of sorting absolves us of responsibility. Yet much of that carefully separated plastic is shipped abroad, burned, or dumped into oceans. The illusion of recycling is often stronger than the reality of it. And here's the comedy. We scold each other for putting cardboard in the wrong bin while corporations churn out mountains of single-use products without pause. The individual is trained to feel guilt about a soda can, while the system profits from disposable abundance. It's like sweeping your porch obsessively while the roof collapses overhead. Tidy, but meaningless. Technology, too, conceals its filth behind sleek surfaces. Phones, laptops, and cars gleam with polished exteriors, symbols of innovation. Yet each one carries the weight of minds torn open, rivers poisoned, and landscapes scarred. The devices themselves feel sterile, almost pure, but their origins are soaked in the very dirt they claim to transcend. And when discarded, they form mountains of e-waste, leaking toxins into soil and water. Meanwhile, the digital spaces they create flood societies with another kind of contamination: misinformation, outrage, and distraction. Just as rats once carried plague through medieval alleys, bots now carry rumors across networks, destabilizing entire communities. The comedy here is bitter but undeniable. Humanity created the most powerful knowledge machine in history and then used it to argue whether knowledge exists at all. The body itself has become a battleground of hidden contamination. Microplastics have been found in blood, in lungs, even in unborn children. Processed foods alter metabolism, pollutants seep into cells, and even the products meant to protect us, lotions, sunscreens, cosmetics, carry chemicals with unintended consequences. We joke about being half coffee, half plastic, but the reality is that the human body has become an archive of industrial residue. The medieval villager feared contaminated wells. The modern citizen fears their own bloodstream. And yet the response is the same. Laugh, cope, pretend it isn't as bad as it sounds. Humor makes it survivable, but it doesn't make it clean. Climate change ensures that no amount of pretending can hold forever. Storms carry sewage into streets, fires darken skies with ash, droughts poison rivers, and floods uncover what we tried to bury. Nature has a way of stripping away illusions, reminding us that the dirt we outsource, disguise, or hide always comes back. Entire neighborhoods become reminders that the comfort of forgetting is temporary, and still denial thrives. People rebuild houses in flood zones, plant green lawns and deserts, and joke about apocalypse weather as though memes could replace sandbags. The humor is sharp, but so is the danger. Laughter can comfort, but it can also lull us into thinking survival is automatic. Yet in the middle of the cycle, resilience endures. Communities adapt, neighbors share food during shortages, activists fight for systemic change, and scientists invent materials designed to dissolve back into the earth rather than linger for centuries. Small acts of resistance, repairing instead of replacing, planting gardens, demanding accountability, become threads of continuity with the past. The same stubbornness that once led peasants to scrub doorways against plague now drives modern citizens to protest pipelines or invent biodegradable plastics. History's comedy is that survival never depends on erasing filth, only on refusing to let it overwhelm entirely. The deeper truth is that filth has never left us. It has only changed its disguise. From manure in the streets to microplastics in our veins, from plague rumors in taverns to conspiracies online, the pattern repeats. What determines survival is not the absence of filth, but the willingness to remember why vigilance matters. Forgetting is the real contagion, the one that guarantees filth will always return. In history, patient as ever, waits for the moment when forgetting grows louder than memory, ready to deliver its reminder once again. Because in the end, the mess we hide is always the one that comes back to find us, and it never knocks politely when it does. By the time we reach this stage of the story, filth has become less about the grime underfoot and more about the ways it quietly organizes human behavior. It isn't just a stain on the fabric of society, it is the fabric itself, woven into the rhythms of cities, economies, and even relationships. What makes this both disturbing and amusing is how normal it feels. People no longer recoil at the dirt around them. They schedule it, legislate it, and monetize it. Filth has become so institutionalized that forgetting about it feels almost like a civic duty. And yet, just beneath that surface of order, the mess waits for its moment to resurface. Think of how cities manage garbage. Trucks arrive at the same time every week. Men in uniforms whisk bags away, and streets appear reborn by morning. The whole ritual feels almost liturgical, as though waste management were a religion with its own calendar. But where does it all go? Into landfills layered like geological archives, into incinerators belching smoke, into rivers that carry it to oceans where it drifts endlessly. The miracle of disappearance is really just a magic trick. Waste doesn't vanish, it migrates. A medieval peasant would have laughed at the notion of a society so advanced it hides its dirt in distant places, only to be shocked that the dirt eventually sails back in the form of fish laced with plastic. Progress, in that sense, has always been less about erasure and more about creative rearrangement. Air follows the same choreography of denial. On certain mornings, the sky glows an impossible blue, clean enough to make people believe they live in an era beyond pollution, yet that illusion is fragile. Invisible particles slip into lungs, shortening lives quietly, with none of the drama of a plague cart rattling through medieval streets. And when smog thickens or wildfires turn skies orange, people pull out their phones to capture the surreal beauty, posting captions like "nature's filter," as though the apocalypse were just another Instagram aesthetic. Humor makes the unbearable bearable, but it also turns disaster into content. It is hard to decide which is more absurd, the air slowly poisoning us, or our insistence on treating it as a backdrop for selfies. Water, always the most intimate of necessities, exposes another layer of this cycle. Entire infrastructures are built on the promise that what flows from taps is clean, and for the most part, it is, until suddenly it isn't. Lead in pipes, chemical spills upstream, pesticides leaching into aquifers, all of it invisible until the damage is irreversible. Bottled water offers an illusion of safety, wrapped in branding that whispers purity. But those same bottles contribute to the very plastic tides contaminating oceans. It's a loop so comical, it could be mistaken for satire. Poison the water, sell the antidote in plastic, let the plastic return to poison the water again. If medieval villagers prayed their wells weren't cursed, modern citizens pray their bottled water wasn't simply tap dressed up in marketing. Different centuries, same uncertainty. Food magnifies the irony. The abundance of global supply chains ensures that strawberries arrive in winter and fish travels thousands of miles to land neatly on dinner plates. But abundance conceals fragility. Industrial farming spreads chemicals across fields, antibiotics, flood livestock, and processing plants become hotspots where contamination spreads far and fast. A single mistake can sicken entire regions. Yet the humor persists. People joke about fast food burgers that never decompose or mystery meat in school cafeterias, as if the comedy could soften the unease. Medieval markets at least offered honest warnings, flies buzzing over spoiled meat. Now the danger hides beneath polished surfaces and bright labels, smiling with promises of freshness. Progress has made food safer in many ways, but also more vulnerable to the hidden dirt people prefer not to think about. Technology complicates everything further. Our sleek devices, gleaming with glass and metal, feel sterile, almost clinical. Yet their production leaves behind poisoned rivers and stripped landscapes, and when discarded, they become e-waste mountains leaking toxins. Meanwhile, the digital world introduces another contamination, misinformation that spreads like a pathogen. Rats once carried fleas that carried plague. Now bots carry lies that fracture societies. The bitter humor is hard to miss. Humanity built machines capable of sequencing genomes, then used the same networks to argue about whether germs even exist. Filth in the digital era doesn't smell, but it corrodes just as effectively, eating away at trust instead of flesh. Climate change is the stage where all of this comes crashing together. Floods overwhelm sewage systems, fires release toxins stored for decades, hurricanes scatter garbage across landscapes, and droughts concentrate poisons in rivers. The earth itself has become a crowded medieval town, suffocating under the weight of its own excess. And still, denial thrives. People rebuild in flood zones, water lawns, and deserts, and post jokes about apocalypse weather, as though humor were a kind of insurance policy. It isn't. But humor does something else. It makes catastrophe livable, shrinking fear into something small enough to carry through the day. Yet, despite everything, resilience persists. Communities organize cleanups, inventors craft biodegradable materials, neighbors share food during shortages, and children strike for climate justice. Survival has never depended on eradicating filth. It has depended on refusing to surrender to it. The stubbornness that once carried families through plague now carries entire cities through wildfires, floods, and pandemics. The comedy of history is that humanity has always been better at improvisation than prevention. But perhaps that improvisation, messy though it is what makes survival possible at all. The deeper truth endures. Filth has never truly disappeared. It has only shifted shapes, moving from manure in the streets to carbon in the air, from spoiled meat in markets to microplastics in blood, from rumors whispered in taverns to conspiracies broadcast across networks. The forms change, but the essence remains. What keeps the cycle alive is not just the dirt itself, but the forgetting, the arrogance that convinces each generation that it has solved what can only ever be managed. And once the forgetting takes hold, filth does not need to return. It was never gone. Because in the end, the oldest reminder always finds its way back, dressed in new disguises, but carrying the same message. You cannot hide what you refuse to face, and when the reminder comes, it rarely knocks politely. It kicks the door wide open. By this point in the story, filth is no longer just a physical nuisance, but a mirror reflecting how societies construct their identities. What makes it unsettling is not the dirt itself, but the way people rationalize it, excuse it, and even build systems that depend on it. Civilization has always had a knack for calling something progress while quietly sweeping the consequences under the rug. The irony, sometimes so sharp it borders on comedy, is that every great leap forward has left behind a shadow of waste, pollution, or neglect that eventually demands attention. We are, in many ways, like tenants who redecorate the living room while the basement floods, proudly showing guests the new wallpaper while ignoring the rising water below. Cities illustrate this contradiction beautifully. Public spaces are polished for visitors, monuments scrubbed, parks manicured, while just blocks away, overflowing dumpsters and neglected infrastructure tell a different story. The choreography of cleanliness is selective. The parts meant for display gleam, while the hidden parts rot. This is not a modern invention. Medieval towns whitewashed their squares for festivals, even as sewage trickled through alleys nearby. The performance mattered more than the reality, because appearances created the illusion of order. And here lies the comedy. People have always been more worried about what their neighbors think of their front steps than what's festering in their own kitchens. Air offers another example of selective blindness. On clear days, we praise the beauty of blue skies, congratulating ourselves on environmental progress. Yet those same skies are burdened with invisible pollutants that shorten lives silently. The irony is that the cleaner the air looks, the more dangerous it may actually be. Modern filtration and regulation reduce visible smog, but fine particulates still penetrate lungs, hearts, and brains. We celebrate the view while ignoring the slow erosion it conceals. Medieval citizens sprinkled herbs on their floors, believing fragrance kept them safe. Today, we spray air fresheners and buy essential oils, equally convinced that smell equals purity. Perhaps the most comic part is that both solutions, lavender then, lavender now, offer more reassurance than real protection. Water carries the same contradictions. Infrastructure promises purity, yet the illusion collapses every time contamination is revealed. Entire communities discover their taps are poisoned, and bottled water becomes both salvation and scam, often sourced from the same pipes people distrust. The great absurdity is that humanity invented plumbing, one of the most transformative technologies in history, only to rediscover again and again that pipes corrode, systems fail, and water carries its secrets silently. Medieval peasants feared wells cursed by spirits. Modern citizens fear water bills hiding lead levels. Different century, same dread. Can you trust what you drink? Food is equally theatrical. Grocery stores dazzle with abundance, colors so bright they feel artificial, and packaging that shouts health even when the contents whisper otherwise. Industrial farming provides calories in excess but hides chemical residues, antibiotics, and hormones. Outbreaks of foodborne illness remind us that safety is temporary, no matter how polished the packaging. And here, humor slips in almost naturally. People joke about mystery meat or fast food fries that never decompose, half laughing, half wincing at the truth they reveal. In medieval markets, flies on meat warned buyers to beware. Today, the danger is invisible, and therefore easier to ignore until it strikes. Progress has given us more food than ever before, but it has also stripped away the instincts that once warned us something wasn't right. Technology wraps the entire paradox in gleaming surfaces. Phones, laptops, and cars feel sterile, modern, pure, yet each one carries the dirt of its birth. Mines gouged into landscapes, workers poisoned by chemicals, rivers turned toxic. When discarded, these objects pile up as mountains of e-waste. monuments to innovation's shadow. Meanwhile, the digital spaces they power carry another form of filth: misinformation, outrage, distraction. The absurdity lies in how often these tools of knowledge are used to undermine knowledge itself. A medieval town feared rats gnawing grain stores. Modern society fears bots gnawing democracy. The echo is so sharp it almost feels scripted, as if filth enjoys parodying itself across centuries. Climate change brings all these threads together into one stage too big to ignore. Fires choke the air with ash. Floods spread sewage through cities. Droughts poison rivers with concentrated toxins. The disasters are less interruptions than reminders, stripping away illusions and forcing societies to face the dirt they buried. And yet, denial persists. People rebuild luxury homes on coastlines washed away by storms, water lawns in deserts, and laugh about apocalypse weather as though humor could patch a levee. Laughter, of course, has always been part of survival. It shrinks fear into something livable, but it also numbs urgency. Medieval peasants sang songs about plague. Modern citizens share memes about wildfires. Different tools, same function. Laugh so you don't have to cry. And through it all, resilience persists. Communities rally to clean rivers. Neighbors share food during shortages. Scientists design materials meant to dissolve harmlessly instead of linger. And activists shout until memory refuses to fade. Survival has never depended on eliminating filth. It has depended on remembering it exists and adapting around it. The stubbornness that once kept peasants scrubbing thresholds now drives children to strike for climate justice. The same spirit survives, even if the costumes change. But the deeper truth remains constant. Filth is not simply matter out of place, it is memory out of place. Every clean street, every pure glass of water, every efficient sewer is temporary, held together only by vigilance. The real contagion is forgetting, the arrogance that convinces people the battle has been won. Once forgetting takes hold, filth doesn't need to return. It was never gone. It only needed us to stop looking. And when that moment comes, the reminder is always sharp, never gentle. It arrives with a cough in the lungs, a sour taste in the water, a storm at the door. It doesn't wait for permission, it forces its way in. Because filth, like history, knows patience, and patience, more than strength, has always been its greatest weapon. By the time the story of filth reaches this layer, it becomes clear that dirt has never been just physical. It has always been cultural, psychological, and strangely intimate. What makes it so gripping is the way every society, no matter how advanced, invents elaborate strategies not to eliminate it, but to disguise it. Humans polish, perfume, legislate, and digitize their way into a sense of control, but filth always finds a way of slipping through the cracks. The joke, if you can call it that, is that progress doesn't really clean the world. It just changes what kind of dirt we're forced to live with. Consider the rituals of cleanliness in the modern home. The shelves are filled with antibacterial sprays, wipes, and soaps, each claiming to kill 99.9% of germs. That extra zero. 1% is rarely discussed, though it might be the most important part. The resistant germs, the ones that survive every spray and wipe, become stronger, smarter, and harder to fight. In other words, our obsession with sterilization manufactures the very monsters we fear. It's the same irony medieval people lived with when they burned incense to drive away plague. The gesture made them feel safer, but the disease carried on regardless. Today we clean until the air smells of citrus and pine, convinced that fragrance is proof of purity, while microbes chuckle quietly in the corners we forgot to reach. Food, too, becomes a stage for hidden filth. The bright displays of supermarkets promise abundance, yet abundance often comes wrapped in chemicals. Fruits glisten with wax, meats glow under fluorescent lights, and processed snacks are engineered to taste better than the real thing. But underneath the shine lurks contamination. Pesticides soak into produce, antibiotics breed resistant bacteria in livestock, and additives slip quietly into diets. We laugh at jokes about fast food meals that survive for decades without rotting, but the unease never really disappears. Medieval markets had flies as their warning signs. We have marketing campaigns with smiling farmers on packages. Both are illusions meant to reassure, though neither changes the truth about what ends up in the body. Water, the most basic necessity, remains an ongoing betrayal. It flows from taps with the appearance of safety, yet the infrastructure that delivers it often hides its flaws until disaster strikes. Lead, industrial runoff, or microplastics infiltrate invisibly, leaving communities sickened before they even realize something is wrong. Bottled water, presented as the cure, only deepens the irony. It is often the same water repackaged, sold at prices higher than fuel in containers that poison ecosystems. Imagine explaining to a villager in the 15th century that people would one day pay more for water than for wine, only to find out the water was poisoned anyway. They would laugh, but not for long. Because the truth is simple. Water has always been the most honest of elements. It carries whatever we put into it, without disguise. Air tells its story more quietly, but just as cruelly. It carries no obvious warnings anymore. No black soot staining buildings, no acrid clouds that sting the eyes. The danger now drifts invisibly in fine particulates, too small to see but powerful enough to carve years from lives. Fires paint skies red. Storms scatter industrial toxins, and city traffic leaves behind residues inhaled with every breath. Yet people adapt, normalize, and even romanticize the haze. Sunsets blurred by pollution are posted online as works of art, celebrated for their beauty while ignoring the fact that beauty comes at the cost of lungs. Medieval people lit candles against darkness. Modern people light filters against dust. Neither could see the full scope of what they were fighting, but both believed the gesture was enough. Technology might be the most deceptive of all. Devices are sleek, flawless, and sterile in design, as if purity itself were stamped into their glass and steel. But each phone, each laptop, carries scars from mines where minerals were ripped from the earth, rivers poisoned, and workers left in danger. The final product feels clean only because the filth has been displaced. When discarded, these devices pile up in toxic heaps, leaking chemicals back into the soil. Meanwhile, the digital world they sustain floods societies with its own contamination, misinformation, outrage, and distraction. Just as fleas once carried plague, bots now carry lies that infect the social fabric. The comedy is bitter but precise. We built the greatest library in history and then filled it with graffiti. Climate change is where the curtain lifts and every hidden pile of dirt becomes impossible to ignore. Storms rip open landfills, floods send sewage surging through streets, and fires release decades of trapped pollutants into the atmosphere. The earth itself becomes the stage where denial can no longer hold. Yet denial thrives anyway. People rebuild homes in flood zones, plant lawns in deserts, and laugh at apocalypse weather memes as though humor were insurance. Humor makes fear survivable, yes, but it also makes forgetting easier. Medieval peasants sang nursery rhymes about plague to calm themselves. Modern citizens tweet jokes about heat waves while roads literally melt. Different tools, same response. And through it all, resilience pulses stubbornly. Communities adapt, neighbors care for one another, and scientists push forward with solutions. Renewable energy, biodegradable materials, cleaner technologies. Activists fight to keep memory alive. Children demand futures free of inherited dirt, and ordinary people find ways to resist by repairing, reusing, and reimagining daily life. It's never perfect, rarely enough, but always something. Humanity doesn't endure because it cleans perfectly. It endures because it refuses to stop scrubbing even when the mess seems endless. The deeper truth, though, remains unchanged. Filth has never been defeated. It has only been disguised, renamed, or pushed out of sight. What makes it dangerous is not its presence, but our forgetting. Every illusion of cleanliness is temporary, every system of order fragile. Once memory fades, once vigilance relaxes, filth doesn't need to return. It was always waiting. It seeps back into the cracks, patient, inevitable, and relentless. Because filth, unlike us, has no need to hurry. It can afford to wait for the moment when we stop paying attention, when the jokes grow louder than the warnings, when comfort convinces us that the mess has finally been erased. That's when it slips back into view, reminding us that the story was never finished. It was only paused. By the time the tale of filth winds its way into this chapter, what becomes impossible to ignore is how thoroughly mess has become part of identity. It isn't simply something to be avoided or hidden anymore. It's something we carry in our habits, our politics, our economies, even in our sense of humor. Filth is the unwanted roommate of civilization, tolerated because evicting it seems too expensive, too inconvenient, or too uncomfortable. And perhaps the strangest realization is that people have always managed to build pride on top of dirt, decorating the mess rather than eliminating it. The absurdity is almost comforting. Instead of defeating filth, humanity has gotten very good at accessorizing it. Look at how waste is woven into consumer culture. Every gadget is released with fanfare, sleek packaging, and the illusion of perfection. Yet within a few years, or sometimes just a few months, the object is obsolete, tossed aside for the next upgrade. Entire industries survive by designing for failure, not durability. Planned obsolescence is, in many ways, the modern version of medieval market rot. Back then, you risked buying spoiled meat wrapped in fresh cuts. Now you buy a phone that stops working after a software update. The packaging is shinier, the steak's different, but the pattern remains. And the comedy here is that people line up overnight outside stores, eager to pay for devices they know will eventually betray them. Medieval peasants might have thought that madness. We call it a product launch. Air reveals the same kind of contradiction. On the surface, regulations and innovations have made skies clearer in many places than they were a century ago. But the victory is misleading. Invisible particulates, carbon, and toxins drift in ways no photograph can capture. Cities congratulate themselves on blue sky initiatives, while lungs quietly accumulate the truth. The cruel humor is that what looks clean can be deadlier than what looks dirty. In medieval cities, stench at least gave people a reason to worry. Today, the absence of smell becomes its own danger, convincing people to breathe deeply as though purity could be confirmed by nose alone. It's proof that humans often trust appearances more than evidence. even when appearances are the first thing filth learns how to manipulate. Water, too, demonstrates this sleight of hand. Crystal clarity flowing from taps reassures, but the contaminants it hides remain invisible. Heavy metals, pesticides, microplastics, none announce themselves. The comfort of transparency is a trick of the senses, and bottled water, marketed as safety, adds another layer of irony. People spend fortunes buying plastic-wrapped purity that often comes from the same municipal systems they distrust. The great comedy is that entire cultures now judge each other by brand of water, spring, mineral, alkaline, while ignoring that the very bottles they prize are choking the oceans. A medieval villager might have marveled at the abundance, then spat it out in disbelief at the taste of plastic. Food offers another stage for this theater. The industrial abundance of supermarkets feels like triumph, yet it conceals fragility. Crops grown with pesticides, animals fattened unnaturally fast, and global supply chains so fragile that a single outbreak shuts down half the system. The absurdity is how people cope. They laugh about mystery meat in cafeterias, viral videos about indestructible burgers, or the uncanny shelf life of snack cakes. The humor hides the unease, but it doesn't change the fact that abundance itself has become a liability. Medieval feasts risked food poisoning because of poor storage. Modern feasts risk it because of industrial overreach. Different centuries, same roulette, only with shinier dice. Technology tightens the loop of denial. The devices that symbolize cleanliness and modernity, phones, laptops, electric cars, are born in filth. Mines scar landscapes, rivers run with poisons, and workers suffer so the end product can gleam. When discarded, these objects pile into toxic mountains of waste. Yet the digital world they create brings another kind of contamination. Floods of misinformation, outrage, and distraction. Once it was fleas carrying plague, now it is bots carrying conspiracy theories. And the irony is brutal. Humanity created machines capable of decoding DNA, then used them to argue about whether diseases even exist. The joke, if we can still laugh at it, is that filth adapts faster than reason. Climate change exposes the stagecraft in ways impossible to ignore. Floods push sewage into homes, fires turn skies into ash, and storms rip open landfills, scattering their contents across neighborhoods. The planet itself now feels like a reenactment of a medieval town, overflowing, chaotic, vulnerable to every spark. Yet denial thrives. People rebuild in disaster zones, water lawns and droughts, and post memes about end times vibes. Humor cushions the blow, but also sedates action, turning catastrophe into entertainment. It is the same survival instinct that led peasants to sing plague songs, now updated into hashtags. What doesn't change is the reflex to laugh in the face of terror, because laughter, unlike walls or filters, is cheap. And yet, resilience continues to show up in small but stubborn acts. Communities come together to clean rivers, scientists develop biodegradable solutions, activists push governments to act, and children demand futures not choked by the past. Survival has never been about erasing filth, but about remembering it exists and refusing to surrender to it. Memory, persistence, and improvisation have always been humanity's strongest tools. Medieval families scrubbed their thresholds against pestilence. Modern families plant rooftop gardens or campaign for bans on plastics. The actions differ, but the spirit is the same. Never accept dirt as destiny. The deepest truth, however, remains uncomfortable. Filth does not destroy societies by its presence. It destroys them by their forgetting. Every clean street, every clear glass of water, every polished screen is temporary. Forgetting that fragility is the true contagion, because once vigilance fades, filth does not need to return. It was always waiting. History proves over and over that what is hidden eventually comes back, often with interest. Because filth, unlike us, does not tire. It waits. It lingers in corners, in habits, and systems we stop questioning. And when the laughter grows louder than the warnings, when the illusion feels stronger than the memory, the curtain rises again, and the oldest story begins anew. At this point in the story, filth reveals itself not simply as residue or contamination, but as an inheritance, something passed down across generations, reshaped but never erased. What makes it so haunting is the way each age convinces itself it has conquered the mess, only to leave behind a new version of it for those who come next. Dirt becomes legacy, disguised as progress. And the irony is that people rarely notice until the consequences arrive at their doorstep. In this sense, filth is less a problem to be solved and more a character in the human story, patient, adaptable, and always waiting for its next appearance. Take the way societies handle garbage across time. Medieval towns piled refuse in the streets, convinced that rain or pigs would take care of it. Industrial cities carted it to the edges of town, believing distance equaled disappearance. Modern cities ship it overseas, neatly packaged and out of sight, confident the problem has been solved. But oceans return plastic to beaches. Winds scatter microfibers through the air, and rivers carry toxins back to the very communities that produced them. The great comedy is that every solution is really just a postponement, a game of hide and seek where filth always wins. Humanity congratulates itself on making trash invisible, forgetting that the earth has a long memory and an impeccable sense of irony. Air is no different. For centuries, people believed foul smells carried disease, and so they fought stench with perfume, incense, or herbs. Today, science has revealed that the danger often hides in what cannot be smelled: fine particulates, carbon, invisible gases. Cities launch campaigns celebrating clean air days, yet behind the banners, millions inhale toxins daily. The absurdity lies in how victory is measured. If the sky looks blue, people assume it's safe, but lungs are not fooled by color. The real danger is that beauty itself becomes a distraction, convincing people to breathe deeply in celebration of an air that is quietly carving years from their lives. It's as if filth has learned how to wear disguises, dressing itself in clarity so that no one thinks to question it. Water tells a similar story. For much of history, people fetched it from wells, rivers, or streams, often with suspicion about its safety. Today, taps deliver it effortlessly, crystal clear, and bottled brands promise purity in exchange for profit. Yet the betrayals continue: lead in pipes, pesticides in groundwater, microplastics drifting even in mountain springs. The irony is sharp. Water that once carried visible danger now carries invisible intruders. And bottled water, the supposed solution, only adds to the cycle, producing plastic waste that contaminates the very sources it draws from. Imagine explaining this loop to someone centuries ago: that future societies would poison their rivers, sell the antidote in bottles, then throw the bottles back into the rivers. They would laugh in disbelief, but history proves that absurdity is one of filth's most reliable tools. Food, too, hides its contradictions beneath abundance. Where once the threat was scarcity, now it is excess. Supermarkets overflow with options, but many are designed less for nourishment and more for profit. Crops are bred for durability, not flavor. Animals raised in confinement grow unnaturally fast. Processed foods are engineered for addictive pleasure rather than health. Outbreaks of foodborne illness remind us that safety is fragile, even in the midst of plenty. And yet, people laugh about indestructible burgers or mystery meat, joking about the very dangers they consume. The comedy covers the dread, just as it did in markets centuries ago. Back then, flies warned buyers of rot. Today, the danger is hidden under glossy packaging and cheerful slogans. Both eras had their illusions. One smelled bad, the other just smells suspiciously like artificial strawberry. Technology embodies the paradox most vividly. Sleek devices symbolize progress, but behind their gleam lie landscapes scarred by mining, rivers poisoned by production, and workers exposed to toxins, and the dirt is displaced, never erased. And when devices are discarded, they pile into electronic graveyards, leaking chemicals back into the soil. Meanwhile, the digital networks they enable become breeding grounds for misinformation, outrage, and fear. The contagion shifts from physical to psychological, but the effect is the same. Societies weakened by filth that infiltrates unnoticed. Just as rats once carried fleas that carried plague, algorithms now carry lies that infect trust. The irony is almost too sharp. Machines capable of mapping the universe are just as likely to spread a rumor that the universe is flat. Filth, in this sense, has simply upgraded its wardrobe. Climate change ties every thread together into a stage too large to ignore. Floods carry sewage into homes, fires release toxins into skies, storms scatter waste across cities, and droughts concentrate poisons in rivers. The disasters are no longer isolated, they form a chorus, each voice echoing the truth that nothing ever really goes away. The Earth itself feels like a medieval alley on a planetary scale, suffocating under its own waste. And yet denial persists. People rebuild in disaster zones, water lawns, and deserts, and joke about apocalypse vibes, as though humor could hold back the tide. Humor makes despair livable, but it also lulls people into forgetting. Medieval peasants sang plague rhymes to cope. Modern citizens scroll memes about heat waves. The pattern repeats, proof that humanity's favorite shield has always been laughter, even when the walls are collapsing. And still, resilience continues to shine in unexpected places. Communities rally to clean rivers, neighbors support each other during blackouts, scientists invent biodegradable materials, and children march for futures free of inherited mess. These gestures may not erase filth, but they keep memory alive, refusing to let the story end in silence. History proves survival has never required perfection, only persistence. Medieval families survived by improvising rituals of cleanliness. Modern families survive by reimagining sustainability. Both are bound by the same truth. Endurance grows not from denial, but from recognition. The deeper truth that lingers is this: filth doesn't destroy civilizations because it exists. It destroys them because they forget it exists. Every polished monument, every glass of water, every clear sky is temporary, fragile, conditional. Forgetting that fact is the true contagion. And once forgetting takes root, filth doesn't have to return. It was never gone. It waits patiently, ready to remind us that illusions crack, that disguises fail, that dirt never really leaves, because filth, unlike us, does not tire or forget. It has all the time in the world. And when we are lulled into thinking the story is over, that the mess has been cleaned for good, that is when the reminder comes, not softly but sharply, tearing through the surface, demanding to be noticed once more. By this point, filth no longer feels like an intruder. It feels like a quiet partner, woven into every layer of modern life. What makes it compelling is the way people adapt to it, not by erasing it, but by normalizing it, rationalizing it, and even building comfort around it. Dirt has become so familiar that it sometimes feels invisible until a crisis rips the disguise away. The unsettling truth is that humanity has grown so used to filth that it now mistakes its presence for stability, as if the mess itself were proof that the system is still working. The comedy, if you can stomach it, is that entire civilizations now bounce on mountains of waste and call it progress. Take the global obsession with packaging. Products are sealed, wrapped, double wrapped, and encased in plastics designed to keep them safe. The ritual feels reassuring, but every layer of protection adds to an ever-growing mountain of trash. A single sandwich might produce more waste than the medieval household generated in a day. People laugh about it. Unboxing videos on the internet turn the waste itself into entertainment, as if peeling back endless layers of cardboard and plastic were part of the value. But the joke runs deeper. We are entertained by the very filth that chokes rivers and oceans. Medieval villagers may have scattered straw on floors to soak up muck, but at least the straw decomposed. Our straw comes in shrink-wrapped, vacuum-sealed plastic that will outlive us all. Air provides another unsettling paradox. Cleaner cars, greener energy, and stricter regulations have improved visible pollution in many cities. But what remains is subtler and deadlier. Invisible particulates lodge in lungs, infiltrating bloodstreams, shortening lives in silence. The absence of smoke tricks us into celebrating, but the danger hides in clarity. It's the ultimate disguise, filth that looks like purity. People crack jokes about extra crispy lungs during wildfire season, memes go viral, and somehow the disaster feels less terrifying when it's framed with humor. But lungs don't laugh. The irony is sharp. Medieval peasants believed bad smells carried disease, and now we're back to trusting our noses when science tells us smell is the least reliable defense we have. Water is no kinder in its disguises. It pours crystal clear from taps, packaged with the authority of infrastructure. But time and again, communities discover betrayal. Lead, arsenic, pesticides, microplastics. Contaminants invisible to the eye, discovered only after harm is done. Bottled water, marketed as salvation, becomes part of the cycle, wrapped in plastic that seeps chemicals back into the very liquid it protects. The most absurd irony? People pay more for bottled water than for gasoline in many parts of the world, even though studies often reveal it to be no cleaner than what comes from the tap. Imagine telling a medieval farmer that, in the future, people would pay fortunes for water that might be less safe than his muddy well. He'd probably laugh until he choked. Food, too, wears a polished mask. Supermarkets dazzle with abundance, aisles lined with colorful packages shouting health and vitality. Yet the nutrition inside is often hollow, filled with preservatives, sugar, and additives designed to trick the brain. The feast looks like triumph, but the body quietly accumulates the cost. People laugh nervously about mystery meat or foods that never spoil, turning dread into humor. Medieval markets at least offered honest warnings: flies buzzing, meat turning gray in the open air. Now the danger is engineered to be invisible, lurking beneath layers of branding and shelf life. What looks like progress is sometimes just a more sophisticated form of rot. Technology takes this dance to its most theatrical form. Devices gleam with minimalism, their surfaces smooth and sterile, but their creation leaves scars across the planet. Rare earth mines strip landscapes, factories poison rivers, and discarded gadgets pile into e-waste mountains. The dirt doesn't vanish, it relocates. And while these devices connect the world, they also spread a new contagion: misinformation that corrodes trust. The absurdity is that people built machines capable of decoding the genome, then use them to argue over whether diseases are real. Just as rats once carried fleas that carried plague, now algorithms carry lies that spread like infection. And perhaps the darkest joke is that people often choose to believe the lie because it feels cleaner than the messy complexity of truth. Climate change is where every illusion unravels. Floods carry sewage into homes, wildfires turn forests into furnaces, and storms scatter toxins across landscapes. Nature has become the great revealer, stripping away the disguises people built around their dirt. And still, denial thrives. People rebuild beachfront homes after hurricanes, water lawns in deserts, and laugh at end-of-the-world weather memes as if humor could hold back the tide. Humor has always been a shield, shrinking fear into something bearable, but it also numbs urgency. Medieval peasants sang rhymes about plague so children wouldn't cry. Modern citizens post memes so adults won't panic. Different stage, same play, and filth is still the director. And yet, resilience refuses to vanish. Communities organize beach cleanups, neighbors share resources during blackouts, scientists design materials that decompose instead of linger, and children strike to remind their elders that forgetting is not an option. These acts may seem small, but they echo the same stubbornness that once kept villages alive through famine and pestilence. Humanity has never survived by erasing filth, but by remembering it, confronting it, and improvising around it. It is persistence, not purity, that has always been the true defense. The deeper truth is unavoidable. Filth doesn't destroy civilizations by existing. It destroys them by being forgotten. Every polished surface, every clean sip of water, every efficient system is temporary. The contagion that matters most is not dirt, but memory loss. When vigilance fades, filth doesn't have to come back. It was always there, waiting patiently. History repeats itself not because the dirt changes, but because we forget how to see it. And when the forgetting deepens, filth does not announce its return. It seeps in quietly, disguises itself as normal, and then bursts through suddenly, undeniable and merciless. Because filth, unlike us, has infinite patience. And patience, as history shows, is the sharpest weapon of all. By the time we reach this stage, filth feels less like something external and more like a constant companion, an uninvited guest who has stayed so long that it starts being treated like family. The unsettling truth is that every society, no matter how advanced, negotiates with its dirt rather than erasing it. And the comedy, sharp and bitter, is that people grow attached to their messes, even protective of them, as though to lose the dirt would be to lose part of their identity. Civilization has always been a balancing act between denial and acceptance, and filth is the tightrope nobody admits they're walking. Take urban life. The polished downtown cores of great cities shine like beacons of modernity. Glass towers, clean plazas, manicured parks. But step behind the facades, and you find alleys cluttered with overflowing dumpsters, rodent nests, and leaking pipes. The choreography of cleanliness is always selective, designed for appearances, not for truth. In fact, entire cities seem to operate on the principle that as long as the tourist district gleams, the rest can quietly decay. Medieval festivals whitewashed town squares to impress nobles, while waste ran unchecked through the side streets. Today's skylines do the same on a grander scale. Monuments and museums in the spotlight, while the hidden infrastructure groans under the weight of neglect. It's not progress, so much as better lighting. Air tells a story of illusions even more cleverly. Once people feared stench as the very embodiment of disease. Now they equate the absence of stench with safety. The danger hides invisibly in particulates and toxins too small to see or smell. Cities hold clean air days with parades and banners, while lungs quietly collect the residue of industry and traffic. Fires turn skies into surreal shades of orange and red. And instead of panicking, people pull out their phones to take pictures, posting them with captions like, "Apocalypse chic." It's absurdly human, turning catastrophe into content, as though a filter on Instagram could replace the one in your lungs. Medieval citizens scattered herbs across their floors, convinced smell could purify. Today, we post memes to make the poison prettier. Water, as always, remains the great betrayer. It flows clear, sparkling, and cool from taps, masking the chemicals, metals, and microplastics swimming invisibly within. Bottled water, wrapped in layers of branding, reassures with promises of mountain springs, even when it comes from municipal sources. The irony deepens when those same bottles become waste, leaching into rivers and oceans, completing the loop of contamination. People laugh about the absurdity of paying more for water than for wine, but they keep buying, hypnotized by the illusion of purity. A villager centuries ago would have been stunned to see such abundance, then horrified to discover the bottles piling up on the shorelines. The punchline writes itself. The more we chase purity, the dirtier we leave the world behind. Food makes the absurdity even more intimate. Markets brim with abundance, but abundance comes tainted. Processed meals promise convenience, but carry ingredients that confuse more than they nourish. Animals raised for efficiency create conditions ripe for disease, while vegetables bred for durability lose their flavor and sometimes their nutrients. Outbreaks of salmonella or listeria sweep entire regions because production is so centralized that one error cascades everywhere. And yet people laugh about mystery meat or fast food fries that never rot, as if turning dread into a joke makes it edible. Medieval markets may have offered rotten meat at a discount. Modern ones offer glowing packaging hiding the same uncertainties. The names change, but the gamble is the same. Technology only amplifies the contradictions. The sleek surfaces of phones and laptops suggest sterility, perfection, cleanliness. Yet their birth requires digging scars into landscapes, poisoning rivers, and exploiting workers who labor in unsafe conditions. When discarded, these devices rot into toxic piles of e-waste, monuments to progress, leaking poisons back into the ground. Meanwhile, the digital worlds they sustain become breeding grounds for a different kind of filth. Misinformation, outrage, and distraction that corrode trust as effectively as sewage corrodes rivers. The tragicomic twist is that the same networks used to map genomes and study climate are also used to spread flat Earth theories and deny those very sciences. Just as fleas once carried plague across Europe, algorithms now carry lies across timelines. The echo isn't coincidence, it's continuity. Climate change reveals the farce by stripping away illusions. Storms overwhelm sewage systems, sending waste into homes. Wildfires turn landscapes into choking furnaces. Floods rip open landfills, scattering garbage across entire regions. It is as though the Earth itself has become the stage for a medieval morality play, where filth and arrogance always meet in the final act. And yet, denial persists. People rebuild in disaster zones, water lawns in deserts, and laugh at doomsday weather posts as if humor could double as an evacuation plan. Humor has always been humanity's shield, shrinking fear into something survivable, but it also makes forgetting too easy. Just as peasants once sang plague rhymes to calm their children, modern societies laugh online to calm themselves. The disguise has changed, the impulse has not. And still, resilience refuses to be silenced. Communities organize cleanup efforts. Activists demand accountability. Scientists invent materials that dissolve harmlessly instead of lingering. Children march with slogans that remind the world of its responsibility. These acts may not solve everything, but they prevent the most dangerous contagion of all, forgetting. History shows that filth doesn't destroy societies simply because it exists. It destroys them when vigilance fades. Survival has always depended not on perfection, but on persistence, on the refusal to stop scrubbing even when the mess feels endless. Because in the end, filth is never defeated. It only waits. It lingers in shadows, in corners, in the habits people stop questioning. And us, when laughter grows louder than warnings, when comfort disguises memory, it steps back into view. Not politely, not quietly, but sharply, forcing recognition. Filth, like history itself, knows patience, and patience, more than power, has always been its sharpest weapon. By now, the story of filth has transformed into something far larger than waste or contamination. It has become a way of seeing the world. Dirt is no longer the grime beneath our feet. It is the shadow cast by every act of progress. What fascinates and often unsettles is how societies consistently mistake management for elimination, believing that once dirt is hidden, it has been conquered. But filth is not so easily fooled. It doesn't vanish when ignored. It mutates, waits, and finds new disguises. The real comedy is that humans remain shocked every time it returns, as though history hasn't been performing the same trick for centuries. Cities demonstrate this delusion perfectly. Public squares shine, skyscrapers scrape the sky, and fountains sparkle as though purity itself were gushing from them. Yet underground, sewer systems buckle, trash chokes drainage lines, and rodents flourish in the shadows. The spectacle is convincing enough for those who only glance, but anyone who digs deeper knows the mess is merely displaced. This isn't new. Medieval towns scrubbed their squares for festivals, only for disease to linger in alleys. Today's urban planners add fountains and LED lights, as though technology can disinfect memory. The unsettling truth is that beauty distracts just long enough to keep people from noticing the cracks beneath their feet. Air, too, plays tricks. It is marketed like a luxury product. Clean air zones, eco-cities, low-emission vehicles. Yet the invisible particles still infiltrate lungs, infiltrate hearts, and shorten lives silently. The danger doesn't look like danger, which is why people are so quick to forget it exists. Wildfires turn skies into surreal paintings, and instead of fleeing, people take photos, laughing about apocalypse sunsets. Humor makes the unbearable bearable, but it also anesthetizes urgency. Once, citizens burned herbs to purify the air. Now they scroll memes to purify their anxiety. Different rituals, same illusion. The comedy lies in how humans keep trying to perfume the poison, convinced that if it looks or feels better, it must be safer. Water delivers the cruelest irony. It appears to be the most obedient of elements. Clear, abundant, always flowing, but it is the most deceptive. Modern infrastructure promises safety, yet stories of contamination repeat with unnerving frequency. Lead pipes, chemical spills, microplastics, they all slip invisibly through faucets into homes. Bottled water markets itself as a solution, only to create new problems with its plastic prisons. Imagine explaining to someone centuries ago that people would pay more for water in a plastic bottle than for bread, only to learn that the bottle itself poisons the river. They would laugh, of course, until they realized the punchline is true. Water never lies about what we put into it. It only delivers the bill later. Food deepens the irony. Abundance dazzles in supermarkets, but the feast is fragile. Crops depend on chemicals that poison soils. Livestock depend on antibiotics that breed resistance. And global supply chains mean that one contamination can ripple across continents. The illusion is packaged neatly in bright boxes with smiling logos, as though branding itself could sanitize reality. People cope the way they always have, by joking. Mystery meat in cafeterias, indestructible burgers that never decay, snack cakes with shelf lives longer than marriages. Humor provides a cushion, but it doesn't change the truth. Humanity has engineered food to look fresh while quietly ensuring its risks are harder to see. Once, rot was obvious. Now, it hides under glossy seals. Technology takes the absurdity further. Devices look flawless, sterile, untouched by human mess, yet their origins are steeped in filth, landscapes gutted by mining, rivers polluted by factories, workers suffering in unsafe conditions, and when discarded, they become mountains of e-waste, leaking toxins back into the soil. The digital worlds they open are no cleaner, filled with misinformation and outrage that corrode trust as effectively as sewage corrodes rivers. Just as rats once carried fleas that carried plague, bots now carry lies that infect millions in seconds. The irony is almost theatrical. Machines capable of sequencing genomes or mapping galaxies are also used to spread rumors that deny both. If filth were a playwright, this would be its masterpiece. A drama where progress itself delivers contamination in a cleaner costume. Climate change reveals the full stage. Floods dredge up buried sewage, storms scatter toxic waste across neighborhoods, and wildfires release decades of stored poisons into the air. The disasters do not create filth, they reveal it. Every catastrophe is a spotlight on what was ignored, covered, or denied. And yet, people cling to denial with astonishing resilience. They rebuild homes in flood zones, water lawns, and deserts and laugh at end times memes as if humor itself were an evacuation plan. Laughter shrinks fear into something livable, but it also disguises the fact that the stage is collapsing. Medieval peasants sang nursery rhymes about plague. Modern citizens tweet jokes about hurricanes. Both are ways of whistling in the dark, hoping the song will drown out the storm. And still, resilience remains the most stubborn truth. Communities gather to clean rivers, to plant gardens, to share resources during shortages. Scientists push forward with solutions: renewable energy, biodegradable plastics, new ways of feeding billions without poisoning the soil. Activists refuse to let memory fade. Children march in protest, and ordinary people improvise in ways that echo the stubbornness of every age before them. Humanity has never survived by eliminating filth, but by remembering it exists and refusing to surrender to it. The deepest truth, however, is not about dirt at all. It is about memory. Filth destroys not because it overwhelms, but because it is forgotten. Every polished monument, every clear glass of water, every blue sky is fragile, temporary, conditional. Once vigilance fades, filth doesn't return. It reveals that it was never gone. And history proves that forgetting is the most reliable ally dirt ever had. Because filth has patience. It doesn't need to rush, doesn't need to fight. It waits quietly in corners, in pipes, in pixels, in jokes. And when the forgetting grows louder than the warnings, it steps forward again, unapologetic, unmasked, and undeniable. That is the encore history keeps staging. And humanity, whether laughing or crying, always finds itself in the audience. By the time we arrive here, filth has become less of a stain on the edges of civilization and more of its operating principle. What's unsettling, and at times almost laughable, is the way entire cultures construct elaborate performances of purity while quietly thriving on hidden messes. The contradiction is so baked into daily life that people no longer even notice it. They simply accept it as the cost of comfort. And yet, the more one examines this strange balance, the clearer it becomes that filth is not just tolerated, it is essential, the shadow that progress cannot escape. Take the theater of consumer cleanliness. The average household is armed with sprays, wipes, detergents, and purifiers, all promising a germ-free utopia. Every label screams kills 99.9% of bacteria, which sounds triumphant until you realize that the surviving 0.1% is the very seed of future plagues. In our zeal to sterilize, we've engineered superbugs that treat bleach like a light snack. Medieval people scattered herbs across their floors, believing fragrance equaled protection. Modern people spray lavender-scented chemicals that may outlast their grandchildren. The joke is almost cruel. The harder we fight dirt, the more sophisticated it becomes, like an opponent who wins by waiting for us to tire ourselves out. Food multiplies the irony. Supermarkets brim with abundance, their aisles curated to look like temples of plenty. But much of this bounty is chemically engineered, designed to endure shipping more than to nourish. Tomatoes that never bruise taste like cardboard. Chickens raised at unnatural speeds wobble on legs too weak to support them, and snacks are more science experiment than sustenance. Outbreaks of foodborne illness ripple across continents precisely because of the scale of the system. And yet, people laugh about mystery meat in cafeterias, viral jokes about indestructible fast food fries, or snack cakes with expiration dates longer than most relationships. The humor masks the dread, just as medieval markets masked rot under piles of herbs. The tools differ, but the gamble is the same. Eat, hope, and laugh so you don't think too hard about what's in your mouth. Water tells its own story of betrayal. It flows crystal clear from taps, wrapped in the authority of modern infrastructure, yet contamination often hides beneath the surface. Lead, arsenic, pesticides, and microplastics travel invisibly, proving that clarity is not purity. Bottled water, marketed as salvation, becomes its own trap, sold at higher prices than milk, wrapped in plastics that return to poison oceans. The absurdity becomes sharper when you realize many bottled brands are nothing more than filtered municipal water dressed up with fancy labels. Imagine telling a medieval villager that future societies would poison rivers, sell the antidote in bottles, and then let the bottles choke those rivers again. It sounds like parody, yet it's reality. Air is no less deceptive. Regulations reduce visible smog, and cities celebrate with clean air campaigns. Yet the invisible particulates slip silently into lungs, shaving years off lives. Wildfires transform skies into surreal canvases of red and gold. And instead of sheer terror, people capture selfies and call it aesthetic. Humor turns catastrophe into content, a survival tactic as old as nursery rhymes sung during plague years. Back then, people believed bad smells carried sickness. Today, we trust our eyes when science tells us the danger is invisible. We've replaced superstition with a new kind of superstition, the belief that what can't be seen or smelled can't hurt us. Technology intensifies the contradictions. Sleek devices gleam with the promise of sterility and progress, yet their production leaves behind poisoned rivers, scarred landscapes, and laborers sickened by exposure. When discarded, these same objects pile into toxic mountains of e-waste, slowly rotting into soil and groundwater. Meanwhile, the digital spaces they create swarm with another form of contamination, misinformation that spreads like infection. Rats once carried fleas that carried plague. Now bots carry conspiracy theories across networks, destabilizing societies. The bitter humor is hard to miss. Humanity built machines capable of exploring galaxies and decoding DNA, then used them to debate whether the Earth is flat. Progress has always produced its own mess. The only difference now is that the mess travels at the speed of light. Climate change ties these strands into one relentless performance. Floods dredge up sewage, hurricanes scatter landfills, and droughts concentrate toxins in rivers. Fires release decades of pollutants in days, and storms strip the illusion of order from entire cities. What was hidden becomes impossible to deny. And still, denial thrives. People rebuild luxury homes on eroding coasts, water lawns in deserts, and post memes about end-of-the-world weather. Humor shrinks fear into something livable, but it also numbs urgency. Medieval peasants whistled songs about plague to soothe children. Modern citizens scroll through jokes about hurricanes while watching neighborhoods vanish. The tools evolve, but the impulse is eternal. And yet, even here, resilience finds a foothold. Communities organize cleanups, scientists invent biodegradable solutions, and children march with signs reminding their elders that memory is fragile. Ordinary people repair, reuse, and resist, weaving hope into the cracks left by catastrophe. Survival has never depended on eliminating filth, but on refusing to surrender to it. Medieval villagers scrubbed doorways as an act of defiance. Today, families plant gardens on rooftops or demand accountability from corporations. The gestures differ, but the stubborn refusal to yield remains the same. The deeper truth, though, is unchanged. Filth does not destroy civilizations because it exists. It destroys them because they forget it exists. Every clean street, every pure glass of water, every blue sky is temporary. Forgetfulness is the contagion, the real plague that ensures the cycle repeats. Filth doesn't need to rush. It only needs to wait until vigilance fades and comfort convinces people the problem is solved. And when that moment comes, the reminder is never polite. It arrives in floods and coughs and shortages and skies that glow with fire. Because filth, unlike us, has infinite patience. And patience, wielded with precision, is the sharpest weapon history has ever known. By this point in the journey, filth no longer lurks on the margins of civilization. It sits at its very center, disguised as progress, woven into daily routines, and accepted with the kind of resignation usually reserved for taxes or traffic jam. What makes this stage both fascinating and comical is the way people have stopped even pretending to conquer dirt. Instead, they curate it, monetize it, and sometimes even celebrate it. The truth is that mess has become a cultural artifact, a part of identity, and perhaps the clearest reminder that humanity never outgrows its shadows. It just learns to dress them better. Take waste as a cultural performance. Entire industries now thrive on the spectacle of disposal. Unboxing videos rack up millions of views, turning packaging waste into entertainment. The tearing of cardboard, the peeling of plastic film, the popping of bubble wrap, it's all part of the show. The object being revealed almost feels secondary. The real star is the garbage left behind. Medieval peasants would have been baffled to see people worshipping at the altar of packaging, but in truth, it's not so different from scattering herbs over refuse centuries ago. Both are rituals meant to make people feel good about what they can't really control. The absurdity is sharper now because the ritual has been commercialized. Filth isn't just tolerated, it's broadcast. Air has followed a similar transformation. Pollution still exists, but it's rebranded. Skies tinged red by wildfire smoke are photographed and celebrated as otherworldly, ethereal, or cinematic. The very thing choking lungs becomes a backdrop for engagement, proof that people can romanticize almost anything if it earns enough likes. Medieval towns once believed foul smells were omens. Now, modern citizens turn toxic skies into Instagram filters. It's funny until you realize lungs don't care how poetic the caption is. This ability to aestheticize disaster reveals both resilience and denial. People cope with dread by reframing it as beauty. But the danger lingers quietly beneath the gloss. Water's betrayal continues to sting because it hides behind purity. Entire cultures revolve around the bottled water industry, treating brands as markers of class and identity. A person who brings a premium spring brand to the gym signals taste, discipline, even superiority. Yet most of that water is filtered municipal supply, packaged in plastic that leaks back into oceans. Humanity has managed to transform survival's most basic necessity into a luxury item, and then polluted it in the process. The comedy lies in the double irony. People distrust their taps, buy plastic salvation, and then choke on the consequences when those bottles reappear as microplastics in their bloodstream. It's a cycle so absurd, it almost feels like satire written by the planet itself. Food carries its own contradictions. Diet culture obsesses over purity, organic, gluten-free, grass-fed, while fast food chains rake in billion-selling meals that resist decay longer than some human relationships. Shoppers congratulate themselves on buying kale while their carts overflow with snacks designed to outlast geological eras. The absurdity has become part of the humor. Jokes about indestructible fries or mystery meat spread widely because everyone knows the truth, but prefers to laugh at it rather than confront it. Medieval feasts offered obvious risks: spoiled meat, questionable ale. Today's feasts hide the risks under glossy branding, engineered flavors, and slogans. The real danger is invisibility, which makes laughter not just a release, but a survival tactic. Technology transforms dirt into something abstract, yet no less toxic. Phones and laptops gleam, immaculate on the surface, but their creation scars landscapes, poisons rivers, and exploits labor. And when discarded, they form mountains of e-waste that quietly seep back into soil and groundwater. Meanwhile, the networks they sustain become laboratories for another kind of contamination. Misinformation that spreads like an airborne disease. Rats once carried fleas that carried plague. Bots now carry lies that corrode trust in institutions. The irony is too sharp to ignore. Humanity built machines capable of sequencing genomes and mapping galaxies, and then used them to argue about whether germs are real. Dirt has always thrived on denial, but never has denial been so global, so instantaneous, and so stubbornly monetized. Climate change is the grand finale where all illusions collapse. Floods drag sewage into living rooms. Droughts leave rivers cracked and poisoned. Storms scatter waste across cities, and fires release decades of hidden toxins in days. Nature, in its most brutal honesty, rips away the masks societies have carefully crafted. And still, the reflex is to laugh. People joke about apocalypse vibes or hellfire sunsets, using humor as both shield and anesthetic. Humor shrinks fear into something small enough to survive day by day, but it also risks turning disaster into entertainment. Just as medieval children sang rhymes about plague to keep from crying, modern citizens scroll memes about hurricanes while their neighborhoods sink. Laughter helps, but it also delays recognition. And yet, resilience flickers stubbornly in the cracks. Communities organize beach cleanups, neighbors share food when supply chains falter, scientists design biodegradable plastics, and children demand accountability with the urgency of those who must live with the consequences. Humanity endures not because it conquers filth, but because it refuses to surrender to it. The same instinct that led peasants to scrub thresholds during outbreaks now drives citizens to plant rooftop gardens or march for climate action. The gestures differ, but the refusal is the same. Dirt may be inevitable, but despair is optional. The deeper truth that hums beneath it all is this: filth doesn't end civilizations by existing. It ends them when they forget it exists. Every clear sky, every pure sip of water, every sterile surface is fragile, temporary, and conditional. Forgetting that fragility is the true contagion. Filth doesn't rush, doesn't fight, it waits. It lingers in pipes and soils and systems and jokes. And when memory fades, it steps forward, unapologetic, reminding everyone that the story was never finished. Because filth has no deadlines, no need for victory speeches, no illusions to maintain. It has only patience. And patience, unlike progress, never cracks under pressure. It simply waits for the applause to die down before taking the stage again. By the time we step into this final act, filth has revealed itself not as an intruder, but as the constant companion of human history. What's startling is not its persistence, but our inability, or perhaps our refusal, to see it for what it is. Every generation crafts illusions of cleanliness, wraps them in rituals, and congratulates itself on progress. And every generation, without fail, discovers that dirt was only hiding, never gone. The most comical and tragic truth is that humanity has always treated filth like a badly written subplot, ignored until it bursts back into the main story, demanding attention with a vengeance. Look at the modern ritual of recycling, for instance. Blue bins line the streets, people separate glass from plastic, and households feel virtuous for playing their part. But much of what is carefully sorted ends up incinerated, buried, or shipped across oceans to rot elsewhere. The illusion of order is preserved while the reality is chaos deferred. It's the same sleight of hand medieval towns performed when they pushed waste outside city walls, confident that distance equaled disappearance. The irony is sharp. People lecture neighbors for putting cardboard in the wrong bin while corporations flood the planet with single-use waste. It's like scolding someone for a dirty spoon while sitting at a banquet where the table is collapsing under rotting food. Air, too, continues to seduce with its disguises. On sunny days, people breathe deeply, convinced of purity, even as invisible particles slip into their lungs. Science tells us that the danger isn't in what we see or smell, but in what we cannot. Yet denial thrives. Wildfires turn entire skies orange, and instead of alarm, people take selfies captioned "Apocalypse Chic." Disaster becomes aesthetic, proof that humanity can romanticize even its own suffocation. Medieval peasants burned herbs to chase away bad smells, while we post filtered sunsets to chase away dread. Both strategies share the same flaw: they perfume the poison but never confront it. Water, the oldest accomplice of disease, has only perfected its role. Bottled brands promise purity, but they are often filtered municipal water wrapped in plastic that outlives the drinker. The irony runs deeper when microplastics, shed from the very bottles meant to protect, show up in human bloodstreams and even in unborn children. Entire cultures now pay fortunes for water that may carry more danger than the tap supply they reject. Imagine explaining this loop to a villager centuries ago. Poison the river, sell the cure in plastic, let the plastic return to poison the river again. They would laugh in disbelief, but the punchline is already written in the oceans. Food continues the masquerade. Shelves burst with abundance, packaging shouts health and vitality, and diets obsess over purity. Yet the reality is riddled with contradictions. Chemicals, saturating crops, antibiotics, fattening livestock, and processing plants vulnerable to outbreaks that ripple globally. People joke about forever fries that never rot, or snack cakes with expiration dates longer than marriages, laughing at the absurdity while quietly consuming it. Medieval markets offered warnings through smell and sight. Today's markets offer branding and slogans that hide the risks. The great irony is that progress has made rot invisible, which makes it far more dangerous. Technology amplifies this dance of denial. Devices shine with the illusion of sterility and innovation, but they are born in mines that scar landscapes and factories that poison rivers. When discarded, they become toxic mountains of e-waste, leaking poisons back into the soil. And the digital spaces they power carry their own kind of contamination: misinformation, outrage, and distraction spreading faster than any medieval plague. Once, rats carried fleas that carried disease. Now, bots carry lies that fracture societies. The irony is that machines capable of unlocking genetic codes and mapping galaxies are used to deny both. Filth has simply upgraded its wardrobe, trading fleas for fiber optics. Climate change is where all illusions collapse. Storms overwhelm sewers, floods dredge up buried toxins, and fires release decades of pollutants in a single breath. Nature refuses to honor humanity's rituals of forgetting. And yet, denial remains stubborn. People rebuild in disaster zones, water lawns, and deserts, and laugh about end-of-the-world vibes. Humor, as always, shrinks fear into something bearable, but it also numbs urgency. Medieval peasants sang rhymes about plague. Modern citizens share memes about melting roads. Both forms of laughter make catastrophe survivable, but neither makes it stop. And still, resilience endures. Communities organize cleanups, scientists invent biodegradable solutions, activists fight to keep memory alive, and children demand futures not poisoned by inherited mistakes. The stubbornness of survival has never been about perfection, but about persistence. Humanity has never conquered filth. It has endured alongside it, refusing to let the mess write the ending. Medieval families scrubbed thresholds in vain, but their scrubbing was an act of defiance. Today, rooftop gardens, protests, and recycling, even flawed, are gestures of the same defiance. They remind us that endurance is as much about spirit as about sanitation. The deeper truth is harsh but undeniable. Filth does not destroy civilizations simply because it exists. It destroys them when they forget it exists. Every shining tower, every blue sky, every bottle of clear water is fragile, conditional, temporary. The real contagion is forgetting, because once vigilance fades, filth doesn't need to return. It was never gone. It lingers in pipes, in skies, in soils, in habits, in jokes. And when memory collapses completely, filth doesn't whisper. It roars back, unapologetic, dragging with it the reminder that illusions were never enough. Because filth, unlike us, has no illusions, no deadlines, no desire for applause. It has only patience. And patience, sharpened by centuries of waiting, is the one weapon history has never learned to disarm.